try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. Well, you were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
夜浴びて and sweet 何をしてても daydreaming yeah 君のことば繰り返し寝ても全てもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Read the place.
difference for KC. What a way to go to Barcelona.
The feeling of walking out on a big stage,
How much crowd there is and everything
it's a feeling you don't get anywhere else in your life.
is the best. Like, you feel empowered.
Knowing how good we were before, we were a bit too used to each other in the beginning of the split.
G2 secured themselves another spot in the finals, and they look to take a bow in Barcelona.
I think KC is the strongest team, so I will be expecting them in the finals, but I wouldn't be surprised if MKOI would make it.
Desperate hold for GX, but KC have always come out on top. A 3-0, game 3, the closest by far.
I'm very happy that we won, because if our winter split ended here, that would be very sad.
Yehu now stepping forward, getting the resets on the kill, looking to find one more with Fleshy. A reset coming in. Foxfire for some extra movement speed and finds the triple.
This is the momentum you need from the lower bracket to win the whole thing.
Jackie thought he could stay around, but Glyph flashes in.
What are they doing? I don't even feel like it's half of what we will be by the end of the year. I don't even think we're close to our ceiling.
The Q goes wide, and that's devastating. Barrier comes out now.
Oh
Double bubble from Bucio, managing to live.
Best in the league, but the fighting
it's going
doesn't
from bad to worse.
As the games get later in Fearless, I think we're better.
It's always going to be nice to play against the French team. It's always great having a chance for Spain to be on top of France once again.
Good luck to them.
Golden Arrow does it again. It's a bomb in the air.
Our preparation and everything at the beginning of the season was more aiming towards these stages in which we think is when we are going to reach our peak performance.
It's Broken Blade. It's Broken Blade. It's Broken Blade.
When things are on the line, we just always deliver. That is what makes us different.
Yikes, in trouble with the healing, gonna come in, he finally pops the ultimate. So many looking heal bar, Yikes, getting one, reset on the W, going back in, Aurora alongside the Nami. What are these bubbles, bro?
I don't really care of people booing, right? That's part of the sport, and it makes me stronger, so keep going.
As long as we play our game, we'll beat everyone.
We're going to beat them.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Olympic Arena for El Nuevo Clásico. MKOI versus KC, where the drums were just walked in. I think it's to welcome us, obviously, myself, Odawamne, Schwinn, and Dracos. What else?
I mean, it's so great to be here. So great to have so much thunderous applause from the fans for our analysis.
Yep.
Really going to suck when at least half this desk is going to predict KC. But look, yesterday was a banger. I mean, spoiler. I hope we go down the middle. Does anyone not think KC is going to win?
We'll see.
Okay, wait,
Okay.
We're skipping steps. We're skipping steps.
Dracos.
Yeah, so what happened yesterday then? Giant X, how much did they get pummeled?
Okay, yesterday was super exciting because we saw KC get pushed a little bit, right? So in anticipation of today's match, there was some hype, but the thing is, just at the time, at the end of the road, GX just kept tripping on their shoelaces.
Okay, you say pushed a little bit. They got prodded by GX. I feel like GX, I mean, Casey got a nice little warm-up yesterday. I think playing in the stage like they did and get a little 3-0 to start will give them a lot of momentum coming in today, and I think that is what really favors them in this matchup.
And for GX, it wasn't tripping on their shoelaces, it was tripping on their top side. Let's be honest. Noah and Jun versus the world, trying their best to 2v5 so many of these games, and while there are some good moments from the rest of the roster, it wasn't enough. And now coming into today, KC, the competition is going to be a lot tougher.
It absolutely is, and now their biggest test yet, of course, up versus MKOI, but there was also a lot of animosity over on the Spanish co-stream, and for no reason at all, I want to show the following clip to Finn and to Odawamne, so let's take a look.
Huh.
Yeah.
Now, that's
no
very
reason
friendly.
at all.
No reason at all. I just...
Wow.
So like, okay, that's how you solve war. You know, the fan bases are not fighting against each other. The French love the Spanish again, and
But
today
those are
we're
two
gonna
Spanish
have.
people, yeah.
But
were they?
Yeah.
My question is,
Well, see, I'm not enough on Twitter.
those are two, like we have two different people there, like, Can anyone with a historic rivalry resolve their rivalry with a kiss?
Maybe like top laners that used to play
against each other
now find each other on the analyst desk? Or
I think that could work.
There is some tension, but we're not gonna. It's all.
We don't need to force it. We don't need to force it.
Hey, we're here tomorrow. Me and Finn are here tomorrow as well. Maybe, but probably not.
Me and Odo keeps it very private.
It's all good. The fans, though, they are here again today, and Lore caught up with a few of them, so see what they've got cooking. Something happened with the clip. We'll find it. Yeah, we'll find it.
Hey, the tension broke it.
Yeah, the tension just broke everything.
Tension broke.
That clip was really sweet.
The entire clip hinged on you guys completing the kiss. That was all the call. Laura was just going to ask how people felt about that, and we couldn't run anything
And that's why, bro, Finn, look what happened. We ruined the show.
Commit to the bit. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, so let's talk about something else. Maybe we'll get the fan check-in later. I'm sure we'll get it. But let's talk a little bit about something that is on top of a lot of the fans online's mind. It is that yesterday they watched that best of 5, and that they thought that EU's level is a bit of dog doo-doo currently. It's not that great. And we're sending a team to first stand. So, who should we send?
Can I? I mean, can I share one controversial theory about the fans? And fans, you deserve this fair. If we turned the nameplates off and ran an LCK game next to an LEC game and they were both bloody, they'd have no clue. The second you add Genji's nameplate into the mix, they're like, oh, everything they do is genius. They've calculated it perfectly.
KC 3v5ing yesterday would have been insane.
It's so smart. And don't get me wrong, I'm not here to tell you that the LEC is great, but how does KC beating down a team 3-0 that everyone said was like the one team that wasn't quite ready for the top 4 suddenly mean our entire region is cooked?
I mean, maybe I'm a fan, because if you would turn off MKOI's nameplates and tell me that Shobi playing mid, I would believe you. I would believe you. But look, let's talk about first stand, baby. Let's talk a little bit about first stand, because we've listened to the interviews, we've heard the stories, the tales from the locker rooms, and everything MKOI talks about is just making it internationals and performing there. That's all they're practicing for all split long. We are practicing for internationals. That's why they're gonna make it. That's why they would pop up there.
Just for curiosity, how did they do last time at Worlds?
How did KC do at Worlds?
They weren't there.
Yeah, exactly.
So don't ask me. KC didn't say that they will make it, but the thing is, they went to first stand. They made it very far. They're just sitting in their own boat. They're like, okay, we're gonna practice, we're gonna scrim, we're gonna do well. Meanwhile, you guys are just riding on delusion. Oh, we're gonna go to Worlds, we're gonna win Worlds. That's not how it goes.
That's right.
That's not how the world works.
And no context is needed for that KC run. Nothing about that KC run was fraudulent. Nothing about it was questionable or had anything to do with the format. So I think what we're saying is it's G2, but not because we necessarily believe in G2 to an extreme degree.
Delusion in the House of Mirrors. That's
just
all I'm
because
saying.
there's no faith, I think, in MKOI and KC is what it sounds like to me. It feels like G2 are just, they're the team that's left.
The votes from the fans.
Never mind is KC. The fans, they know.
The fans know because, okay, see, here's the thing. I would argue that it's the same as you said, Didi, where it's like, oh, G2's going to go to international, they're going to do well. But we've seen it time and time again where they just roll over and die. So that's quite sad. So the only solution is no delusion, bank on the blue wall, go to internationals, and do well, because that's the last thing we need to do is do well.
Today. They have to start by winning today, and I do believe we're now ready to see what Lore cooked up with the fans.
Hey Shox, I'm standing down here in the arena. The doors just opened, so the fans are about to step in, and it is KC versus MKOI. MKOI are entering the arena for the first time, so let's see what they think ahead of the game. Okay, what's your prediction for today?
KOI 3 and Camila Core 1.
1? Okay. Who do you think is the best player in MKOI?
Elyoya is on prime.
Corky, who do you think is going to win today?
Well, I hope that KOI, for sure. Let's see how we play early game for at least. Yeah, well.
How many games?
I think 3-1 for us, yeah.
And who has been the best player for MKOI this split?
I expect a big performance for Elyoya.
Love it.
And yeah, I trust a lot on them.
For me, it's KC, 3-0 for KC. And the best person, it's Kana for me.
KOI 3-0.
3-0. Who's the best player for MKOI right now?
Always Elyoya or captain.
I want to ask our international cow that we have at every event here. Thank you so much for being with us today. You want to? What's the scoreline for the Knights?
So I think it is for KC today, and for me it's
1, 2, and 3, 0.
3-0. Okay, love the confidence. You want to ring the bell for me?
Yeah.
Love it.
Solo por ti. You just gotta love it. And we saw also online that even though they are sworn enemies, Movistar KOI and KC, they tried, there was a little bit of politics, of brotherhood. They wanted to get closer together to just, it's a ruse or not? Is it?
I mean, they've been fighting for so long that all they needed was, just some understanding, speak each other's language, find that middle, that bond that ties you to this love before the game.
No, Los Ratones. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's what happened here.
The great unifier.
It was Los Ratones who saved this rivalry. That is correct.
No, don't take that out of context, please. That's
I
crazy.
think that this is one of the things that I do really like about both these fan bases. As much as I'm sure once the game is on, they're like out for blood, it's ruthless. We've seen it even in the Berlin studio, right? Like they're chanting, they're having fun with each other, they're having a good time. I think they're both just thrilled to see that passion matched on the opposite side. Because the worst circumstance is like Casey is here cheering and there's no one fighting them. It's just an empty like, ah! So instead, we got an MKOI house and we have to see if KC can match.
I mean, I would even argue like probably the winner of today is going to get some cheers from the other fans because I don't think any one of them wants to see G2 win tomorrow. So I think they're going to have the arena behind them.
I mean, screw all of that, man. We have KC versus MKOI in the Lions. Then I just want the Spanish fans to be here. We saw the quote from Calista earlier where he's like, thank you for booing me because that's exactly what I want to see. I want to see heat. I want to see passion. I want to see a bloodbath in game.
Yes, exactly like we're seeing it on the desk.
Passion.
Vibes, family, team, I can't remember. But let's talk about Instincto. Let's talk about the matchup and let's see what we're going to see in all of the lanes. Finn,
yes.
Where would you like to start? Wait, we need to
Hold on.
Let me break this down for you, okay? We are setting up a beautiful little lane-by-lane graphic here, and we're gonna...
That was flawless.
This is a physical prop.
This is a graphic. this is all virtual right now.
This is your face. I don't need your face. I need my face.
This is virtual. Do not mind the virtual graphic here.
Finn,
where
would you like to start?
I would love to start in the bot lane with Supa versus Kalis, which I think is a very compelling matchup. Now, with Supa, I'm not gonna compare him to, I think, Jackie Love, because when you watch Jackie Love play,
I like where this is going.
You are always on the edge of your seats. And with Jackie Love and Supa, you get the good, you get the bad. Maybe lately we've gotten a little bit of the ugly, but we all believe in that high of Supa, and I think he will show up today big on this day. I'm gonna put my face around here.
I love that comparison.
Yeah.
I really
it's actually incredibly apt, which is exactly why I'm not going to give it to him, because I love Jackie Love. I've watched Jackie Love throw a lot, and it has been for the benefit of my region. No doubt, a lot of teams, Odo, you've gotten wins off of TEN. G2 has gotten wins off of Jackie Love, but I do not bet on Jackie Love. I will not bet on Spanish Jackie Love. I'm going to go with the more stable half of this matchup because I don't need the high highs if the price is those low lows.
And neither do I, because as we saw with Jackie Love so many times, he will reach that low, those highs a lot less than he reaches those lows. And I see,
yes.
That was that one high, Finn.
Let's let go of the comparison because it was just last week that we saw Supa win lane, find solo kills, and then punt massive advantages.
Well, we're talking about winning worlds, right? And he's better than Deft, and Deft won worlds.
No, you can't keep going on the quote about winning worlds, Finn.
There are other lanes, Finn.
To be fair, Calist has a time or two also in the game also set a foot wrong, right?
Yeah,
a lot less.
It is true. All players make mistakes. I think it's unfortunate for Supa that so many of them have been very obvious to the outside eye.
It's true, it's true. Okay, that's a good starter. Next up, top lane then. Odo, you want to kick us off?
Okay, so Kana. Kana's my boy. I'm already going to put it here because there's no discussion to be had whatsoever, but I will still have it, of course. He leveled up massively because my biggest criticism was that he was not finding his impact enough, but yesterday he brought up the Rumble, is on the flank a lot. Even now, in this cannon flank, no, I was 3,000 gold up. He was about to 1v9 the game, and all it took was the one cannon flank. So this is the X factor that I'm seeing in the top lane.
And last week we heard top lane doesn't matter. And for most of that series, I don't think it did, but that Kennen all convinced me. Look, Mirwood can't afford to be on the back foot. Kana's a guy now willing to play the Kennen, busting out these high impact picks, and I'm gonna agree with Odo. I think it favors Kana pretty heavily.
Let me re-roll the tape.
Let me
re-roll the tape a little bit to last playoffs in 2025. Last time, Kana was playing in an elimination series against the Spanish top laner. Oscar Rinin looked like Prime the Shy, and Kana looked like Sword from that 2018 Worlds game.
You could have just said it one name, but
2019.
That's literally, if my grandma had wheels, she would be a bicycle.
And she is! So I'm putting it right here. I think Mirren got this. I think Kana is going to get exposed by yet another Spanish top laner in Spain.
But Finn, let me ask you, the Mirren that we were introduced to, that we fell in love with, he's gone soft.
I mean, a relationship is about giving and taking, and he's been taking a lot lately, but I do believe he will find a way to give it back to me. Look, this is a little bit like there's 85 games on one side and 18 on another. Okay, I know he's playing the Rumble Xanth design a lot, but we're gonna see it evolve throughout the year. There's an Aurora there, there's a Hen, there's a little bit of Cope.
Throughout the year, we have 3 games, 5 maybe, or even the finals. The year is now.
Yeah, but that was Fearless, to be fair. And now we've been playing best of ones and then best of threes. Come on, give it some time.
Makes sense, makes sense.
Clearly.
Can we agree on mid, perhaps?
Let me talk to you about mid.
Okay.
John Joseph Pune of MKOI, first of his name, Lord Regent of the Lane Kingdom, Protector of the West, Emperor of Shurima, and Freezer of Lanes. Do you think Yahoo holds up to him? No, I'm gonna put myself right here, on the nose, because that's how good my prediction is.
That is the most cursed thing that I've ever seen. But I do agree.
Yes.
Jojo Pune is a threat to be reckoned with. I like Jose Pune over all those titles just from what Ebi gave him last year, but this guy is a demon. If anyone was going to bring home a win in that series to take us further into MKOI versus G2, it was Jojo Pune, and I've got him heavily favored in that mid lane matchup.
And to further add on the Jojo narrative, he is insane because there's so many times where in the past you would see Jojo that, okay, he's dying, he's becoming a non-factor, but right now I'm seeing the same aggression that even when he's behind, he keeps finding ways to win lane. He keeps involving his team to get him back on his feet, and I do agree, I will go on Daniel Dracos' forehead.
Oh, okay, yeah. Just stack it on top of each other. On each other's faces. Let's go. I can agree, though, in terms of George. I even felt that MKOI was letting him down a little bit because he's had tremendous experiences and tremendous performances. And my question is just, the mid lane was changed for KC also in order to get better results and to grow. And I'm not necessarily sure I've seen that yet, the ceiling out of that mid lane and what it is supposed to be.
Yeah, I think it's really clear to me that like whatever went wrong with Vladdy last year, the issues just clearly weren't resolvable. And in the meantime, Yehu has been a good upgrade, but I do think he needs more time to get together with his team, probably to expand his champion pool. That's one of the things I'm nervous about for KC here. And while as a team, KC have a lot of advantages, mid lane 1v1, it's just not one of them.
Okay, let's see. Before we dive into the supports, Lord did get a chance to chat to Alvaro, so let's take a look.
Thank you, Shox. Alvaro, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today. Big day, big game. KC versus MKOI is always an amazing game to look out for. You guys faced off against each other in week 1 of LEC versus. Actually, it's been ages. So how different are both teams, do you think?
I think we both have developed a lot of skills. Of course, I think they started with a different roster than the last year, so it was actually easier for us to start the year. But at the same time, I'm also really curious to see how we face each other because we have seen in scrims, we have played into them. But I think overall, I would say when you play in states, it's much different and you actually see how good of a player you are. So yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward, for the series.
Where do you think KC improved actually, specifically?
I mean, right now, I think overall in objectives, I think they play much better. I think it used to be that last year they like to contest a lot on the Drakes, but I think in this moment, for example, we have the meme of Jake that every 50-50 he wins it. So we are really conscious that I think they like to contest the objectives even if it's really late and they don't have position, but they are going to prioritize a lot having that position. So I think playing on the side lane, maybe one more push, it's going to take a lot of difference in how we actually set up the map. But I think we have a really good chance into them because I think we understand better how to play with the tempo in that sense. So I think it's just going to be more on how we perform on the individual level on the team fights that is going to make the difference.
Something that was interesting looking at KC yesterday was, of course, Buzio in the bot lane, the impact he had on Bard, the impact he had on Nami during game 2. I'm guessing you saw those games as well. How do you plan on containing Buzio, you as a support, with your role and what you can do? I
mean, he entered the league and he was called one of the best supports on both the West and, I mean, he was coming from NA as well. So I think overall he has a really good level. I think there are some specific things or champions that he does really well, but I think he also has some weaknesses that I also don't want to reveal fully. And I think, of course, he's a great player, and in the sense that he will try to make advantage from his from what actually has his strengths. But
Yeah.
I think yesterday, for example, he performed really well in some of the fights that I saw, because I couldn't see the full game since we were screaming. But yeah, I mean, I think Kali's Busio is a strong ball lane, and it's also really fun to play into them because there is a lot of skill involved in the 2v2 in laning phase. So yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward.
Are we betting Bard today?
I mean, he can maybe pick it, or I can pick it myself.
Yeah,
I
that's
remember
true.
in week 1, I actually steal it from him. So
Yeah, all right.
Let's see.
We'll look out for this
I don't even know
in the
what
draft.
we're gonna draft. So
Yeah,
still.
that's a surprise.
Yeah.
We'll see that on stage. Last question that I have for you. The arena is empty right now, but I saw Las Carpas outside.
Yeah.
I saw the drums, I saw everything. It's going to be such an amazing atmosphere, especially for you guys, because the arena is going to be rooting for
Yeah.
you. So tell me about the excitement or the pressure maybe playing in this scenario, because teams are expecting you to show up.
I mean, of course, there is always a little tension or pressure on yourself, because I think, of course, we need to perform. I think everyone here that is going to cheer for us, they deserve this and even more. We also see them because we did a meet and greet. Both Las Carpas and all the fans that were coming to the game were coming as well, so we meet them. And there are a lot of people that also are looking from their home that they couldn't come. So I think there is a lot of support, and also here they're going to be really loud with the drums that I already heard them coming.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's such an amazing experience, and basically it also makes the game be much more fun, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be doing our job, as well. So
Make the best of it. Wishing you the best of luck and fun on stage
Thank
today,
you.
Alvaro. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
the
so much.
interview. Shocks, back to you.
Thank you. I love listening to Alvaro. I think he's a lovely guy, and he definitely said it. Yeah, the drums will be out, but will it impact his performance? Because I gotta be honest, when we talk about Alvaro versus Busio, Busio has stolen the headlines for me this split and these playoffs. But Alvaro, I know he can do better. I'm thinking of the Alvaro that did great internationally, did great on these big stages, and I haven't seen it in a while.
And I think for the longest time when we looked at MKOI, it was jungle support all the time. It was these guys running the Rift, no matter what the rest of the map was doing. Jojo on an off day, Mir on an off day, Soup on an off day, it just didn't feel like it mattered. But that hasn't been the case. We just saw a Seraphine game that was a little bit rough, and you have to hope that the crowd invigorates him, because when I look at this bot lane matchup, Alvaro, Lore, they talked about it himself, it's all Busio for me. We have gotten the tape that we need. The only part of GX that mattered was the bottom lane, and for 2 of those games, it was Busio single-handedly shutting not only them down, but the entire rest of the map.
Exactly, because Alvaro, he has always been about relentless aggression. Well, let's talk about Busio instead. Because Busio yesterday, he was insane because he had a lot of versatility. He brought out the Bar, the Nami, and even though these are champions that you don't realistically think a support will have insane impact on, well, except the Bard, of course, but he was just doing so much. And I think today when he's fighting MKOI and he's fighting Alvaro that always has this relentless aggression, it will come down to that versatility, because if we go 5 games, their champion pools will be thoroughly tested.
Yeah, I mean, look, I really believe in Alvaro. I think it's great. I think one thing that he said was really interesting, that he believes that Busio has weaknesses, and he didn't want to reveal it to us.
I have
that
a guess.
makes me a little bit excited. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know if it's
I have a
champion pool.
guess.
You have a guess. What's the guess?
Well, you know how Busio is always, he's trying to find his own advantages, right?
Yeah.
Even in the creative angles and the pushing into the enemy jungle and this and that. And I feel like maybe he's alluding to, if you really study the tapes, that's somewhere where they want to shut him down. I feel that could definitely be an avenue.
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea, to be honest. And what I want to track today is just that. How well can Alvaro kind of shut down Busio? Because if he doesn't, Busio is just going to run the map. So I think based on the current...
do you believe he's going to shut him down?
Or
then,
not.
is the question. Because I need to know who wins this matchup, and I can't evaluate who wins the matchup, Finn, based on what might happen.
That's right.
That's right. That's Busio. And look, I believe Alvaro can match him. We all believe the potential is there, but I saw this man dumpster yesterday. I saw Alvaro feed last week. And maybe that's not giving him enough credit, but that's the tape that we got.
It's true. For now, let's see if Alvaro is the truth here on the Rift today. But the final matchup we need to talk about, which I think is so incredibly interesting, and perhaps my favorite one, Finn, of the entire matchup, Yike versus Elyoya.
There's a lot of eyes on this matchup. And I want to also roll by the tape a little bit, because when these 2 junglers came in, they were very carry-centric. Elyoya straight from solo queue on that Movistar Riders line lineup. And yikes, remember that spring split or the winter split when he was playing the Belvev, the Lilia, just taking over games together with Caps and Mickey X supporting him. Then we saw the Dark Ages. There was the Maokais, the Vice, the really ugly Sejuanes, and we don't want to think about it, but now we have seen a resurgence in the meta. We suddenly is playing in a meta where there's Aatroxes, Naferis, Zahens, and both of these junglers really love those champions, and they really feel empowered to pick them and rely on the support from that team. So to me, this is the most pivotal matchup of today, and I actually am going to put it right in the middle because this will be, for me, the main decider.
I agree, and I think you just look at the history here. These guys are so crucial for their team's success. Yike has been finding all these steals, and Elyoya feels like the engine that keeps this car moving forward. That said, even though I think KC have advantages in so many places, Elyoya in the clutch in this arena, the team captain, I can't predict against him.
Again, you cannot take the clutch factor away from Elyoya, but at the same time, we are in a time where Yike is extremely resurgent. I feel like this is the one time in his career, except that time you alluded to where he came in and brought the Velvet, but it is the one time where it feels like everything is stacked for him. Everyone is playing for him, and he's putting up great performances. So if there's one time to bet against Elyoya, it is today.
Hey.
Oh my God.
I like it. I feel he's been on a tear these playoffs. Yike, absolutely so. But Elyoya has such a mission as the captain of MKOI. I've seen your analytical opinions of the lane by lane, so I think it's about time that we dive into those predictions. I hope it lines up with what you put on the board, but I don't know.
Am I going first?
Yeah,
you want to go first?
Go for it.
I'll be as cut and dry as I can here. I would love for MKOI to win. Spanish fans, I would have loved it last week too. I'd love for a team other than G2 to dominate our league. Unfortunately, I live in reality and not the fantasy land of MKOI promises. KC, for me, it's a clear 3-0. Because if MKOI are going to lose this series, they are going to lose it decisively. They are going to collapse under the pressure of this audience because it is a double-edged sword. And KC did not give a damn about the GX fans and the MKOI fans that joined those fans yesterday, the boos that they brought out. I think under the pressure, KC are going to perform.
Does anyone else have KC?
I have KC because, again, as Didi said, I'm just a hater, and I want to see the team that is sitting here in the booth making absolutely everyone who paid money to be here and watch them sit there in silence. So I'm going for KC 3-1.
Come on, Finn, it's us.
Look at me, okay? I am surrounded by fools that do not pass the eye test, the eye exam. You do not watch the League of Legends that is happening in front of you. If you have followed MKOI these last few years, you know they ramp up in playoffs. You know they consistently beat KC in best of fives. KC has never won a best of five against MKOI in our league yet. I'm pretty sure, I'm not gonna say that with full confidence, but I'm 90% sure that's correct. And I do believe MKOI is out for revenge. I don't think a team like KC is gonna stand in between them and that rematch versus G2 in the final, because that wound cuts deep and they want to put a little beautiful band-aid on it.
I love that. I do love his thinking. Hey, I just voted for, we're in the MKOI house. Here are all the fans. I think they're gonna win. I hope they're gonna win because I'd like to see them play that final versus G2 as well. And I think revenge is a very strong motivator. Some would say the strongest, but it seems like we have two KC heads here. So how are they gonna do it?
I mean, I think that it starts with
success.
Yeah, it does start with success, usually, and then continues through to success. The most important thing here for me is focusing around the bot lane, setting up jungle with a decent matchup. I think that we've seen more flexibility from KC now that they've gotten over their obsession with picking tanks for Kana, and that's all I think they need, a steady game plan to run over MKOI.
Okay, I like it. We have a split desk, and that's also how a lot of people in the arena feel, and believe it or not, there are many KC fans as well. They want to show that they can beat their nemesis, their arch nemesis in Movistar KOI, but Movistar KOI, they have the grand final in their eyes, and we're going to get a last hit with Mirren before we head on to the Rift.
We are minutes away from KC MKOI. You hear the fans. This is your arena. This is your audience.
Tonight, and you will be the first one.
Mirvin, gracias por la entrevista. Buena suerte for today. I'll let you join your team. Let's get to it.
Hola, 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 Badalona! ¿Hay ganas o no, Badalona? ¿Hay ganas o no, Badalona? Recordamos que estamos ante la semifinal, pero esto es un duelo walk a vida o muerte. Carmine Corp contra Movistar KOI, España contra Francia, y creo que hoy se tiene que notar quién juega en casa, ¿eh? Hoy se tiene que notar quién juega en casa.
En primer lugar, viene un equipo que ya sabe lo que es ganar en este escenario, pero hoy no solo se enfrentan a 5 jugadores, se enfrentan a un país entero. ¡Ruido, ruido, ruido para Carmine Corp!
Le llaman el Rumba porque es un robot y barre todo lo que tiene delante en la top lane. ¡Gana!
Ya está aquí, ya llegó y tu varón Smiteo te robó el dragón anciano. Es el jungla sueco peruano. Si lo tienes enfrente y escuchas, corre. Si lo tienes en la grieta y escuchas, huye en la vida. Es muy bueno, pero que muy bueno. Solo tiene una cosa mala.
¿El qué?
Es francés. Es una broma, Riot. No nos matéis. Como a de carry. ¡Caliste!
Ante nosotros, el MVP de ayer, el que tiene un bardo muy sucio como support, Pusho.
Ayer tenía Giants perfectamente estudiado, pero hoy lo va a tener mucho más complicado de entrenador.
Y ahora sí, es el turno del mejor equipo de España. Hoy juegan en casa delante de todos nosotros. Solo tienen un objetivo:
¡ganar!
Y demostrar ante todo el mundo quién es
nació aquí, en Badalona. Hoy juega delante de su familia y de sus amigos. Y nadie le va a arruinar la noche. En la top lane, Alex Villarejo.
Llega el líder del equipo, el mejor jugador de la historia de este país, el capitán de España, como jungla, Javier Prades.
La definición de aura en la mid lane. No es español, pero coincidimos en una cosa. No quiere perder contra Francia. En la mid lane, Joselito.
Soñada, viene cachondo perdido y viene a reventar a su mayor enemigo como AD Carry, David Martínez.
Y es el turno del escudero de Koi, el guardaespaldas de sus amigos en la bot lane hoy. Se va a bajar a uno de Estados Unidos, de apellido Fernández y de nombre Álvaro.
El alquimista del equipo hoy viene a ganar delante de su hijo como entrenador, Tomás Campelos.
Todo listo, todo preparado. Badalona, un poco de ruido.
Fuerte, fuerte, fuerte. Ruido Badalona. Hoy es la primera final. Hoy vamos a ganar a Carmine Corp. Que se escuche, que se note quién juega en casa.
You need no translator to feel the energy that's coming from the MKOI arena. And yes, their arena here in Barcelona, as we welcome you to the casting desk for our lower bracket finals between MKOI and between KC. A rivalry between the French and the Spaniards that feels like it gets better with age. This is the fine wine that here in Spain, I'm ready to drink.
What's crazy to me is how rarely these two teams actually meet in a best-of-5.
Yeah.
We know that the rivalry is heated. We know that both sides desperately want to take over the other, but there's only been like 2 best-of-5s that they've ever played that were last year in spring, and KOI got the better in both.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a rivalry that only feels to go hotter and hotter every time they play. It started in 2025 when KC started to come together as a roster, and now in Barcelona, it'll be Karmine Corp who are trying to break that record in their favor, see if they can take Movistar KOI down and make that lower bracket run to finals.
And hopefully get themselves a matchup against G2, where last summer we saw MKOI in their home environment again in Madrid fall short. This is about putting forward a statement saying to MKOI, or rather MKOI saying that they are worthy to play a second day in their arena and bring that energy to the crowd as we're about to jump into pick and ban very shortly. You could see Jojo entering the arena. The energy was so vibrant, it was so loud, it was so punchy, an honorary Spaniard amongst the other 4. MKOI looking to burst that energy through and destroy KC. MKOI on blue, KC on red. MKOI are going to get first pick, so it's standard pick and ban for your game 1.
We're already seeing respect given towards Busio as well, with the bar going to be taken away. It looks like they're just, I'm kind of surprised, because honestly I expected the Rumble ban to come out from MKOI as a ban away from Kana, because it has been Mirwin who's kind of been more focused on those tank top lanes.
It feels as though perhaps coming into game 1, Kana is going to be on tank duty, given that that is the expectation. Maybe they want to save it for when they can first pick the Rumble for later in the series. But regardless, KOI respecting that Busio Bard.
Yeah.
We saw it have massive impact yesterday in game 1. With the Nico now taken off the board, bot lane very much seems to be the focus between these two teams.
Yeah, and I think it does open up then, Alvaro, to kind of go back towards those more engage-oriented picks, which the desk was talking about, saying, hey, he looks better, he feels better, he has more presence in the game when Alvaro is able to be on these playmaking champions. So it does open up that pool. We'll have to see if that is going to be the call, because the Ashe Seraphine also still open, which we have seen risen in priority.
And let's also just brush past some of the other lanes that are important. As Renekton gets banned away, maybe we get an early Ambessa flex here, gentlemen. That's in the back of my mind. But I'm also thinking about things like the Azir, safe mid blinds here, but especially for Jojo and Yahoo, they've been sitting on the whole split.
I mean, the Varus is still open as well.
That's another good one.
There's still a good bit that's left open available. The Orianna definitely getting the favorable side of the match, but the Talia ban, super, it feels like a Varus pick first rotation.
Well, remember that KOI versus KC, Yahoo is the Azir favorite in this side. Like, both mid laners naturally love the Azir, but if KC can have one of those two, they're going to want to grab it. I wonder if KOI will look to take it away, and it looks like that very much is their plan. They're going to put Jojo on the Azir, naturally a very comfortable pick for him, but it's also just doubly a denial away from Yahoo, taking away one of his biggest comforts in the mid lane.
One of the things we've seen with KC, though, is when they're able to get their hands on the Varus, they're very happy to go for these Jace-Varus kind of poke matchups and see if they're able to just take over from the early stages and lend that in towards those more aggressive poke options at the objectives. Varus is going to be taken, but at least from the hovers there, it doesn't look like they're going for the poke pick at all.
No, instead they're thinking about the jungle, but they go back down. They make you second guess. Varus gets locked in here, but the question is matching mid now, early jungle. They seem to be thinking about it for Yike. What's your call?
So that's what I mean. They have played that Jace jungle, but may not be the option here. Could end up just going back towards something that's a little bit more comfortable in that jungle rotation.
Zin is something we've seen a bunch of times from Yike.
And then I think you can just take that Orianna on that third rotation.
But there is that callback to the Ambessa that you were talking about earlier. Is it going to be the, I was going to say, I would be very surprised to see the Anivia locked in. Pantheon is going to be that early game bridge that KC is looking to provide. Yike, we know he's had a stellar performance pretty much for the entirety of LEC versus. The analyst desk talked extensively about that jungle matchup, and both junglers do favor this Pantheon. We'll see how much of an in-game impact Yike can have, because right now, KOI definitely leaning more towards the scaling. Things like Ezreal are things we need to take into consideration, and when you've got a low mobility champion like Varus, Jarvan is a very effective champ, and there's that Ambessa that you predicted earlier, Steph.
And also a lot of the options that are good into the Azir, like that Orianna, struggle against the Jarvan. So the setup here
if you go for the Orianna, is already to play heavily around that mid lane with Elyoya, with Jojo Pyun. And Jojo Pyun is someone that I've kind of put into that same level as Caps, where they can play well into this Azir matchup, even if you go for the Orianna on the opposite side. The Victor will be a bit of a pivot, though.
I do quite like Victor as a response to Azir. It was an old school answer just because of its long range poke that can out DPS him. But it seems they're committed to the Orianna. They want the wombo combo. But honestly, nice read from Koi. When I think back to last year and when Koi did win Spring, preparation was the thing that we gave them so much credit to. They wanted the first pick. They deny the Azir away. They get good follow-up dive with both the Jarvan and the Ambessa. And by leaving the Varus open, they know that with the Jarvan, they have a good matchup into both Varus and Orianna. Now the responsibility falls on Elyoya to punish these two carries. Take advantage of the flashless Orianna, especially once you hit that level 6.
And that's why you can see on the opposite side, it's just about trying to ban away things that can be a detriment to this bottom side of the map. Make sure you can take control early. Corki Nami, very potent. Lucian Nami, very potent. So take out the Nami part of that equation. And also, I think a Caitlyn ban wouldn't be the end of the world. I thought we might even see something like a Caitlyn Karma as an answer into the Varus, but it is actually going to be banned away, the Karma, by MKOI on the opposite side.
Well, I mean, I'm seeing these respect bans go out, as you say. Kai'Sa also going to get taken out, so part of the dive potential. And I feel like when you see Ambessa Jarvan, there's a lot of lineup already. There's a lot of ability to follow up with something like a Kai'Sa. Smart ban here from KC to make sure the follow-up from Super isn't one of those carries.
I actually think we might be looking at an Ashe Seraphine from MKOI. Ashe good into Varus in the early stages, good utility. And again, you kind of get that push, especially with a lot of these enchanters being banned. Poppy, though,
does suggest something like a Rakan.
Yeah.
Maybe even a Rel. It depends on how much more engaged they feel like they need. When you've got Jarvan and Ambessa, you've already got fantastic backline.
Maybe it's also as well just to give a bit more comfort in the lane. Not a direct counter for Mewin, but not the most favorable matchup with Poppy's doing okay.
They could also be trying as a deterrent to Alistar as well. Oh,
that's another good pick.
I mean, so
what do you think?
There is the Ezreal hover.
Okay.
Oh, so we're getting Varus top. So I mean, first of all, Mewin is no stranger to Varus.
Yeah, I was like, that's on the wrong side.
But for anyone that watched the LCS last night, Dokler even brought this out into the top lane as well. I mean, yeah, the Hexplate build that we've seen on Varus provides with a decent amount of defenses, I suppose. But obviously, like, you've still got now a Varus top lane against an Ambessa, which is, once you hit that level 6, like, that's a scary place to be.
Yeah. I mean, again, for that Ambessa, how do you get through the lane? We can talk about that in a second. For now, the Sivir gets locked in, a speed-up mechanic, a scaling AD carry for MKOI.
It does open up Alistar for Busio on that bottom side, which, because I'm kind of looking at this composition, Varus has Chains of Corruption. Yes, you can kind of play engage with Pantheon, but I think the Alistar is such a strong pairing, especially into the Sivir.
So do you think you pairing with the Sivir, right? You want to see MKOI take it away here, Dagda, or do you think it's going to be left?
I was going to say, I think you try and go for something else, but Alistar is actually decent into Rakan as well, so at least in the early stages, you can kind of headbutt him away.
Yeah.
So I think Busio, you just take the Alistar, and it's by far one of his best champions, and something that we've been praising him non-stop all split long for this pick.
Most played over the whole split as well, by the way.
I saw that cheeky Vayne hover, and I do wonder if that was a Dokler shout-out, because he also played Vayne top yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, Busio does always over the Vayne, though, so unless that bromance has lasted across oceans.
Absolutely. But yeah, the Alistar pick, I think, can provide both good peel and a follow-up engage alongside the Pantheon. The question for me is, has KC overcooked? Because when you looked at Koi's draft, I mean, it's very straightforward. They've got a lot of poke available to them, largely from the Azir, but Sivir, pretty decent herself. The engage tools that they have are just phenomenal. Sivir ultimate into the Jarvan engage, follow up with the Rakan, and Ambessa can easily follow up on any target. Like, it's a front to back with a lot of options that has early game plays. Exactly. Whereas for KC, I mean, a lot of low mobility, they have a lot of burst damage, double AD carry into Jarvan and Ambessa. I definitely have my concerns.
Yeah, I agree. I think you look at what has been brought to the table by MKOI, and it's, hey, we have not only the ability to dive, but dive from multiple different angles, which is the exact opposite of what KC wants. They want you to be in front, they want to poke, they want to make sure they can slow you down with all these engage tools and making sure you have to, like, go over the Orianna ball to try and bypass them. But with this style of composition, it's so easy to just fling yourself from different angles of attack and try and get on towards that back line.
Yeah, the poke from KC is going to be something I keep my eyes on, but I mean, Asterix, we're getting into the game, and I mean, it's an exciting one. It's a best of 5.
I'm already, as we get into game, seeing pings about a potential invade, pings to try and at least get some wards down, but we'll have to see because I am so ready to get into game.
I am as well. You don't get this every day. A treat of MKOI versus KC in a best of 5. This will be a banger. And I don't think I'm wrong for saying that. I don't think anyone is as well. Never before has KC beaten MKOI in a best of 5 in the LEC. Let's see if they can do it here today in the home arena of the Spaniards. What a drawback that would be for the fans expecting to see MKOI go up against G2 tomorrow. But 6th seed versus 1st. And Dagda, unfortunately, that invade never happened.
That's an electrocute on Ambessa, as opposed to something like the Conqueror that we normally see.
I mean, makes sense, right? All you want to do is close the distance, get as much damage, yeah.
I want to one-shot these carries. Okay, Mirwin. Okay, let's see how this one goes. I mean, we got to talk about the rivalry a little bit. Like, when we look at the history of these two teams, when I was doing research into this last night, it surprised me how rarely these two teams actually met in the best-of series, because you'd expect them to have fought each other multiple times, but the way that the playoffs laid out didn't usually go that way. But when you look at the head-to-head, it is ultimately KC favored, but in those two crucial best-of-5s, in the Spring Playoffs Round 1 and Spring Playoffs Round 3, that is where MKOI got the better of them.
And oftentimes it is because of G2, right? One of Movistar Core KC runs the upper bracket, taking out G2, sending them down, and G2 tends to take out the other one before they can make it to that final. But this is clearly our top 3 now. This is clearly where you want to show that not only you belong there, but you can push further, and especially for Movistar Koi in Spain, this is such a huge achievement.
And they've only lost against G2, right? Everyone else is up for grabs, so KC, the track record, definitely not in their favor when we're talking about these big games, when we're talking about home court advantage. We're so lucky to be here in Barcelona as well, as MKOI starting lanes going okay everywhere but top, as you'd expect. But it's already told you a little bit about the electrocute and introduced you to that, but I'm curious again how these ganks start playing out. You guys were talking heavily in the draft about this Jarvan and how it interacts with these lanes that are immobile.
So you really want to try and find some decent timings here for Elyoya to shift into that top side, but that's why I like the pathing from Yike. Move towards top so you can get the early wards into the enemy jungle and start to spot out exactly when Elyoya is going to be shifting towards that top side. Because especially as you start to tick over to level 6, Yike can use that ultimate to try and cover some of the plays on the top side. Look to try and lock people down. It will still be difficult against the dive of Ambessa and Jarvan, but I think that's where Yike is really going to have to be focused on protecting this Varus in the top lane.
I also think that when you look, I don't think Yike has easy plays on the bot side of the map. That's not to say he doesn't have any plays, but I think that trying to actually just play through this Varus, especially once he gets 6, I can see you have a huge amount of kill threat on that top side, so I wouldn't be surprised if that very much becomes his game plan. As right now he hovers around the middle lane, mainly here to cover Yehu as he's pushing in Jojo underneath the tower. So far in this Azir-Orianna matchup, we've seen it multiple times how Orianna can get early leads, can put a lot of pressure down in the 1v1, but level 6 is when Jojo will spring into action. He'll use that ultimate to burn the flash from Yehu, and then the Jarvan becomes a key figure in trying to really bully this Orianna out of the early game.
Very early reset there from Supa to try and pick up the call in the matchup. You want to be able to try and pick that up because Kalist wants to reset and get the tier as early as possible. So the fact that you kind of get to hold on and keep this wave out from underneath the tower for Alvaro means you kind of just get that nice pull and start to snowball a little bit.
Close call in the mid lane in the meanwhile. Jojo got lethal tempo up, but Elyoya showed and Yehu stopped the play there. So both mid lane is quite low, but mana bar's also burning. Yehu's going to step up, command attack, and with a bit of bone plating, damage is mitigated. Jojo gets some good autos off again. This is getting close.
Elyoya mainly there just to help push out the wave. Yehu going to catch this, so he'll reset a little bit later. Kana building up a healthy lead on the top side of the Rift. What's important to remember about Ambessa, very long cooldowns early on, which means that she can't do much to trade back against the Varus. This will change once she starts, especially when she gets the Eclipse. Varus needs to be very scared about how that lane plays out, because then a lot of kill pressure becomes available for Mirwin.
And that's why I thought we'd actually see the early ward placed by Yike onto the top side after the first clear, so we can spot out, okay, Jarvan is top, kind of play a little bit safer. But instead, they've just been happy to continuously let Kana push in. Now he's about to tick over to level 6. And I imagine we'll start to see kind of the real fights around that early Scuttle Crab, because if Yike can delay that 6 from Elyoya, it does help out, but action mid.
Elyoya is going to face check this though, so Jojo has a helping hand. Jungler's fight it out while Busio hovers off on the side. Yehu again getting chunked a little bit, but it's reciprocated as Elyoya has to run back this minute. The flash Busio! Yeah, they imported him for a reason as he does it again.
He's in their heads already. We talked about Busio's Alistair. The mind games he has already played this split. And there he reads Elyoya's flash and sets it up beautifully.
Just a beautiful play from Busio in general. The fact that he was even there for that play at all this early on speaks to the testament of the draft that they put together. They have their jungler pathing away from bot side. They know that the Ezreal can play in the 1 versus 2.
Yeah.
He's not going to have any real kill threat until Busio's looking to be active on the map. He finds a nice early roam to cover mid lane, maybe look for a play onto Jojo. And that level 6, we talk so much about it. Every mid laner knows that at level 6 you have to be super careful. And KC are there, ready and prepared to stop the play from MKOI. They end up finding first blood, and now they've started off the dragon.
And crucially, they didn't even have to really burn many of those key summoner spells. Like you were talking about, on Yehu, especially, that Orianna wants to hold on to it. Same with Yike for these engages. And now KC using the pressure mid and the pressure that Busio has created to set up for Dragon, get the early scuttle, and put MKOI on the backseat a little bit here.
And put Yike up ahead. I mean, important when you guys are talking about the work he has to do, both in top and mid and pretty much every lane because of the draft. Yike getting ahead means he can get the rest of KC ahead and get the ball rolling. 1,000 gold lead, first dragon of the game. He's going to go back to clearing his camps, probably pathing towards the top lane naturally. And we'll see where the early game takes him next.
I think Yike's going to miss that control ward that's just sitting on his blue buff.
Oh, you reckon?
I'm not sure if he's actually going to walk into that brush and check it. But right now, KOI seem to have full information as to what is happening. So yeah, he's not going to spot out that ward, and it's unlikely that he's going to go into that brush either now that he's cleared out his blue buff. So nice information gained. This could mean that Elyoya could consider a top lane play, knowing exactly where Yike is on the map. But of course, you've always got to be cautious of that grand starfall that can arrive at any moment. Going to go back to base, and yeah, good information being garnered by KOI.
Yep.
Kana still, just the change of corruption coming back up off cooldown as well means that maybe you can try and make some sort of play in that top side as well, but we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is, because Kana doesn't have access to that TP, so any sort of aggressive play that does work out for MKOI is going to be doubly punished. And you look at Yike, already moving top side, that's where his camps are, but always the pressure point there if they want to try and make a play happen.
And a quick check-in on top side as well. I mean, Kana is up in CS as we expect, isolated, doing fine in the lane. It is again about how he can envelop Mirwin a little bit more here on this pick. Pickaxe versus no back yet there for Kana. Must be sitting on quite a bit of gold.
Oh, yeah.
As he gets the push here, let's see if he makes it or just goes for the plating instead. Meanwhile, we're still fighting in the mid lane. Busio is back. Surprise, surprise. Busio does love to hover Yehu, as we've seen many games before.
And he's finding great timing windows again to just move here. Doesn't really miss out on too much, as the early reset's not terrible on the Alistair, especially if you start to tick over to level 6.
Oi.
Oh, but that's the second chain of corruptions now. I believe it's gone wide from Kana.
Well, it's a good sidestep from Mirwin, but yeah, Kana not hitting that means maybe a bit of a reprieve here. The top lane and Bessa.
I mean, Mirwin reads the play nicely. He doesn't overcommit to his aggression, knows that the chain of corruption is back up, sidesteps it, and now the threat of an engage from him is very real, but I think he does need that support from his jungler. Of course, he does have an item advantage, so you'd think naturally that he'd be able to win out, but again, those long cooldowns in those early levels, with just a pickaxe in the extended fight, I imagine with a barrier as well, Kana would still win out on the fight.
So I think Elyoya was just spotted on that ward in Tribrush just before it timed out. So information there for KC as to where Elyoya is. So you can look at where Yike immediately kind of looking for the invade, I believe just for vision, but may try and look for something on this top side. Maybe more.
Grand Supper we talked about all in. Jojo finds an engage there. Dalmoro to receive as well. The damage is going to be interrupted, but here's Elyoya saving the day as Yike now has to back away, but 3 members there with Cataclysm down. Elyoya's right where he wants him as Yike flushes away. Busio here a little bit later, but MKOI initiate the play.
KC get away from the play though, crucially. Again, focus on this mid lane is what we talked about. The Jarvan, the Azir, so good at punishing this Orianna if she has no flash. 2 for 2 though. KC have managed to hold on to that summoner spell for Yehu, and he manages to stay alive.
How did he hold on to his flash with the Nazir ulti?
Busio saying I'm on my way, and speaking of Busio...
Quickness, shockwave, and there we go, the re-engage. Knockout's beautiful though, Elyoya may have set the play, but no, he's bursted down Jojo first. Alvaro coming up next, Comet spear downtown, and Yike with 3 on the board makes Barcelona silent.
I mean, Busio... how often do we have to sing this man's praises? A beautiful engage off the back of Yehu's Shockwave, flash into headbutt pulverize, connects onto two, Yike ultis in. They've turned their attention on the super, but I don't think there's much of a play here. And there was a brief moment where you thought, oh, the arrival of Elyoya means that they can turn this play around, but Jojo doesn't have his ult.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have any resources to turn that play around, and so Casey ends up finding another 2 kills.
Wait.
A third chain of corruption,
Oh, no.
0 for 3 so far. But really, Casey left this draft saying, okay, Koi's plan is mid. And Busio and Yike have completely shut that plan down.
I think it's a little harsh to call it mid. I think it was a good plan. It just hasn't been working out for them. But I think it's just been great. Busio again, this flash engage, the setup with that ultimate from Yehu, and then the immediate follow-up from Yike. And this all started because Yehu used the ultimate on the first trade. He actually popped the potion that you get a level 6 from the triple tonic to get as much damage as possible off that. Then they set up off that cooldown coming off again. Like, this is really well orchestrated by KC on just doubling down on some of these plays.
I mean, Busio yesterday was highlighted, not just the Nami game, but really all 3 games it feels like he was pivotal. And we're saying this week by week. This is one of the biggest roster moves coming into LEC Versus, and I think now decidedly is the biggest, considering how he's performing in that bottom lane. Yike also getting some glaze here from our chat at home, but yeah, Busio deserves to be highlighted as he interrupts Alvaro again. Tramples there, looking for the auto, but won't find it. Alvaro just out of range, but I mean, these 2 supports are great, but right now it's hard to commit to saying anyone's better than Busio.
He's just been absolutely phenomenal. Such a great pickup for KC. When they wanted to make changes to show that they belong at internationals, especially ones like Worlds, it was Busio that had a lot of the talking points. Everyone's shocked to see that he left FlyQuest to come across. But he is absolutely fantastic on this lineup.
Everyone with the gold lead, bar the bottom lane. But Kalist right now is chilling, as Ezreal's do. And Super is a Sivir who's just gotten some isolation time, and everyone else is up 2,500 gold.
But you're in a great spot here as KC. You spike off of one item really hard with the Ezreal, who's now just completed his Triforce. You have a Dusk and Dawn already on Kana as well, so opting in towards a much heavier kind of burst damage build. And Yehu has gone for Luden's Echo. He's not going for this like beefy Orianna. He's not going for this like Blackfire Torch. He wants to deal damage now, and it may be onto Alvaro.
Well, it could be a good pick. Alvaro looking for the escape. Thanks to Scuttlecrap, he will find it. But Busio's not done yet. A deep ward here, a great angle, a blast cone. The red invader's on a control ward, rather blue. The control ward is going to give information over to KC. It's a 2v2, but Busio's got the angle again. Blue going to be interrupted. Elyo getting stunned, but it's a collapse. MKOI might find an angle. Cataclysm good. Double knock up. Jojo from the side as well. Yike has gone too deep, put the shield up, but Jojo sends him into the waiting arm. A shutdown, a kill for MKOI. The crowd's starting to warm up in an already hot arena as Kalist looks for a little bit more. MKOI now in 2 vs 3. The flash away. Super has to get out of there. Kalist is hitting bars though, and the spell shield up. Super survives. But in the end, it is MKOI, and it still might just be. Mewin's angle, deadly as ever. A public execution, ready in the face of Barcelona. But KC are too far, and the play ends there.
A very heavy commitment from KC to contest that blue buff, and Koi, they aptly punish it. They clearly had the numbers advantage. Jojo creates a nice collapse. Yehu is way too far away to get the shockwave down in time. And just look at the positioning on the minimap. You'll see that Ezreal is too far away, Yehu is too far away, and Alvaro and Elyoya's engage is quick and lethal. The shockwave only connects onto Elyoya. He's able to flash away to safety. Azir gets a shutdown, and this is very valuable for Jojo to bring him back into the game.
Yike had no flash from the last kerfuffle, so he doesn't end up getting out. Meanwhile, that was happening though. There was plates and more taken in the mid lane by Kana as well, so trying to open up that goal lead at least in the top a little bit more, but here we go.
2-man pulverized, but Busio's by himself. He gets the trample. No one from KC there to follow up, just shows that he can do it. But regardless, for KC, pressure being added on, 35 seconds to a Herald. Topside will continue to be the priority.
Looks like it. Varus doesn't have the TP available, so if he wants to contest, he has to do one of 2 things. He either needs to keep Mewin in bot lane, or he needs to already look for a roam up towards mids. Koi, though, definitely starting to fight back. The goal difference largely maintained. Oh, here's the ult.
Yeah, onto Super, under turret. He doesn't have a chance to get out until Alvaro shows up and saves the day. Exhaust slows down Yike. He's at half HP as Jojo looks for an angle. He has an ulti of LES flash. Kalista can arcane shift away, but Jojo now thinking about what he can do as KC pull their ground.
Unfortunate timing from Super there. Just used the spell shield onto a Mystic shot from Kalist. So didn't have the follow-up. Still though, Alvaro fishing. Rift Herald in their eyes. Movistar Koi don't want to give this one up.
Bishop Barrage onto Jojo, gets close. Busio again looking for another angle with Yike at his helm. Now with 1.5 items, his Pantheon's still strong despite the shutdown. Herald has spawned and KC look at dead in the eye. They're unwilling to give up any of this topside pressure as Yehu now walks in as well.
Has to be careful. Elyoya's in range. They're not going to give up this ward without a fight. The Herald's going to be started off. Varus looking to go back to base. Will they actually be able to get it off, or will Mirwin interrupt it? Keeping my eyes on the mini-map. TP is available for Mirwin. He's ready to join. Yike is way too hesitant. He does not like this. He's about 50% HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, Busio was resetting on top, and they didn't really know exactly what was up for MKOI, especially as Alvaro ended up showing. So weren't fully sure. I think they were expecting Alvaro because he had no wards to try and reset on that play, but instead he kind of sticks around just to make sure he can use himself to spot out what KC were up to.
I feel like this game has given us already a nice piece of action, but we're just waiting again for that Herald fighter's potential. Might be a split off with the Dragon number 3, because KC have already started building up an early soul. If they get 3 Dragons at this 17-minute mark, what an early start to game 1 it would be.
Well, I mean, I think that KC's early game plan, they have 2 winning lanes in mid and top, and bot as a neutralizer, and that Ezreal just sits there, farms, plays safe against the Sivir. Koi, though, have drafted very much for the comp as
Mirwin walked into a trap. Busio took the long way around. He's got trample up, and again, who needs a shockwave, but he's not going to pull the trigger. Mirwin at half HP, and that might open up the possibility of doing the Herald again.
Exactly that. They don't need to overcommit, especially with the possibility of a Dragon or a Herald on the horizon. They are threatening the dive with Busio coming in from behind the tower.
Orianna range, all it needs to be. Busio on the turret. There's the shockwave now for the full committal. Public execution to get on out. Straight count set from Mirwin is good, and dissonance doesn't connect. Mirwin's going to have to go back, think about a TP, but the Herald will continue anyway.
It'll be the Dragon trade. I think MKOI, the fact that you managed to survive that top lane play is great, because Mirwin mostly got to clear the wave. Now you're getting, the first turret for Jojo, which is massive, because as Vedi was kind of alluding to there, like, this is a late game scaling MKOI, like Sivir and Azir later on. It's going to be huge. So you're happy enough, you stall that early Dragon, you get some much needed gold into Azir. I think you're okay.
Yeah, and that's the kind of greater point that I wanted to make, is that Koi find themselves even in golden. Not too long ago, they were 2.5k down.
Yeah.
So KC's overextension has allowed for Koi to buy a little bit more time, get closer towards those items. And now for KC, this is where we get to see, did they overcook with their draft? Is this composition too difficult to execute against this comp from Koi that has Azir Sivir with a very effective front line and an easy to execute engage?
And when we know as well that for MKOI, their 5v5s, they can be very explosive to their detriment, but they can also, it can also be some of their best work. So if they've got a 5v5 comp and they're able to stall out, maybe that Dragon was just what the doctor ordered. Gold now just about even, and Baron's coming up in 150 just for a reference point, but I want to really point out that Super has been so chill in this early game, has been picking up plating, now has an Navori Quick Blades, 2-item Sivir with a gold lead over Kalist. Feels pretty good for MKOI's bot lane.
You can see that Yike doesn't really know where he needs to go right now. His camps are spawning in the bottom side of the map, but I'm pretty sure he was pinged out on that ward. So essentially what MKOI are saying is, hey, we could potentially go for a dive onto this top lane, onto this vulnerable Orianna. So Busio now looking to try and cover as Yike abandoning bot lane camps just to try and protect this Orianna in the side lane.
Ring Blade connects, Herald's going to be used. KC trying to push the tempo up and get this game rolling once again. Kana's even moved in as well. Jojo's got push in bot. Who push in top? But Mirwin's walking down. MKOI need a bit of backup support. The only thing I will say is that Super's able to clear these waves. If he can get access to the eye, Herald might have been stopped, but it won't indeed. Still, regardless, turret stays standing. MKOI have a bit of backup here with the structure still alive.
Someone now needs to go and catch the bot lane wave that Jojo has pushed in. Remember that early on, Yehu had a nice lead, but Jojo's been able to nullify that, getting the first tower, comfortably sitting in side lanes. He's very close to completing the Shadow Flame, which looks to be his second item. Super continues to push in these lanes and get gold wherever he can, extending his lead to 1.2k. And again, while the early game did look good for KC, they shut down the early game plan KOI still find themselves in a very comfortable position here in game one.
Yeah, the only thing to keep your eyes on is just how many of these towers look like they're about to fall. Like one plate on top, one plate on mid, 3 on the bottom side, at least healthy for MKOI. But if KC can get, access to these towers, which shouldn't be too difficult, it's where they can start to get some of that standing goal, especially as you're starting to teeter over towards things like that dragon in 2 minutes time. That could be your second item completed for Karmine Corp.
A lot of talk coming into this series about MKOI, jumping the gun, right? So far, we haven't really seen that calm, patient play, using the map well, getting plating again for Super. Not overstepping, not giving Yike exactly what he wants. And now MKOI starting to encroach upon this topside vision, giving free range to Mirwin, of course, on this Ambassador to push out and just receive the wave. As Alvaro doing the exact same thing, trying to get rid of some of the vision that KC are trying to encroach themselves on Baron.
One of the things that I think we didn't talk much about is you're realizing now how much stronger KOI's side lanes are as well. The fact that they have a Sivir pushing in mid, that Ezreal just can't match the wave clear.
Yeah.
And then you've got an Azir and an Ambessa on side into a Varus and Orianna, where if the Jarvan shows up, you basically have to burn flash into either one of those matchups. True. So KC are very hesitant to push up through those side lanes, and they can't really contest the mid wave because they just don't have the same wave clear, which means that KOI, as we move into this mid game, just has way more agency to always move into the river first. And that's why when you look at the minimap, it's just blue city all across the river because of KOI's ability to control that space.
Look at Buzio here. He thinks he's showing, hey, I might have backup here. You have no idea where Yike is. He's got an ulti available and he's in the near. But Yike now walks on in. Ward protected for now, but Yike's just going to walk on up, try and take it himself. KC trying to use their pressure here. Ward finally down. As the onslaught for mid turrets, both very, very low. So let's pause. Maybe a mid lane on 1v1. Shockwave comes on in. Onto Jojo, half HP, shifting Sands away. Yahoo still has him under his wing. Looking for another command attack with a dissonance under it. Flash there, and Yike brings in the stars. But as he falls down, it's a back from Jojo and not cancelled in time.
That's enough, though, for them to get this bottom lane turret. Counterplay, though, looking at mid lane here for MKOI.
Maybe Alvaro with the angle has the quickness up and available and a flash. No summoners really burned in the past 5 minutes, so here we go. Teleporting response. KC are going to be there, but quickness first onto Yike. Jojo's going to auto away. Meanwhile, Buzio is by himself. He pulls the Unbreakable Will, and he is surviving. Yes, that is a balanced ultimate, but look at Super. Maybe even better. MKOI collapse and erupt. Chain corruption from Carnival as he kites it on back, but again, they're immobile. So easy to chase down as Kana misses again. Kalist, true shot barrage. It's flashed, and MKOI are looking flashy with that play.
MKOI knew that KC committed one too many resources. The moment that Yahoo uses that shockwave, that is the go button. Jojo goes back to base, he TPs back into the fight, and then they put their composition into action. They test KC in the 5 versus 5, and they come out on top.
And you can see the idea, try and find that pick onto Jojo with the shockwave and hope that's enough. But MKOI move into mid, put access for Supa down into this bottom side of the map. Sorry, for Kalist down to this bottom side of the map. Supa has access with that Sivir ult to get here. So MKOI just outnumber them. And parts the waves here from Mirwin, but it's still what they need. Flashes burned, Alvaro clips the Alistar with his knock-up, and it's kills for MKOI.
Finally, they're starting to feel it here in Barcelona. They're a little bit worried by the early game. We're sitting in the library for a bit, but now finally opening things up. There's an increased crowd today. See the MKOI gold lead, double dragon after the replay as well. That dragon stacking for KC, truly out the window. Alvaro engage, Yike is there to help. And quickly, Buzio just uses the summoner to refresh.
I mean, if you're a KOI fan, you just need to look at the bottom of your screen and turn your attention to Super. That is an Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, Navori Sivir that is just primed and ready to fight. This is a scary Sivir that has reached that hyper carry point that now if KC don't have a way of shutting down, which with this composition they really don't, I mean, the chatter immediately supporting my point.
A problem, already a problem, not gonna be. Infinity Edge, and I think more than truly, Super has the game by the wings, and even Jojo, right? Not just because of the gold lead, but we've seen his impact in fights. We've seen what he's doing. He's able to sit back. We set up this draft front to back. KC are immobile to get to the Azir. They got to use a lot. They got to commit a lot, and to their detriment usually.
I think MKOI basically want KC to commit a lot of these summoner spells right now. They're fishing for plays, because if you can burn like the summoner spells on Kana, the summoner spells on Yehu, who's already down, look for picks, that becomes easier than a Dragon in 3 minutes and a potential Baron Force. And Yike.
Cataclysm down onto Yike, looking for the red buff steal, the knockup there. Alvaro finding the follow-up, even with the quickness zone and one-man shockwave. Hang on a minute, Casey might have an angle, but public execution in the back. Mirwin is keeping two people busy while the rest of MKOI are looking for their escape. A stun up though quickly from Yike as Mirwin keeps him at bay. Yes, that's great, but MKOI now need to get on out. It's a wall out. Jojo had to pop his ulti onto Busio. It's Kalist down for the chase up. Jojo needs to run away, shifting sands up on when. Arcane shift forward. Kalist not landing any more Mystic shots as LUA gets out as well, but KC is still chasing. Kana now behind as well. Everything up and available. This is KC's moment here in Barcelona. And with Alvaro going down as well, you make that 2. Kalist at range. Has Jojo under his belt? I don't know. There's a sun turret there. Jojo feeling safe behind it, but KC out backing off.
MKOI managing to step away from that one, but KC finding the picks that they need with that overextension.
I mean, yeah, Koi, they have this habit of when they're in winning positions, they just overstep their boundaries. And I do not think contesting this red is a bad play at all. This should be their red buff. They're trying to get a flash out from Yike. I think they know they have the numbers advantage. This is fine, but it's Mirwin. Look, the rest of the fight is happening on the top side. He goes for a 1v1 against Kalist and he isolates himself. Now Koi realize that they're way too deep. They're sticking around, seeing if they can maybe offer a helping hand, and they get chased down by KC. Another kill could have been a Baron for KC. Koi need to be so careful with the lead that they have because it is a fragile one.
As we come back to live, KC in the top side of the jungle. Comet Spear comes through, or rather, a Grand Starfall. Yike looking for a chase, but KC, while burning Yike's ulti, have just come in to try and secure more vision around the Baron in the end.
It's given a lot of control to Mirwin on this bottom side. The second someone appears down there, I feel like you end up just trying to burn that TP and make plays because you have that advantage for Mirwin. Kana gonna answer. But honestly, I think you just try and make some sort of play around Baron, knowing that Kana has no TP for a little bit.
The arm guard now picked up for Kana gives him way more survivability.
Yeah.
Level 16 on the Varus. I've noticed Elyoya also 2 levels up on Yike. A few more camps, maybe this camp. Yeah, this camp will give him the level 14 still. A level down, but still has that gold lead because of all those early kills. Looks like he's working towards the GA next. Elyoya in a similar position, and these GAs have become a staple for junglers as a third item that just adds, well, they elongate a fight, basically. And for champions like Azir and Sivir, the longer the fight goes, the better it is for them. So Koi continuing to scale up, but continuing to become scarier. And the thing about this KC composition is I struggle to see really how they win. They need to find a pick, they need to find good poke, or they need to find a good fight, because it just feels like Koi's comp is only going to continue to scale, and their ability to start fights just seems much easier to execute.
I feel like starting an angle low, or finding that angle rather, for Busio, not a problem. With the confidence a lot of people have in him, as Mirwin gets top turret, Busio needs to find that miracle engage. 1 second till the Dragon, it's now up. Remember, Baron's always a flexibility, but this is third Drake, this is leverage moving into the late game. KC started off, MKOI say, okay, we're gonna start the Baron. Mirwin's also up here. It's a bit of a handshake, but how quickly is Dragon going down? Because Baron, not so much.
They're keeping them in the area. Jojo keeping his interest.
Mirwin flashes away, hang on. Kalist still going to follow it up. Busio sets up that engage, now looks towards the Baron. 4K, MKOI have to get it and get on out real quick. Smite's going to come down, so yes, it's going to go down, but Kalist is taking on Mirwin. The arcade shift in his face. Kalist does it again. Every damn time this kid decides to play Ezreal, he hops on the spot and ints it down. Chains Corruption dodge away from MKOI, and yeah, okay, they got Kalist and they got the Baron. They're looking for more. They want to eat their cake as well as Busio gets knocked in the air. Auto attack from Super, a flag and drag, and KC, any chance in this game in the Spanish crowd is thrown down on the ground.
KC are crumbling. Koi make the Baron call, and they crush the fight. They crush KC. And that may have just sealed the deal for game number 1.
I mean, fantastic decision by Koi, knowing that Jarvan and Sivir as a duo can melt through that Baron. Like the timing on the Grand Starfall as well, it just wasn't off cooldown. There was no way for Yike to respond. And then the mis-execution from Kalist. If he had stayed alive, there's a world where KC had a play, but he went too deep, he got punished, and Koi came out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it on the top side here. He ends up going for it. A ton of damage on the Mirwin. Doesn't account for the W, but it's this Q that goes wide that decides it. Not hitting it means that Mirwin survives. He doesn't get the damage. The follow-up was phenomenal from MKOI, but after, they just outplay KC.
Yeah, who committed the shockwave onto Super as well. He flashes away from it, and now what tools do they have left? Kana misses his ulti. Casey's trying to get a pick on the Super, but he reads the play, and just like sharks, they surround, they catch their prey, and Koi find themselves tearing KC apart here in game 1.
The difference in the 5v5s, KC get picked apart before there's even a chance of 5 on the same screen in that said play. And now 7,500 gold just about. The Dragon was given over, but the Baron with the lead. The Baron, as you can see, Red Bull Baron power play, top left of your screen, is almost 6,000 gold in the making here. Another minute to go for this onslaught to continue.
Yeah, and if you want to just look at the bottom of your screen, every single lane for MKOI now winning, everything in their favor. And you still struggle as KC to match this 1-3-1, and MKOI know it. They're happy to just continue to push.
Chain corruption, they found a pick. Who's just going to fall off on this? Grand Starfall comes in and the stun up. No movement allowed for Mirwin. An opportunity for KC to slow the game down and at least stop the onslaught, even though MKOI get bot turret.
I mean, I was just thinking to myself how Kana's done really well in lane, but has largely been invisible throughout this game. And then he's finally able to find a play that stalls the game a little bit longer.
He had to flush for that, though.
Yeah, he did have to commit a lot.
Even though he has Zhonya's.
Dragon is 2 minutes away. A soul's secure, and if Casey can get to Elder, then there's a world. But Koi, I don't think, need to allow that to happen. They've done a good job with this Baron. They've gained a lot of gold. They've gained a lot of map control. They're continuing to steal camps away from Yike. They are looking convincing here in game 1. The early game, while their plan didn't quite come together, they trusted in the composition. The composition has come through for them. And one of the players that we've kept our eyes on is Super. When they had that lead against G2 in game 1, he made that massive mistake. He gave away his life and he threw away the game. But this game, perfection. 3-0-3 scoreline. He's been farming beautifully in the side lanes. We've been picking up plates everywhere. He's been dealing damage in the team fights. This is the type of performance the Koi fans want to see from the superstar himself.
And if you're a KC fan, it feels like all eyes are on Yahoo. If you can finish this third item, and maybe there's one big shockwave, that could be the thing that changes the game. But it is going to be tough. You've got the GA on Elyoya, you have the Zhonyas on Jojo. You're going to have multiple members diving your back line. It is an uphill battle, to say the least, for Karmine Corp.
Uphill battle that they started on the descent nice and early. I think yesterday the comparison was, it's not a mountain anymore, it's the peak of mountains. It feels like it's getting towards Everest level with the scaling, with the front to back. That's already been seen with MKOI showing us exactly what their comp was drafted for. 40 seconds till the next Dragon. Crowd noise is cool when there is a crowd, and you're going to hear them again as a stunned up Kana kept in place, but it's the Baron who lost his flash before punish. Indeed, Boucher with the re-engage, Jake coming in, he's got a GA, but the shockwave finds 3. A moment there, but is it too late with Kana down on the ground? Elyoya's got a GA as well, he can jump on in, takes Boucher down with him as well. After the GA, Yike is kept in place, and Elyoya will survive. That's the difference between junglers here as MKOI keep 5 alive.
MKOI playing with confidence, knowing there is no one on KC who can punish them. It is Jojo who finds Kana and gives MKOI the Dragon.
Another clean engage from Koi. 8.8k gold the leads. They wanted to deliver for their fans today, and they're doing just that. Jojo, I mean, what's there to say? A beautiful combo. The arm guard buys a bit of time. Albro zoning the support from coming in to protect him. Kallis with a nice ulti. Super. It looks like he's overstepped, but Yehu not quite in range. He spell shields the shockwave, gets away to safety. And then the team fight at this point, there's little that KC can do to turn it around.
But there's no Faker level damage in that shockwave. There's just not enough at this point, and MKOI walk away pretty much unscathed outside of the GA. Dragon number 3 was picked up, extra cloud stats, extra gold you're alluding to before, Vetty. Super now, by the way, with the GA himself, he's almost towards the 7th item with the Doran's Blade holding the slot. Arcane shift forward. Kallis, public execution miss, but Kallis, as he flashes away, did it again. Stop pressing E. I think we need to take it off the button here for MKOI. 3, gonna turn into 4, gonna turn into all 5. The 80 carry from France is getting a taste of the medicine from Super.
Yahoo Shockwave couldn't find the stall.
and MKOI run over KC. It looked like a dire early game, but Movistar KOI come back in game number 1.
One step away from moving towards the finals and getting their revenge against G2. MKOI are feeling it, and their comp was superb.
We had the question at the start, did KC overcook? And I think that they ultimately did.
I think they did.
A single misexecution in the enemy jungle where they tried to steal that blue buff, took all of their momentum away, they overstepped, they misexecuted, and after that, it felt like KOI had full control for the rest. Beautiful game from KOI. They start off the series with a strong performance.
And it was great performances across the board individually. Like, Jojo looked fantastic, Supa was brilliant, and even Elyoya and Alvaro having great setups in a lot of these fights to shut down what KC were trying to achieve. The map play from this team was just spectacular.
Yeah, outside of that one mistake at red, everything was flawless. I gotta say, you know, Elyoya really shaped up that game massively, but Supa was so cool, calm, and collected. He just joined the fights, pressed his buttons, and away they went. So big props to MKOI. It felt like there was more patience, there was more resilience, and they kept their cool in a game that could have easily been a 25-minute stomp against them.
Absolutely. I mean, I really liked what KC did in the early game, and I think that we're coming back to that draft conversation that they had coming into the weekend, which is that sometimes people have to accept that they have to give up what they want in the draft in order to better build towards the comp. And ultimately, this Game 1 draft, I don't think really gave them the tools that they needed to fight against the MKOI comp.
Agreed.
But the early game should demonstrate the ceiling that KC does have. And I'm expecting this to be an intense series just because both these teams have come into play today.
It did feel like they kind of panicked when they saw that there's the Jarvan there, but we'll have to see as we go in towards the next game.
All right, Mirwin, tell us what you got from that game where you just had to play weak side against Kana.
Imagine picking Varus against you in your home and not having any impact outside of the laning phase.
I mean, I have to say, he was pretty fucking bad on the Varus. He should probably learn from me. I know Theft visits me, but not everyone can be me. So yeah, maybe watch my bots and hit some ults.
Love the energy, Mirvin. They said they're gonna send KC home, and so far it's looking good for MKOI. Let's see what happens next.
I want to do a...
Yeah.
Let's see what happens indeed. He says he was pretty freaking bad, Finn. What do you think?
Let me show you a little bit of a graphic that I requested. This is also a virtual graphic, so don't worry about the artistical quality of it. This is a representation, I think, of my artistic talents and also what happened that game. Now, here you see a little bit of a Giga Chad Ambessa player that just blind picks the Ambessa, does not care about your cheeky little counter picks. Varus top, Mirwin knows it. He has seen it, he has played it, he has executed better than you, he has laned better than you, he has demolished you in every team I know down there, and you believed that Mirwin would lose to kind of...
Yeah!
Bring me the board!
Oh, no, okay, we'll get the board.
Let's get the receipts right here. Oh my god, is this the Varus top barrier that doesn't find a base for 15 minutes?
It is.
Versus, oh, this Giga Chad blind pick Ambessa. Just look at him go!
Okay, so as Merlin said, it was pretty fucking bad. I mean, there's just no defense to the Varus because he just dropped the ball massively.
I gotta ask, as the resident MKOI fans, oh no, I think all faith is gone. Can we move?
I'm really happy.
Can we adjust? Like,
Listen,
is it too much?
Also, like the context, right? Because Mirren calls out Zeph, who the guy jumped ship and joined their nemesis, their rivals. He was like, oh, it's fine. I'm going to go coach for KC. He gave them inside info and said, yeah, Kana, you pick the Varus against Mirren. You do that and look.
Nobody look.
It felt so flat. It felt so flat.
Nobody look. I'm not changing my prediction.
Flip-floppers.
Come on.
Flip-floppers.
Oh, no, we can't. We were betting on the Kennen, and we saw it's not going to happen.
I mean, he messed up with Ignite and didn't find a single kill in lane and just even against the Gnar.
But okay, he messed up later. I will blame the team. I will blame KC because Kana was going to do a great game, but they just went away from him.
No. Kana had 0 aura. He had full health flash barrier. He didn't go over that wall. I didn't see it. But I got to say, we were wrong. I want to eat that, but it's not about us. It's about what MKOI did so well, and I want to talk about that Baron bait.
That was crazy.
You said it yourself, Finn. Oscar-level performance from JoJo. KC completely bamboozled.
I mean, look at JoJo on the bot side. He's just stepping up, looking at them, throwing his sand soldiers there. They are actually not realizing this until way too late. And look at Yike's ult cooldown. He doesn't have the Grand Starfall man drop to go in there for the 50-50. It's such a great call.
And even though they put the Skyris orb earlier, they see this natural happening, and at the same time, they're just too late. And now KC really feels the pressure. They really feel like they need to go in. But Alvaro with the Rakan is just so mobile, goes over the wall, and now it's just the sunk cost fallacy. You are grasping at straws. You want to keep getting back in the game because you know that this game is slipping out of your hands past this play.
Oh, let's see.
See the reactions?
Look at him go. Eyes, eyes, baby. Look how cold they are.
There he is. There he is. There he is.
Pick fighters against me again. See what happens.
I don't know what he said, but I know it would go hard if we could have heard it.
Probably we couldn't have.
Probably we couldn't
not
have
to show
aired
it.
it. Not
Whatever.
safe.
But listen, I'm just really proud of MKOI for the way they handled that situation, because we gotta say, Yike had a better start to the game than Elyoya did. Busio was running the map early, but they didn't falter.
I would love to see if we can bring up the predictions real fast, because as you highlight, Strokes, the way they just ran that game, the early game looked a little bit sketchy. The early game looked a little bit weak. But the moment they started playing together, I said it to you, Dracos, I thought, wow, look at Busio and Yike. They are actually out-executing them in their support.
Let the predictions go.
You won.
You win.
One game.
We got to talk about the
delusional.
series. We got to talk about the series. I want to bring up, and these predictions are great. Thank you for being quick on the fly. We got to talk about the draft. I think that's what matters. Because I want to say, at the onset, the cast just talked about it beautifully, that Orianna, it's going to be vulnerable against Scarvin. But the early game you mentioned, Shocks, was so good. Busio and Yike getting so much value, we didn't think it would matter. MKOI did such a fantastic job slowing down the game and punishing KC that what should have been a mega gap going into the mid lane disappeared just like that.
Don't look at me.
We are looking at you because you said 3-0 KC.
No, I
said 3-0.
Let me bring it back, okay? The way you say that, you just flip the switch on me. MKOI finally has found patience. The only thing we criticize them for all split long: inconsistency, impatience, vibes.
Yeah.
They have it all, and I think they showed up huge on this game one. Yes, I'm a game one Andy, but my prediction is still true, Romner.
It is.
Yike literally walked up and W the blue buff, and that's how the game got thrown. And you're saying all of that? Vibes, patience? What's the patience when Pantheon just like it's in front of you?
So,
I don't want.
all right, okay, make a case then. Make a case, my KC guys.
Okay. So, you know, early games, sometimes they go wrong.
What's going on?
What does it say?
It says fell for it again. When did you get these made?
Do you not watch our league? Have you not seen what happens in a KC MKOI best of 5? Are you guys analysts or are you delusional?
I have never felt more like Kana getting completely Goomba stomped and outplayed in my entire life than this moment on a day. Finn, well played.
Well played, Finn. Very well done. All right. Thank you for the energy. It's MKOI that comes out swinging in game one. I'm not going to be a game one Andy. I think we have a lot of games on our hands. But KC, they're going to have to fight back because that Kana ego is bruised. We'll be right back.
Fury. The only thing you gave me, Mother. A fire that destroys. But courage, purpose. I found those on my own. Your fire ends in ash. my fire, I will forge something new.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's exciting, no? Yes.
Hello.
Very exciting, yeah.
Yeah, who again getting chunked a little bit, but it's reciprocated as Elioya has to run back, isn't it? The flag Busio! Yeah, they imported him for a reason as he does it again. But look at Tupa, maybe even better. MKOI collapse and a rough chance corruption from Carnival as he closes it on back, but again, they're immobile.
No Q. Ahí, Javi.
Not in my f***ing house!
Take tower.
Not in my house. Oh, hell yeah. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Love it.
And the words are, Jake?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just love the tune. I really like the trumpet as well. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da.
I mean, a lot to be celebrating on Movistar KOI's side after that win. And I think now it kind of just becomes how do KC bounce back? Because you were right, Betty. They overcooked in the draft. And we have to see what they're going to be able to achieve now as we come into game number 2. A simple or to execute plan feels like the call here.
I mean, KC, they will grab themselves first pick. And they're going to look to take away Vi and Gwen with the Rumble now being banned on KOI's side. So both teams don't want that Rumble to be first picked. They're going to make sure that that is unavailable. And with both Orianna and Azir taken off the board, things like Ryze, Talia naturally rise in priority.
Maybe also the Gwen ban symbolizes maybe a Scion early here for someone like Kana, maybe a tank
potentially.
Top. You know, again, an engage tool that KC can use, because Kana was on a carry in that first game. Didn't really get to do much in the game. And maybe it's going back to being a role player.
Well, maybe the case, but honestly, I think that just going back to what has worked so far should be a decent call. I don't think you need to like drastically change things. Kana has looked best on carries. I think sticking them and keeping them that game plan makes a lot of sense. And if you can try and continue to make these plays around bottom side, unlock Busio, I think that is good for KC. I think the way that they end up flexing that Varus was just not it in that game.
We saw a high priority on both junglers in the previous game. The Busio Bard is going to be taken off the board once more, and I wonder how valuable this Xin Zhao is. With first pick Yunara, I mean, Yunara's open. Do they want to grab that for Kalist right now? Or instead is something else the priority? It looks like that it's going to be the Ryze instead. So Ryze locked in for Yehu. I mean, we did talk about how Ryze and Talia rise in priority, forgive the pun, but we've seen Dojo bring out the Cassio into this matchup before.
He's also brought out the Anivia as well.
Anivia, Ahri, he's got plenty of champions that he's happy to play into this matchup. So that does, again, raise the priority on Yunara. Why would you not try and grab it? Alvaro, we've seen a bunch of Lulu from him, which I think has been pretty good for him when I think about the entirety of the verses. And so they can play for hyper carry super, especially if this man is locked in today.
And if you end up going for a lot of the answers that we see into Yunara, like the Aphelios, that is also not great into the Anivia. Like, she wants to be playing into these short-range AD carries. Now the Lulu immediately taken as well. So it does open up again for a very strong bottom lane. But how do KC want to try and respond to it?
I mean, I'm still waiting for our supports in EU to just lock in the Blitzcrank against Lulu.
Yeah.
I think it's really effective, but with Nautilus bans, Thresh is another hook champion that you can be considerate of. Pyke is a possibility, but I don't love Pyke just because of the healing that the ultimate provides, or the extra health, I should say, that it provides. So let's see what direction they go in. Okay, the Ashe Seraphine.
Here we go.
Okay, so they're going to try and outrange them and provide that extra utility as KC lock in a comfort bot lane that they've shown. Well, I guess they haven't technically won on it yet.
Yeah.
Because yesterday it was GX that took it away from them.
Yep.
And then in the G2 matchup, they almost came back in that game, but they didn't quite bring out the victory.
Yeah, it was very close, but weren't able to make it work. So we'll have to see if they can this time around. It is a very strong bot lane and definitely something that can outrange and look to poke towards the Lulu and the Yunara in the early stages. But there's that Xin Zhao you're talking about for Elyoya. Something that pairs very well with the Lulu, especially in those early skirmishes, thanks to the speed up, the shields, everything that works well. And we just have to see what Jojo wants to take, because dropping the Ryze answer to that second rotation means you can ban away the Cassiopeia, ban away the Anivia, and make things a little bit more uncomfortable for the MKOI mid laner.
I'm now thinking about Wukong jungle ban as a possibility. With Vi already taken off the boards, you start to get quite deep into the pool. If they want to go a little bit more long-range, Jace is something they could take into consideration. Aatrox, like, basically you're worried about, we've seen how good Alvaro is at polymorphing basically anyone that tries to get onto his AD carry.
True.
So Nocturne is a pretty solid option because the spell shield can be used to mitigate that polymorph if you definitely have good reactions, but also it's just a pretty solid engage tool. And that Wukong is the other one that kind of comes to mind. Trundle is a possibility if they're worried about the matchup into Xin, but we haven't really been seeing a huge amount of Trundle in the recent in the meta.
Yeah, I do like it though when you've already got a lot of engage from your bottom side, and Trundle inevitably does well when he's got like the shields, everything else, that the heals that will come through from the Seraphine. So I definitely think it is a good answer here. Just paired with everything that's already there, and another pillar to enable roots just works out well for Seraphine.
So you think we need kind of a bruiser in jungle, right, with this comp with Ashe Seraphine? Because I was going to start thinking about Yikes Jace. I was going to start thinking about something that
That's
added
what I was
range.
also thinking about, yeah.
But I like your concern where you're saying Trundle, because not only just the dueling, but because also the pillar you talk about, Dagda, there needs to be some more CC in this comp to layer up with the Seraphine that we usually see in the follow-up.
But it's also just because a lot of what MKOI have is just we want to run at you. So things that prevent you from running at us is going to work out
like
relatively
a
well.
Malphite, I guess, would be stopping that.
That does surprise me. I think Wukong will be the default answer here from KC, though. I think Wukong just does what the comp wants, where it scales nicely and it provides good team fighting. I like the bans have kind of expected Anivia plus Talia, both comfort champions for JoJo. He can now do something like an Ahri, or he can do a Cassio.
Cassio, yeah, you guys are talking about that.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be the Ahri in this situation. Just it pairs well with the Xin Zhao, and at least you've got some mobility, because I think that's the biggest struggle for MKOI here, is just the lack of, apart from Yunara when she ults, being able to close the distance effectively. Sure, Lulu can go for the early Shirelius, but still, okay, looks like it'll be the Aurora.
I mean, I think it does make sense. I consider Ryze relatively short range, and I think she can bully him really effectively in lane. Also, she just provides a huge amount of, well, teamfight damage, of course, with the sheer amount of burst that she does offer. I think that she just kind of fall off at a certain point, and against Ashe Seraphine, she might struggle. She can quite easily get poked out, but we'll see how much that ends up impacting her.
The Jax was the old school counter to Xin Zhao in the jungle matchup. Kind of hovered there, but not. Looks like it's going to be taken. Is going to be that Sion that you were talking about with that early Gwen ban.
Bruiser, yeah.
Hysterics.
Tank,
and I think it makes sense. I think you've got very strong team fights here, where you've got a ton of healing, shielding, speed ups, everything you kind of want for KC, and it's a much squishier version of MKOI. Feels like if they don't get that immediate win in the team fight, they're going to struggle as this war of attrition starts.
It's not exciting, we know at home. It'll take it off the board, but as Vetti said before, this fits into the comp nicely. We've been talking about it for the whole draft. There is an easy way to start fights. Zahen gets locked in as the last champion. Now, Mirwen's going to be running that in the top lane here, as Aurora, of course, going to JoJo. So
Zahen is inherently short-ranged. He likes champions that come into him.
Yes.
That's generally why I don't like him into Ashe Seraphine, just because I think they massively outrange him.
And Ryze can space so easily.
No, but I think into Ryze he's actually quite good.
You reckon?
Because the thing about Ryze is he is deceptively short-ranged. Like, they call him Machine Gun Ryze because he can dish out a bunch of damage really quickly with all the resets that he has access to, but he has to get quite close in order to do it.
That is a good
and
point.
Also, the closer you are, the more reliably your skill shots land, which does make it easier for Zahen to actually close that gap. If he runs things like Phase Rush, that can obviously make it harder for the Zahen to stay in contact, but the idea is Wukong and Sion are coming into him, which is where a champion like Zahen can build up his stacks, especially into a tank, and then when he gets those stacks, he can then really commit super deep, because his ability to regenerate in the fight can then offer another way for KOI to turn the fights to their favor.
My biggest worry, though, for MKOI is the kind of non-committal engage on KC's side. Like, they can walk up with Ashe, throw out a volley, try and hit with a Seraphine E, and look, fish for a root. If it hits, great. Well, now Yoya probably has to ult, or you have to pop an ultimate from Lulu, because there's going to be a lot of follow-up damage, whereas kind of the ease of backline access, I feel like on MKOI's side, just isn't quite there. As Vetti was saying, like, you're hoping that KC play into you, but as long as KC are kind of patient with the trigger and wait until they find their moments, I think they are in a relatively okay spot here. They just kind of play for Yehu on this Ryze to play as a follow-up rather than the immediate play.
Well, you got to hope, because in game one, it felt like they got outdrafted to the sense where the patience of MKOI took over. But here, KC need a game to get the ball rolling. Because game one, I felt like it was a bit harsh on Kalist, but it felt like even though Casey were losing that game, there are a lot of missteps, not just by him, but individual members. They need to shape it up here in our top 3 to become top 2. We only take the very best as we move into the second game.
I mean, you're right. Like, we hold them to standards because right now, these two teams and G2 are fighting for a spot at first stand.
We only get one.
International competition of the year. We only get one representative, and we hold these 3 teams to a very high standard because we want to see a strong representative. And it is KOI that came out swinging. Yes, Casey did a fantastic job in the early game of reading their play, which we have to give them credit for, but it was KOI that outperformed them as the game continued. Now we jump into game 2, a fresh reset, a clean slate. Let's see who can get that edge hit in the early game, as junglers seem to be starting on opposite sides of the rift.
KOI. Nice trade from Kana, by the way, just while we are looking at top lane. But as you said, we've got Yike up in top. We'll be pathing towards that bot lane, seeing what he can do with the Ashe Seraphine, the early damage that comes out of this support. As you can see, a little bit addition there from Super 2. Let's not forget as well, we've always talked about this lane. Ashe gets the auto down, Seraphine only has to drop the beat a single time with that E, and she'll get the stun because the target's already immobilized. So really nice. As we look at trading towards mid as well, and Jojo is just walking into Yahoo. Hang on a minute, hang on a minute, hang on a minute, hang on a minute, flash away. Yahoo gets a summoner out. He just walked at him menacingly.
Yahoo making early plays happen. Jojo flashless now makes him significantly more vulnerable in this mid lane, because even though Yike doesn't have CC, Yahoo still has flash and set it up
and
and
he hit
the
him
damage.
as well. You're waiting, you're waiting, you're waiting, because again, Yahoo just has the flash. He's now level 3. If Jojo walks back in, that is a flash rune prison into Q. He hasn't put any points in just yet, but Yahoo now holds the lane.
Oh, Yahoo, I mean, already getting the better of Jojo. I have been pleasantly surprised this weekend by Yahoo. I think his laning phase has always been very solid, reliable, but let's be honest, he's been a bit of a Nazir merchant this split. He's been playing an absolute ton of it, but in his series yesterday against GX, I thought that he was very solid. I thought he was able to make a lot of fantastic plays. I thought he worked very well with Booster in particular, and I think going up against Jojo, who we often credit as being one of, if not the best laner in the league, for him to be getting this kind of a lead here in game 2 is great to see from the KC mid laner.
Yeah, so often it just kind of defaults to Caps and Jojo as those kind of question marks, who's going to battle it out for the best laner when it comes into the mid lane. We heard Caps in interviews talking about how he really thought it was Yahoo. He didn't, and also Poby. Like, it wasn't Jojo that he was really keeping his eye on. And Yahoo off to a fantastic start here, proving that he does deserve to be in that conversation as Yike now sitting towards mid. This is what we're talking about. No flash on Jojo, no ward.
But his positioning in the lane is very good. Jojo hovering towards the top side. He's got the mobility with both his E and his W to move towards Elyoya should things start to get a little bit scary.
Well, it's going to be reciprocated. Elyoya's on the way in, and I know who I fear more going into the Wukong clone. It's Yike, but he's going to face check now. Bonks on the head, but Elyoya looking for the 3 Talon Strike as he finds it on Yike. Wind becomes lightning, and Elyoya is winning this out handily, waiting for the audacious charge as Yike gets flashed on, gets autoed. He's one step away from being in the death as Wind becomes lightning again. All we need is Jojo to flash, but he doesn't have it. And walking away from the 2v2, no one dies.
There was nothing left in the tank for MKOI, but they put the herd onto KC. Yike having to flash away as he was the one that wanted to start that play.
I mean, once he'd committed into that brush, he kind of didn't really have any options to get out. And I think you're seeing the value of Xin Zhao in this early skirmish. Wukong is a level 6 champ, Xin Zhao is not. And that meant that KOI was able to come out ahead in that skirmish. Good coverage from Elyoya. And again, that was a great demonstration as well of your positioning in the lane is so important. Jojo deliberately hovering towards the top side of the lane so that should a gank come through, he can quickly retreat to the safety of his jungler, and he's able to work with Elyoya to get away to safety.
Elyoya is now making another path towards the bot lane. No wards here either. Map quite dark here in the early game, and KC, although they're in a good position, the tri-brush can be abused if Elyoya takes that extra step forward. Wave is pushing against KC, though, should timing might be a bit off.
I think this is more so than Super and Alvaro can play aggressive on the wave, make sure that Kalista and Busio can't freeze. And essentially, it's Elyoya saying, I know Yike had to back. I now have a timing window where I can try and hover and shadow on this bottom side of the map. Make sure that Super and Alvaro aren't getting completely outmatched by this KC in bottom lane. And now it can reset and go back onto the map. Still even, at least on the CS lead when it comes towards Yike.
They did also spot out. Pings went down. I think Hawkshot went out at the end of the recall from Elyoya. So Kalist spotted out everything he needs to know. Now they know his top side is between worlds. Jojo all in, but Yahoo doesn't do anything. Jojo thought he could step up, and Yahoo said no.
Jojo goes for the all-in, and Yahoo just like, whatever, bro. I'm going to tank it. Come at me, and immediately shuts down the play, but there's the root.
There's a good root. In fact, the damage is going to follow as well. Alvaro's going to heal on up, and now out of pots. KC, that control the bot lane, goes forward, and the control of this early game once again is on KC's back.
You're echoing my thoughts exactly, Hysterics. The fact that KC are finding advantages, particularly through their mid lane. Like, when I think about this team, bot lane or top lane are where they build their early leads. So to be coming into this weekend and be having their mid laner build these leads is a surprise, to say the least, as Yahoo has the ult available. They're threatening a dive.
With the Cyclone at the helm as well. Alvaro is one-shot. Super's not far off it as well. They're level 5 each. Not even in the Cyclone. Polymorph comes through, but caught against the turret. A double over to Yahoo, and the Korean mid laner is gonna carry.
I mean, that tower aggro management was perfect as well. Busio standing at the very edge, tanked 2 tower shots, moves out of range, and then no more tower shots. Beautifully done. KC with a 1.8k gold lead.
And it's just off the back, as you say, Hysterics. Yahoo finding success in the mid lane, filtering that into other parts of the map. And look at the CS lead there in that bottom side. Kalisz got 2 assists, but it's a nearly 30 CS lead for the KC bottom lane.
And Yahoo didn't miss anything there. Cannon minion wave into the turret, bit of plating given over, but Jojo won't find a CS lead individually, so gold is near 1,000 here for the scaling rise. As you said, very well juggled bot.
Yeah, it was the fact that you already got that root onto Alvaro, got so much damage down. Busio immediately are going in for the setup to just tank the turret with an auto attack. It means when the Realm Warp comes through, there's nothing that you can do. And again, Yike having access to that bot side, Scuttlecraft gives him the level 6.
Kalisz is going to face check though. He gets polymorphed. Can he get a shield to get on out of the way? Jens also noticed in that play, Ryze presses W, by the way. And then all Seraphine has to do is press her buttons again. So many different layers. The Seraphine champ can integrate into the competition as Super's running forward now, has level 6 Arlight to ruin forward. It's going to be stunned up. Busio does good damage though. Polymorph back against the turret. Super has to flush away for Busio. Matches it, sings a song, and it's a lullaby. 1 for 1 and support's the only thing standing with Busio. Wait, he's already picked up a double. This split alone, the import coming over from the States is going to get another one. Busio above it all.
Yesterday it was double bubbles. Today it's double kills for the KC support. But Mirwin,
Mirwin goes back towards the wrong way. Kana has this in the bag as well. All Mirwin needs is the passive. Looking for the third hit, knocks in the air. Mirwin has the GA now in his kit as he runs on down. And Yike's going to try and time this out. And time he does indeed have. A bonk, a hit, and KC are sure of it in game 2.
I can't believe I didn't notice this. Kana ran Ignite. He had Ignite into the matchup. I was like, how is Mirwin even in this position in the first place? And it's the fact that Kana had that aggressive summoner spell to trade back and mitigate that healing. He could not win the extended fight, but we've got to go all the way back to bot lane because Super gets level 6 first. He knows that with his ultimate, he can win out the fight thanks to the cleanse. A good flash polymorph thinks that they can win out that trade, but then Busio's damage was enough to swing the fight in their favor.
And it looked a little bit dire for KC. A panic of the double ult meant that cleanse got so much value from Super. But as you say, Betty, the damage from Busio is there. And on the top side, the fight going through Kana with some nice sidesteps on the W, the ult for the setup. And Mirwin, thanks to that Ignite, happened to flash away. I am shocked that became this close.
I mean, yeah, you can see that in the longer the fight went, Mirwin was going to win out, but then Jungler was already on his way. And I mean, KC, what's that, 6 kills now? 6 kills to 1. Busio 2-0-2 in the bottom lane.
And the Dragon, and the 3 Void Groves because they just killed the top laner. KC, we were wondering if they'd come back in game number 2. I think we have our answer, gents.
Now for KC, another good early game, and coming back is so important here in the series, but they've got to keep developing this lead. Now bot lane is a bit of an issue, but Yike's here to cover. There is a ward in that brush, so it will be a 3v3 if this envelops.
Yahoo is constantly shifting towards this bottom side of the map. You can even see they've tried to put a deeper ward on MKOI's side, just in that tri-brush, but both junglers here, and now it's the Aurora moving.
Jojo's also walking down Dagger. Good point to Elio. He jumps on in. Wild Growth, fantastic. Encore even better though. The Cyclone even mid polymorph doesn't matter. Yike pulled it out first, so it gets on off. Alvaro's running away because he knows the play is dead, and Yike sets up for 2 more.
They knew that Yike was there. They watched him move into that brush. They did not confirm whether he had left or not, and they still committed to that play. I have to question the decision-making from Koi there to force that 3v3, because whatever it was, it did not work out.
But it didn't have to be a 3v3. Jojo was moving.
Yeah.
Like, I think that
Just
was
wait a
the
bit.
wait for me, wait for me. Look at Jojo on the minimap. But Elyoya tries to goes too early, and gives that moment to KC to turn this around. Because the entire time Yike is polymorphed, he's in Cyclone. He's getting value.
He still does it. He's a little snowman spinning his wheel.
I mean, also they lined up in a way to allow Busio to get an easy 2-man ult as well. I mean, the execution on that play was just a mess from Koi. KC extend their gold lead to 4K. Now, of course, what we saw in the previous game was KC made a mistake, Koi punished, and they came back into the game. And I'm not going to say that that possibility isn't real for Koi, but the way that this early game is playing out, KC is looking to bring us to a 1-1 scoreline already with this kind of early leads.
Very different early game. I was saying that before because it's like, okay, small gold lead, but this one is ginormous.
I mean, look at where the gold lead is as well. 1.5k for Kalist.
Look at where Mirren is. He can't even get to his bot lane turret. 4 members of KC threatening, and MKOI are only running out of base.
They're just going to walk on in between worlds, but Yike is just going to turn this into a dive. Remember, Busio can heal up, poke down, and you're already seeing next wave Elyoya needs to come on in. Alvaro there as well, but Krug's already taken away. Yike is being a sneaky snake, trying to take away what he can from Elyoya's jungle.
It's Raptor's taken away, Krug's taken away, and if you're Yike, you just can move back into your own jungle, still stay in this bottom side, and keep this threat of a dive up. And Mirren, what's happening, lads?
His Ignite is back up. That's what's happened. He's ready to go to war in the top lane. Yike is looking to secure even more camps. He has the smite available. He's going to steal away the red. I mean, things are looking up for KC. 2 dragons to 0, 3 grubs secured. Herald in about...
Dreaded return. He brings on the deliverance, but simply a grievance as Kana walks on away. Mirwin now has role quest completed. And it is the best lane right now for MKOI, even though Kana is dead even with CS.
Busio on the reset, though, is essentially predicting MKOI going to try and go for this topside invade because those camps were stolen. So Busio wants to just make sure he can cover his top laner and cover any sort of a potential invade. So Elyoya gets a camp back, but there's nothing else on the map for him right now.
KC also dragon stacking. Just a side note that we talk about what Elyoya has on the map. Well, there's no objectives to fight over, to look for a pick over. KC aren't overstepping, and 3 minutes till the next Drake. 3rd Drake for KC. They've now moved Kalist and Busio around mid lane. And the problem is as well, no one ever talks about the fact that approaching an Ashe Seraphine is also quite difficult.
Absolutely.
They might be immobile. They might not have, you know, gap closers like Ezreal.
But they've got range.
They've got range.
And this is exactly what we were talking about in draft, where the thing about Zehen and Aurora is they are relatively short-range champions. They prefer it when their opponents come into them, or if they have setup with which they can follow up. But what's their setup? Like, they've got a Xin Zhao who can go in, and sure, he can, in theory, start a fight, but the only follow-up you're really going to get is...
Luluar.
Yeah.
And I don't want that Rise anywhere close to me anymore. I really don't. Who's in a good spot. When he hits Actualizer, I think it's just done. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to match the damage that Yehu has.
Well, Yike is continuing with his counter jungle ways. That bot side of the map very much belongs to him. You can see that he's got a healthy camp advantage, a healthy gold advantage. Elyoya not too far behind in terms of experience, but right now the entire map is being run by KC. They've bounced back beautifully here in game 2, looking to bring us an entertaining series, but we'll see if they can close it out, because with teams in Europe, as we often say, Hysterics, the game isn't done until the Nexus falls.
Yeah, I know. Been saying it all split long. It feels like it should be a song, the next one at that. But for MKOI, you know, finding a way back in this game would be a miracle. I do like we talked about the engage, so all the power right now to KC, especially, is that 3rd dragon spawning in minute 30. And Kalista's got the B on as well as Herald, by the way, another spawn that's coming up in 10 seconds. So you can see KC are holding that pressure around topside river. MKOI seem like they want a soft contest, but they're going to have to use everything to get in the vicinity.
You don't really have the abilities MKOI to soft contest. If you go into any of these choke points against Busio, against Yike, you're just not having a good time.
Yep.
So for KC, you see they're more than happy to just immediately start up the objective. MKOI now trying to contest, but Busio's in a great position.
All right, the setup there. Elyoy gets a flash out of Yehu immediately, looking for the 3 talent strike, finds it. Yike still gets the Herald though. The Smite King does it once more. Elyoy pops out the Crescent Guardian, now goes on to Kaliss, but way too deep. Kaliss kites it back to Between Worlds, does nothing, and Yehu jumps back in. Decimating smash, while Yehu is machine gun Kelly. Unleashes hell, and the double over to Kaliss just cements that this is KC's game.
KOI's initiation looked so promising at the start. The fact that they had the numbers advantage, KC wasn't ready for that fight, and that they were getting good damage down, felt like that they were going to be able to win out on the fight. But, and this is a big but, Yehu ulted out! He was able to ult out on the rise as Yike was ulting the backline. So watch, 4 members in the pit, Yehu has to flash immediately. He's able to actually ult out of this situation to safety, and Yike disengages too. So then when the rest of KC regroup, now in the front to back, KOI have no tools left to fight against this KC squad.
Really well done by KC. And MKOI kind of tossed everything at that fight, hoping that maybe that could be the fight that brought them back into this game. Now with Mountain Dragon up, and MKOI being pushed out of their own jungle by 2 members of KC. This feels like KC's game.
This is just such a stomp, and it is great to see the recovery after the early game. In game 1 was so formidable, and then they just did nothing with the lead. Yike couldn't transition. This game, I could say the difference, the complete difference. Yehu, especially that roam early, has been great as they're trying to stop Mirwin from getting this tier 1 turret up in the top side, getting MKOI's first turret of this game. Outside of the kill, this is a flawless game so far.
That's a great comment follow-up. KC
yeah.
aren't afraid of sharks no more. I mean, they're definitely not being circled this time around. And I mean, I think this is what we all wanted. We wanted to see both these teams putting everything on the line, going toe-to-toe. And of course, KC still need to close this game out to bring us to a 1-on-1. But with the lead that they have, with the dragons that they have, with the objectives that they control, it feels like that this is a foregone conclusion.
I mean, your bot lane is up an entire item. Mirwin in a lot of trouble against.
And are you ready for the damage? Dreaded return, but Mirwin, I don't think he wants him that close.
I mean, he doesn't have the actualizer yet, so this is like baby
We're 17.5 minutes in, gentlemen.
Yeah. And 2 items.
2 items.
Yeah. Both carries.
Like that Rod of Ages hasn't even finished stacking yet, so.
True.
Excuse me, what is this? Why is there...
Dak,
why
what are
is
you
there a
pointing at?
tunneler on
Arrow
Sion?
goes down.
That's not a tank. That's not the item that I was expecting to go.
Maybe he just goes Overlords early, you know? Carter's probably chill. I mean, 770 stacks of the W passive is who gets his top lane turret.
Yeah, I thought the boss wasn't here anymore.
No. Someone's got to keep it alive.
Oh my God, Yike. Come on, man, give him a camp. He's stealing away his Gromp as well, straight in front of his face. Baron in a minute 40. KOI already running out of options. I mean, your attention would turn to a player like Super. We know that with this Yunara Lulu combo, it can be a force once it has the items. Unfortunately, those 3 daggers don't quite constitute an item, and I do not think that he will have the damage that can really compare against this Ashe, who's already picked up that PF sword on top of 2 completed items.
Probably ever at this point as well. It's a mid push. It's without a turret. It's the power of KC right now, willing to face check. A Seraphine walked into a Xin Zhao and nothing happened. It just shows you the state of the game, and this is our lower bracket finals, but I mean, these games are completely different. The adaptation under pressure has been brilliant from KC as this mid turret's going to fall, Inner's going to go down. Look at Yehu pressure in the bot lane at the same time. This charge won't be the last. It's decimating smash after the onslaught. The Battle Herald not needed. He gets a charge on the inhibitor turret instead. And meanwhile, MKOI finally get the topside turret while KC are burning the rest of the house down.
KC are just taking everything that they want. As you say, MKOI get top, but it's your mid lane inhibitor turret exceptionally low. Another push will take that down. You've got to try and fight a Mountain Dragon in 2 minutes. Baron is about to spawn. And this Seraphine got 2 early kills, so she's scaling. This is insane.
Because the Helia already picked up. I mean, that was a while ago, but we might just get ourselves 2.5 item Seraphine before this game ends. I do feel, though, we are in the home stretch of the next 5 to 10 minutes. One more fight, it'll lead to Baron, it'll lead to the base. And it will be one of the most dominant victories if KC can keep up this pace that we've seen over this entire split. Outside of G2, I will say, is...
I mean, the thing they have to be cautious of is Baron. What we do know is with the lead that they have, a single Baron would probably be enough to end the game, but it's also the easiest way to throw a game. KOI, if they could win a fight, or even if they don't get the Baron, but they get a bunch of kills around the Baron, it can do a lot to just stall the game out and give them opportunities as Mewin going for a bit of a scrap.
He is face checking against the right. I don't know about that. He's looking for his passive up and available. Good cutting away. His overload was there, ready to channel in, and Yehu in the 1v1 is just going to take some plating as well. He walks at Mewin menacingly, and Yike's also hovering just in case Mewin stays.
More gold for Yehu. Level 15 now secured. We have to imagine that the actualizer is going to be worked on next, as the Dragon is a minute away. KC don't need to overplay anything. They can take their time, they can play it slow, and they just need to wait for that objective. Resets should very much come through soon. Clear out some vision that you can, refresh those wards, and you can already see, just as I said, Abusia already back out on the map, replenished wards, control wards, with wards aplenty, ready to set up for this Dragon Soul 40 seconds away.
And again, just trying to steal away camps, trying to put as much pressure so Alvaro can't actually get into a position to contest that vision that has already been placed. Actualizer completed from Yehu as he TPs back into bot lane. That was all that KC were waiting for.
Also, Titanic picked up for Kana as well. So we get that tunneler into a full item. The Sion who played weak side, who was the only one not channeling so much gold above his counterpart, as KC in river first. MKOI going to approach. Kana willing to face check, cares not. Again, he won't take damage. The arrow connects on AOE. He's got the Crescent Guard out early for the beat drop. Gets a double up and now sent into the sky. Not much was burned there. The arrow has a low cooldown. As teleport going to be burned. MKOI trying to bring in the cavalry. This is Jojo walking into position. Decimating smash. A zone. They can't get through. MKOI trying to walk towards Kana. As Dragon slowly getting whittled down for patience. Is the game of KC here. As Cliff starts ordering at 3k. Needs to be stolen. LUN needs it big, but he won't find it. Sands up. Cyclone in the way. And Mewin won't even get to play. A double down, and KC can just start the Dragon again.
MKOI knew they needed a miracle, but KC would not let them have this. KC find the fight, and they might look for more.
Look at the angle from Kana. He's got an angle of a dream. Alvaro dead in one shot. Elyoy over for the steal, but Yike owns the League of Smite. You can't take that away from him.
KC play the Dragon so clean. They don't give KOI the opportunity to steal it away. They commit to the team fight. They obliterate Jojo. Mewin gets a very nice 5-man ulti off, but unfortunately they're so far behind in gold that it does not matter. We'll go look back at the fight and you see they don't waste time. They just go for the engage. Flash in from Yike, 3-man ulti. Good onto the backline from Mewin, but a flash away from Kalist. Zones him away, and it ends up being a double. Elyoya does his best to try and steal away the Dragon, but as you said, Hysterics, Yike just doesn't lose those Smite fights. And now they'll get the Baron on top of the Soul, and it looks like we're going to game 3 with the...
Oh,
okay.
hang on a minute.
Hang on a minute.
This is juicy drama. Everyone, calm down.
Calm down, lads. Hold on now.
I know, chat. Hey. You said it, I'll make you stop it. Get your hands off the keyboard. We're going to find out what happened.
Looks like it's a potential audio issue. Potential audio
As KC started it. And I think, honestly, with the position I'm in as KC in this game, I play without sound.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what, we're good.
I'll take the headset off.
Yeah. You know, it's fine. But I think from this position, like, this game is essentially unlosable for KC. You're 11k gold up. You now have Baron. You're only about to start your Baron push. And all of the mid lane tower is already super low. Bot lane tower was already, bot lane tier 2 was already taken.
Here we go.
It just feels like for MKOI, they just got completely outmatched in this game.
Oh, absolutely. And like a lot, like it's easy to put it down to the draft, but here's the reality. Yehu stomped Jojo.
Yeah.
He just straight up stomped, and then he used his lead on the map.
He literally didn't stop. He didn't move his feet. He just stood. He didn't need to stomp anywhere. He was just like, all right, just come at me. I got this.
His roams were always really impactful, and then Yike utilized the pressure he had mid to put that pressure onto Elyoya.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Kana just, well, he stayed top lane. That's what, but he did what he needed to do.
jungle diff. I mean, this game, Yike has had a pivotal role, but I mean, shout out to Yehu. What a game from him as well. As we're saying, highlighting playoffs right now for this mid laner who has been decent, but has been outshone by people like Jojo, by people like Caps, by our top mids in our league. And we're asking, okay, when's this mid laner that they purposely brought in? When's he going to step up and act like a first seed jungler? I think we're getting some of the results here in this game as KC started using the Baron to crumble
mid-laner,
what's
right?
left.
First tier mid laner.
There we go. Thank you very much for the correction as Kana runs into Jojo. Now, he can't follow that one. The rabbit is out for now, but the rest of KC are breaking apart the structures.
Yeah, MKOI need to pull it out of the house as the siege begins for KC on this top side. This tower is not going to be long for this world, and Yehu happy to play frontline here.
Mirwin, he's happy to take a ward, but he'll cost half his life for it. Slowly but surely, the cannon minion does the work, and the next wave is on the way.
I mean, they quite don't have the wave clear. They don't have the gold. We're not even 25 minutes in, and KC are dominating here in game 2. Another tower is soon to fall, as that inhibitor is going to fall with it.
Realm Warp in, bringing only one, but it's to the bot lane to break down another structure with the rest of this Baron. A man in the crowd dressed as a banana, giving energy to Yikes, a monkey here in the second game. Because with one engage, you can end it all. MKOI struggling to defend. Their wave clear not there with a deflated 80 carry. This inhibitor soon to fall. Top's already gone. Mid's gone. Next wave in. Baron has 55 seconds. The final push. And MKOI get arrowed to start it off. Kana melee ulti's in. KC are getting no noise from the audience. But as Kalis said yesterday, he thrives on this. Hate him if you will. He'll take it in and blow you to pieces.
KC with a phenomenal game number 2 to bring it back. Mirwin in game 1 said, not at my house. Well, I think KC just arrived.
After Kalist in game 1 and threw it a little bit to the wayside, I think he deserves our respect for game number 2 along the rest of KC, gents and lady.
Well, yeah, Dagda, you said it. Mirwin said not in my house, but the KC fans, who are actually aplenty as well, are singing On est chez nous. We are in our house, even if we're in Spain, because that game 2, that was an embarrassing loss for MKOI and a shellacking out of Carmine Coral.
Oh my God, and it was very embarrassing, wasn't it, Finn? Like the way KC played that game, they got the early game and they just didn't throw. How does that make you feel, Finn boy over here? Come on, give me a quick react, come on. Anyway, and, what do you think about the game?
Look, I pivoted on the last one, and I gotta say, I think we have to talk about mid lane. I don't know what we originally planned, I don't know what order, because it doesn't matter anymore, because the one thing we all agreed on this desk was Jojo Pune, Emperor of the Sands, John Joseph Pune, gonna do everything in this game. This game, oh my God, he got clapped.
I mean, I don't know what's happened. Yehu just puts on an absolute show. I don't know what Jojo is trying to do here. It felt like Yehu had pressure from level 1 and he never let it go, using that solo kill into this beautiful bot lane roam onto the bot lane, and this really blew open the game.
And the really cool part about this play is that it's just so unexpected, because usually when you're locked in and you're in this flow of the game, you finding unconventional plays like this completely destabilizes the game. And even though they did win this fight, KC, I do have some criticisms here, because this is exactly how they threw the first game as well. This was the closest fight MKOI had throughout this whole game on this Herald.
Yeah, and I think if actually Alvaro flashes and knocks up the Xin Zhao there and actually cancels the Rise Ult, it could look very different, but very well executed by KC in general. I think they really never really put their feet off the pedals. That's the same.
Correct.
Yeah. And I do like, you gotta give them their flowers. Yeah, what an absolute performance. Look at those stats.
He ran the map, honestly.
And this is really not where I expected a sudden change in the series to come from again. But I think the other thing that's so important to highlight is it puts game 1 in a new context. This is why it's dangerous to be a game 1, Andy. As much as me and Finn were both ready, I was ready to abandon ship. Is because, look, game 1, MKOI also lost early game. It was KC who couldn't get over the line, and I felt like we might be coping, talking too much about the blue buff, but now game 2 kind of changes that perspective.
It's a game 2, Andy, now.
It's
just an absolute flip-flopper, no integrity.
Not at all. It does show that KC is kind of unwavering, right? In what was a really crushing defeat in game 1 after a gambit in that top lane. Now they try and stabilize. They pull out the Sion. I was watching a game with you guys. You said, Kana's washed. Kana's washed, but it didn't matter.
I mean, to be honest, if you pick Sion against Zahen and you go Ignite and you just get pushed in, it's not a great look. Because you really want that TP for the team fights. In the end, it didn't really matter because I think the rest of the team just stepped up massively. And the man in the jungle, the one with the hysterics was alluding to, the monkey in the jungle. I think Yike had an absolute great showing as well. Some really crucial counter ganks. Every single time MKOI falls behind, their way to come back is by just playing faster. And I feel like Yike really noticed that, and he just kept sitting behind those bushes where he had pressure. If Kalist and Busio wanted to play aggressive, Yike was there.
Exactly, it was total domination in both of these early games because the main difference between game 1 and 2 was also that MKOI had ways to come back. The draft facility that they had a lot of champions to play with, while this game it was all on Elioya to find a lead with the Xin Zhao, but at the same time it felt like he didn't really have tools to play with, especially after Jojo fell behind so early.
And this is one of the things that I think is important for us to track for MKOI is Alvaro on these range supports. We've been critical of it in the past. In this draft, you can see how the Lulu makes sense. You have these melee champions to empower, but the problem is when MKOI fall behind, a lot of the time, Alvaro needs to be the one making plays of his own, and when he's dependent on someone else to get that done, MKOI have struggled a lot.
Okay, a little bit too much Casey glazing here. Like, let's be real. MKOI just wants to play a few more games in their home. Like, it's so nice for them to be back. They want to pull this game to 5 games for sure. Getting extra practice on stage for tomorrow against G2 will be crucial for them, and they're just dragging it out a little bit.
So Finn, as the MKOI fanboy, you know,
not
trying
a fanboy,
to
I'm an analyst.
No, I mean when you say you're playing extra games for fun, that's fanboy
also,
territory.
Also, when G2 has content games, it's all good in the hood, but like,
yeah, because they win, bro. I don't know what to tell you. They keep winning.
Yeah.
But the thing here is, I want to know what are you worried about? We just watched this game. I know you don't want to waver in your support, but as the MKOI homer, I gotta know what did you see here?
was supposed to play a great game here.
Look, I think Mirwin actually played decent this game. I am a little bit worried when my mid laner, okay, not my mid laner, their mid laner gets solo killed. Level 6 on a crazy all-in. Their bot laner is getting 2v2 kills. They need to stabilize these lanes. They are just giving advantages for no reason to KC, and if they actually want to have any mid game where they're even and they don't have to do like Sisyphus and just push the boulder and try to get up that uphill battle, I think they have to use stabilize.
And even though Alvaro has been playing these range supports, if it comes down to it, if there is one lane where I'm looking for the bloodbath to start happening again, is that bot lane again. Yeah. Because don't forget, because even though you're a glazer of MKOI, you somehow forget, but Supa was a monster in game 1, right? Kali just traded blows, but that's what happens when you have 2 evenly skilled players with a great rivalry. That action will happen in the bot lane because it is Supa right now who is the catalyst as we go deeper into the draft.
It's true, but it's, for me, 2 games where KC runs the early game through their jungler and through their support. I think we saw it again, and this is a constant, whereas the rest and the mid game and the late game has been changing from game 1 to 2. I think MKOI needs to start there. They need to stop the bleeding, or Elioya and Alvaro need to have a better early game.
And I just don't like putting Alvaro in their shoulders. I said this as well in the last series. I feel like MKOI's fundamental strength is when Elioya and Alvaro can hold their hands, walk around in the jungle, and make some magic happen. But it's really difficult when you play that Lulu, especially if you are not comfortable in these matchups, as I think Alvaro looks that he is. He is not that comfortable in these range matchups, and I want him to really unlock himself a little bit more together with Elioya.
And I will say, as we go deeper into this draft, I have a lot of faith in MKOI Champions Pool, but I'm nervous for Yehu in the mid lane. Next game, he's probably fine, but when we get to a game 4 territory, which we're guaranteed, I start to worry about what he's actually going to pull out, because the picks that he's excelled on have been, it's not a big number.
Yeah, and we do know about the Joji Kim Kassadin, it's always in the bag. So, I mean, I do think that MKOI has a lot of deep pockets. And with that Mirwin, we've barely seen Mirwin play his champions yet. And I mean, the Zahen, I think it looked decent this game.
It did. We'll see. It is fearless, of course, so we're going to see if those champion pools can get eroded from both sides. But yeah, I think our KC faithful are feeling a little bit more faithful.
Oh, I'm feeling a lot more faithful because game 1 was just, a bad. I need to stick to my prediction to go 3-1. It was just like, a comfort game, get into the flow of things. But yeah, going into game 3, 4, and 5, I do expect a lot of things to change because I think this was a one-off again, right? With the Unite, you get the Unite, you get the Ash Seraphine, but now it's kind of be a traditional, just like clashing heads. You have, the melee supports. We're back on track for a little bit. I don't expect you know, to go the Enchanter route that we pretty much hate on both sides, because I just wanted to see them fist fight a lot.
Oh, a Bard, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the Bard is still available, the Rumble is still available. A lot of these bans have been constant, and I wonder if we're going to eventually get the point of Fearless that if you committed to a ban game 1, you got to commit for that. We're all serious, and that makes the drafting really predictable.
It's so interesting. Games 1 and 2 are only warm-ups. We're going to see 4 at least between Movistar Koi and between KC, and we couldn't be happier. Let's see who takes us to match point after this.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm a crushing.
Whoops. Wrong word.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Not even close, game 2. Not even close as KC shut up MKOI in the arena. This was meant to be, I guess, a pretty brilliant start for MKOI after their brilliant game 1, but not to be the case, especially after that second game. Well, our kiss cam is going on.
No.
Forget everything I said. We got a kiss cam holder. Hey, well done. Okay.
I mean, I think that we all wanted to see more games between these two teams, and based on historical evidence, it goes to 5 every time. And it's KOI that's able to secure that 5th game in these best-of-5 series. So my expectations aren't going to change. I'm still thinking that we're going to go to 5, and I still think that we're in for a pretty crazy best-of-5.
Yeah, I kind of like... I'm unsure, because one of the things that the desk brought up was, MKOI's champion pool, because I do think they have a massive amount of depth there. Sure. But when I look across at KC, I mean, they still have to be tested, right? Like, Yahoo, how much does he have in those picks? Kana at least has been moving more through the tanks, but you expect a lot more of the Nara and the carries to come along. We already know that MKOI have a lot there. And even the fact they can fall back onto last year's plans of like 1-3-1s with things like Talia and Miran going back towards what was his more bread and butter, at least when you look at 2025, I think it's still all up in the air. There's just so many questions now for me.
I mean, I'm just happy that we're finally going to get to see Fearless in action here in Europe, because we didn't get to see that many 3-game series in the best ofs. Yep. The best of that we watched yesterday was 3-0. The best of before that was 3-0. And so I'm hoping for a little bit more flexibility now, and we will get to see some of these drafts really pushed and tested to the limit. And right now, we've seen the potential of both these teams today. They both seem like they're in form. Let's see who shows up here in Game 3 and what drafts we got on the table as we jump into pick and ban.
Well, one of the things top of my mind is that Talia, as that's already been bypassed as well. We've had the Azir lanes, we've had Orianna already. We've had pretty standard stuff. About to get into pick and ban, you'll see on your screen, it's already Vi and Mundo both taken away. So I guess 2 of the prior junglers. Also, MKOI have a lot of priority on Boostier's champion pool, as we've already seen. Let's see if with that Nami ban, a Bard is sure to follow.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Nico as well, quite high priority coming into this one. But still, Finn said on the desk, like, you still have to kind of focus on what have been solid picks for either side. Elyoya's Vi has been very strong, and also, I mean, Yike still has question marks around it. Yep. The Rumble, high priority. There are so many picks that are still incredibly strong that you just don't want to give across.
Well, I'm wondering what this ban is going to be. Looks like it's going to be the Mel.
So Mel has started to come up as an answer into Twisted Fate. And we've started to see Twisted Fate rise up a little bit more and more. And the idea being that when he throws that gold card, you use the immediate shield, send it back, and then you're able to actually turn around that player into Twisted Fate. So maybe that's what they're eyeing up, but we'll have to see if that's the case.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, like I personally haven't seen the Mel. I know that after the rework, I've had some question marks about how strong she actually is. But the Ahri response ban coming through from KC, that seems to be what they were worried about having to deal with. But Boostier's Bard is open. Yes. We know that Alvaro plays it a bunch. The question is, will they prioritize it? It looks like that they're going to go for the Talia instead. So we're getting Jojo on a champion that, in my opinion, I think is one of his best champions. It's something that he's incredibly comfortable on. He loves to play super aggressive in the mid lane matchup as well. And it sets up really nicely for a lot of the traditional jungle picks that Elyoya likes to play.
And with this deep cooking that KC seem to be thinking about right now, I wonder if they're like, oh, we take Galio, further games, we get something like the Rumble. For now, adding range
Jin Bard,
instead.
I think.
Yeah?
Jin Bard is the direction that they seem to be going in anyway.
Because I was going to say, like, Galio, most of the time, I kind of prefer him when he's got, you know, dive to enable him to be proactive with that ultimate. But with Vi taken away, Pantheon, Jarvan, Zinza, and Wukong gone, you know, the dive potential coming from your jungle isn't exactly at an all-time high. So I'm curious if they may end up flipping that script and not going for the Galio for Yahoo.
Now, gentlemen, I just need to float this by you both, but last night in the LCS, we did get to see an Ornn jungle from Inspired. And now we both know that these junglers are happy to play a wide variety. Ooh, Syndra. I was expecting the Bard to come through, just grab that early. But Yahoo, I believe this is his first Syndra of the split, from what I remember.
Yep.
It's also something that leaves you very wanting when it comes towards damage if you're able to go for some sort of tank. So suddenly things like the Ornn looking a lot more high priority. So I think this is where for Kana, you have to take some sort of carry. Like, there is a lot of upfront burst in both the Jhin and the Syndra. A lot of those enabling tools in the CC they can provide. but utility isn't enough to get you across the line. They need some of that more DPS focus.
Well, Spain seemed to like that one. The lock-in of the Kaiser from Super. We've got a bit more Dino. We talked about the lack of dive. I like that you're starting to cook a little bit with jungle matchups here, Betty, as we go down the pool. I will also raise that we've had the Aatrox pop up throughout the split as we go on and draft. Another dive champ to add in the mix.
Lucio, one of the few people who's brought out the Leona as well, which could work relatively well here if he wants to go into it too. The Nautilus. The Rel Hover, though, seems like that might be the call he wants to go for.
I mean, KC have been hovering a bunch of different champions today in their draft, so I'm going to wait to see what they end up locking in, but it looks like that will be the answer. Your ability to remove that shield on the Nautilus W is always a valuable tool. Of course, you can use the hook to interrupt her ability to engage, which is always something to bear in mind. But Jinrel into Kaiser Nautilus, I mean, we wanted to see engaged supports, and we're definitely going to get it from both Alvaro and Lucio here in this game 3.
Do you think the Yike Jace is too much for a call? Have we got too much poke? Do we need more frontline now? How are you guys feeling with damage? All questions I'm asking as Lee Sin is the first to go.
I think that picking tanks into Syndra and Kaiser, sorry, Syndra and Jin is a good choice.
From MKOI's side, yeah.
Because 4 bullets, not very good at killing tanks.
Yes.
And Syndra's burst, once her burst is gone, that's kind of a lot of her damage gone. I wouldn't say it's all of her damage gone. She can still do a lot in fights, especially like Faker's very famous for throwing out the ult first and then using it as an AoE stun, for example. So it's not that Syndra will fall off immediately, but yeah, I think tanks are super effective into this matchup. And the fact that they banned away Trundle immediately leads towards... Seems like Koi agree with us in the direction of junglers for sure.
The Poppy ban as well, I was kind of curious because I think there is a world where Yike maybe could have taken that to try and prevent something like an Ornn from being the pickup here for MKOI. You know, you get some value from the W on Ornn engages and setup. But now I'm just curious what the plan is, because I think there's also where Yike can fall back in towards things like the Maokai and try and provide more of that tank jungler role to enable Kana to be the top laner that he needs to as in a carry performance.
Merctreads get a lot of value if they decide to go for the Maokai.
Yeah.
I mean, Sejuani I don't love. I'm thinking about other jungle options.
Not Ivan, like that's silly.
We did see Neferi from Yike. Could be a possibility. I don't love it here.
Okay, so
we just talked extensively about that Jace option, and it looks like that's going to be the direction that they go. For Koi, I'm expecting tanks. Ornn top lane we've seen from Mirwin a bunch. Usually it's his answer into the Rumble, but I'm expecting Rumble to be permabanned throughout this series.
Yeah, I think you take the Ornn and you just go, look, this is all poke on KC. We just need to find engage. We need to find setup. You've already got a flash Nautilus engage. Trying to set for more, and okay, Elyoya.
I love that.
I mean, we've seen this Kiana come through from Elyoya before. I think, if I remember correctly, kind of mixed success. He's had some very good Kiana games.
Some high highs.
And I definitely know that he's good at the Kiana, but on the competitive stage, I don't think it's always worked out for Elyoya. Ultimately, though, like, it's a great skirmisher into the Jace. Your ability in wombo combo is definitely very lethal.
Guys.
But now the thing about the Jace is it is a flex pick. You've got to remember that. And I think that Mirwin is trying to play around that by picking the Renekton in the top lane. A topside bruiser that can go into many matchups relatively safe. But what will KC end up throwing into it?
I'm a little worried that MKOI have over-indexed into trying to play for matchups, though. Because the Renekton, if you end up going with this long-range poke composition, has a miserable time. I'd actually like the Sejuani now, because you're not, like... This Kiana is going to struggle to get into positions if you hold vision. You've got really good engage between both the Sejuani and the Rel. Especially Sejuani's being non-committal, just allows you to continue with this long-range DPS. And MKOI need to get ahead early, it feels like, or they will just be at the mercy of this poke composition.
I just love that MKOI have thrown in the mallet and been like, we're all in, baby. You know, we talked about, like, what's the dive we can build with this? And they show us a complete out-of-the-water fearless composition that can only be described in words of amazement, especially since Elyoya in his career, 11-2 on this Kiana, 86% win rate, 85 rather.
So I was very wrong. I was
to be fair though, like, when we looked back last year, he had like one game where he got off to like a 4-kill start that he couldn't actually capitalize on.
That's the one
and
I
then
was
they lost.
yes.
And then he had another game later on where he actually did end up winning and having a spectacular performance. But I do think with KC, like, trying to play Renekton into Syndra is not a fun time. Into Sejuani, not a fun time. And you've still got a ton of long range. it is really going to be on Jojo Pyun to have a great game. Find the tools that he needs to access side lanes and make the plays happen.
I think you make valid points. My counter-argument, basically, is I think that this is a perfect juxtaposition of styles. When I think of KC, they demonstrate to me consistency. Every time I watch them play, I feel like I get the same thing out of their players. But KOI, to me, have always had that star potential in every single member of their roster. Any player can, at any point, make that game-changing play, and I think they've given themselves a draft that enable that playmaking potential. They have a lot of agency to flip the game, effectively, whether it be supers, finding Kaiser's angle to dive onto the backline, whether it be Elyoya finding that clutch ult or finding a big pick. While I think that KC's composition holistically makes sense with its poke, with its range, with its front-to-back style, I think KOI has so much agency for these KOI players to play how they like to play and make things happen using their own ability and skill.
I mean, I do also love as our chat messages coming in. I just love that the Hail Mary there that you're talking about, Vedius, is thrown by all members. And again, that star potential has to step up big. Doug, you talk about Jojo's input and what he has to bring in this game. So far, the lane has started off nicely. And of course, in a game like this that is so volatile through lanes, we have to look at junglers, their pathing. It leads us to the bottom lane where double engage is there, solid engage out of Alvaro and both Busio. Jojo, of course, is level 2 first. Yehu takes all the damage. This threaded volley at its max. Also connects, scout of the week though. Yehu has a bit of range himself.
You're seeing exactly why though. Jojo on Talia is just one of his best picks. Already he's building up a CS lead in the 1v1, and he knows exactly how to trade on the champion. He takes full advantage of the low cooldown Q. He bullies out his lane opponent. He's happy to trade HP because he knows he's going to go for the early back. All of the pots are already burnt, and it's about asserting that early control into that first base for a nice 400 gold spend.
Well, Busio getting the worst side of the trade, but Yike going for traditional
coming in, scout of the week, perfect as well. Yike's going to Arctic Assault in, waiting for the Winter's Flail, and it lands. Permafrost auto. Well done, KC.
Great gank from Yike. All he wanted to do was move to his bot side jungle. He goes, well, I'll walk through mid and see what happens. Not only does he get Jojo's flash, but he gets his life as well.
I mean, Jojo wasn't expecting that early gank. Like, it doesn't happen very often in the meta. It was a top side clear into mid lane gank. Alvaro connects a hook.
Barrier comes in as well. Supa's looking for that second skin passive just to layer on down. He sends out that W, but it is going to be blocked by Busio while Casey's bottom lane walks away scathed.
Alvaro and Supa playing this bot lane matchup well, though. The initial trade on level 1 going in their favor, and then they're able to double down as they get towards those progressive levels. Honestly, the fact that you're forcing some of these early summoner spells is a big win in the matchup.
Some big trading going on here through the mid lane. And all the while, you know, I'm just looking up and I'm seeing like, where are we at here for Yehu Syndra? He's only ever played 2 games from what I'm seeing here in his all-time career record. So that's one thing. Another note, we haven't even talked about Kana's Jace yet, which is super important to know he's his best champion.
Yeah, it's incredibly strong, and I think that's where Kana does shine. We're able to put those resources onto him so he can have isolated lanes, carry the matchup, and just play through his own lane prowess. Mirren, though, not a pushover on the Renekton, has been doing a relatively good job at the moment of keeping himself in check. The wave is pushing in, so we'll be slightly behind. But Yike in mid again.
Oh, Jojo's confident in his junglers here. He thinks he can walk up Arctic Assault, but he's got no flash again. Permafrost lays him down, scatters the weak, and Jojo is that weak man.
If we can get a replay showing what Yike sees, or what Elyoya sees specifically, because I saw Yike's ping onto Elyoya. So I assumed that because Yike saw Elyoya, Elyoya can see Yike. But it seems that Jojo had absolutely no information. The fact that he walked into that brush just to get a ward down, to get some info down as to where the enemy jungler was. Yike finds another successful gank mid, and Yehu off to the races here in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to see it now here. So yeah, I mean, Yike
He
just
doesn't
squeezes
see him.
past.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Well played there by Yike. So just taking full advantage of that pocket of vision to catch Jojo out. He feels safe because his jungler's in the river too.
It's a small path up to finish the scuttle, and the vision just cuts out because he didn't Arctic Assault over the wall. He walked it.
And the thing that you said earlier, Betty, is still true. Like, there is incredible Merc Thread's value in this mid lane, but it's so delayed now for Jojo. You had to stop off for the tier already, which was going to delay it enough regardless. But even then now, Jojo, further behind, has only now gone back for the No Magic Mantle. This man is going to be bullied. Oh, I was going to say a lot. It's Kalist Nerdy gets caught.
Shield going to be shattered though. Busio gets a good engage, but there's backup here. Elyoya on the way, even on the wall. But Yike again, always here when he needs to be. 3 vs 3 in the bottom lane, interrupted by a weird pig. Setting up for Busio, double shattering strike. Dredge on no hits in on a minion, and Yike has taken no damage. Permafrost again, flush away from Alvaro, but the Winter's Flail. It turns into a fight, almost a double. Yike on the board. Now with the damage disrupted and Super's in lethal tempo. MKOI try to fight it back, but KC walk away without a death in their pocket.
Super played very far up and actually got a good amount of damage onto Kalista Busio, which I think prevented that from going significantly worse than it did. Still though, Yike on this Sejuani is everywhere so far.
I mean, Yike came into the league as a carry player, but then playing on G2 for 2 years, he became a Sejuani Maokai player.
Yeah.
And like, that's what I remember him so much for when he was on that G2 roster.
The Jankos effect.
Yeah, the Jankos effect indeed. And now seeing him back on the Sejuani and him just running the rift. 2 ganks in the mid lane, covering for the gank in bot lane. He is reading Elyoya like a book.
And Yike has just been on a cliff since that second game. Even in the first game, there was an individual lead brewing. But that last game was clinical on the Wukong. Here on the Sejuani, the reason that Yehu has a lead is because of those well-timed ganks. He then counter-ganks bot, and Elyoya can't do a damn thing in that 3v3 matchup. We look towards top. Mirwin, did he just press W on a minute?
He's going all in.
I don't know about that. Dominance going to be used. Bopped on back. Kana going to space it. Acceleration gate there, waiting for the shock blast. Combo hits, but Mirwin able to survive and tank it out.
Yeah, Mirwin hoping to go for the aggressive trade because you can see that, look where Elyoya is, but once again, Yike has beat him to the punch. Yike is here.
No slice and dice. Yike's going to walk on up level 6. He's got himself a nice glacial prison. Mirwin's getting knowing Helvin, going into permafrost again. Yike used the ulti in reverse onto Jojo. Now KC have to get on out. Yike's going to go down. Wakana walks it out, flushes away from the ulti. Supreme player talent doesn't mean anything, but Elyoya comes back, gets a shutdown on another well-timed game.
Koi finally get on the board. They commit 4 members to the top side of the rift, and they're looking for a play onto Kana.
Javish has himself a nice little buff up here with the Earth Elemental. MKOI have 3 members. Kana against the wall. Turns into Hammer. He's trying to kite it out, but there's too much damage. Elyoya sets it up, but under turret it's a trade. Kana holds strong and takes one down too.
Kana gets one back. Jojo couldn't continue tanking it up. But KC, they can't really make the play on the bottom side of the map that they were hoping for. We're eyeing up a dive, but they take the dragon instead.
I love that Koi is not backing down though. They're willing to scrap, they're willing to fight, because they know they need to fight their way back into this game. Koi have just short of a 1k gold lead. They're gonna get the first dragon of the game. But Koi, they're not going to give it up that easily.
No, they're not. Jojo from over the wall. He has his flash available. No wall to lay down the path. Mirwin's here to help out, but Dragon's already gone. Scatter the weak. Oh, the flash. Interrupt the deadly flourish as well. Seismic shot doesn't connect. Oh, you hate to see it, but Jojo thought he could pull the angle.
KC wanted none of it, and that's exactly what we were talking about in the draft. The ability to close the gap is difficult into things like the Syndra when she can just push you back. Flash invested, nothing gained, and KC will get terror plates on top side.
The downside for Koi is exactly that, Dagda. You've left Kana isolated in the top lane. You've allowed him to push in that top wave, get 2 plates for himself, and remember that because he traded 1-for-1, sure, the goal difference between the junglers now equalized, but the goal difference between the top laners has only gotten bigger.
And also, while that play was happening topside, Busio got some great vision in the bottom side jungle. You can see the pings onto where Elyoya is, because there's a ward on Raptors. There's a ward that's spotted on Krugs as well. They have full information on where Elyoya is going to be on the map, which is going to enable Yike even more to keep pace and make sure that his lanes don't feel the brunt of this Elyoya power.
Well, now Elyoya setting his sights on these grubs. Is he going to start them off, or is his priority? It looks like it's just the Scuttle Crab for now. Yike is in the vicinity, though.
Busio Roman as well. So a lot of members of KC on this top side of the map.
Kana sees that as well. He's playing super safe. He doesn't want to fall to a trap.
Set up for the grubs. Let's keep eye on Mirwin, how he holds this wave for now. Needs to neutralize here as both junglers are in top.
But if Busio is spot on bot, Kalista is very dead. No level 6 for Alvaro.
Oh, perfect Alvaro. Nicely done. On a trap, you'd say that's good, but it is Kalista after all. Super can't get much damage down. An early game Kai'Sa, and that's all it is.
Now, though, you have to kind of back away as Kalista, because Alvaro, I think, hits level 6 off this wave, which makes it way more vulnerable. Still, Yike looks like he's going to be able to get these grubs, though. And Busio very quickly started to retreat to this bottom side. You can see that he's getting zoned off.
Busio is here, though. He should feel...
Good call. for
He's
the
going to
wave,
use
right?
it to, yeah, he's going to use it to get the minions, and he's going to go back to base. Super will get this extra wave. But overall, bot side of the map, pretty even. That jungle gap has closed, largely because Yalio's been doing a good job of getting those scuttle crabs, keeping up in terms of camps, and getting that kill onto Kana really helped him a lot. Really, it's the solo lanes where you're seeing the biggest advantage for KC starting to grow. Yahoo with a 500 gold lead, Kana with an 800 gold leads. These solo laners are going to be very important as the game continues, but let's remember that KOI are not out of this game just yet. The early game hasn't really been theirs so far this series, but it's the team fights where we've seen this team shine.
And especially, you know, when we get to 1-2 items, we're talking about the aggression of this comp. Anyone can carry. There's so much star power, not just in the players, but the champions as well. Elyoya now with an Umbral Glaive that controls vision, but also gets a burst of lethality and damage here. So this next Dragon fight we're alluding to could be a big one for MKOI.
It's those stars combining that I think are going to maybe help MKOI here, especially Jojo Pyun's wall and Elyoya's ultimate. The opportunity to try and spread out fights and immediately have impact is massive. Because if you can get behind any of these carries, if they're flashless, they're dead.
I want to note Mirwin still only with a Tabi and a Ruby Crystal. Must be sitting on a bit of gold up in this top lane because that Renekton doesn't have anything to his name right now either. MKOI spotted out going for this top side, but again, Umbral's going to help clear the vision for Elyoya. He's just making sure Jojo's safe to push out this wave.
Yeah, I think the second he steps away, there's going to be a lot of pressure on towards his tower. But again, Elyoya moving up towards the top side. The ward just died, so I don't know if it did spot Elyoya, but he's still going to make his way top. Jojo in the vicinity as well.
Camps to take as well. Yikes nowhere nearby. This is a free red buff, possibly into Krugs, possibly into top dive. So a bit of gold really nicely done here from Elyoya, but Dredgeline connecting is trouble. MKOI have found a play in the 2v2. Magnustorm comes out late, but a killer instinct. Super takes down one for the crowd. Now Boucher's left isolated alone, and Yike will come to save the day, but as he flashes away, Super's going to match it. A double over. Now into Yike. He's going to stand here and start hitting the man-bear pig. And running away, Sejuani has help of Yahoo, and Yahoo coming in. He's got his ulti available, unleashing power, and Super's down. Alvaro flashes out. He knows the play is kaput while we look towards top lane, and Kana is down. MKOI still fighting big across the map.
Kana was in a heap of trouble the second Yike showed in that bot lane play. Jojo roamed, Elyoya roamed, and MKOI get a play back on the top side, but the bottom lane is the interesting one.
This is the star power that we were talking about earlier. A single hook from Alvaro created this cascading domino effect where they got 2 kills on the bot side, they got a kill on the top side, they only traded it for Super, but it is a huge gold swing, and it all starts with Alvaro landing this hook.
And Kalist greeting for that extra shot on the tower. There is so much damage and setup. The cleanse from Super is perfect with the killer instinct to set things right. And Busio knows he's going down. It's just Yike seeing how much he can help out. But now we're back to live, and KC setting up for the Dragon. And
MKOI the one choosing this fight, so Dredgeline pulls in Busio, he's caught out, he can't move, and he crashes down, but over the wall the damage is enough. Yahoo wasn't there to start controlling the zone, as MKOI have the Dragon to themselves.
MKOI aren't wasting any time. The moment they're back out onto the map, they're looking to be fast, they're looking to be hostile. Kana has found Jojo.
Let's see, Hammerfall is going to come out, he puts down the Unraveled Earth, threat of volley, and now as the poke comes through, the flash away from Jojo's down, yes, but Kana has to get out of dodge. Minion wave going to help him save the day.
Kana tried to delay the to the sky so he wouldn't end up CCing himself, but it does mean that Jojo is able to walk away with that flash.
Big
but
trade.
It's MKOI. Again, once you keep this pressure up, if you can quickly find the fights, that's where MKOI succeed, and you've got to see it there.
This comp is just so good at skirmishing. Kiana in a 2 versus 2. You have Talia in a 2 versus 1. Like, they have so many ways to find these little outplays. And they're doing it. They're keeping the pace of the game up. Yike ran the early game, but as we get closer to the mid game, it's Elyoya that's taking over. He's been farming up a storm in the jungle, stealing away camps when he can, and look at how strong this Kiana is becoming.
And I feel like as well to pair up, if Alvaro is hitting these hooks like he's been doing, that support jungle that we highlighted many splits ago and have for many splits since their inception will step up to the plate in game 3 again.
Well, honestly, it's just Kalist being in bad positions. Like, he should not have stepped up again for that auto attack. But now
Oh, okay, Jojo only gets slowed on down. Permafrost's going to come through, though. They need the damage. Kana jumps in, but supreme display of interruption. Kana in trouble. Damage not enough. Elyoya, that was just sexy!
In the 2 versus 2, these champions simply thrive. Perfect timing from Elyoya, perfect play from the mid-jungle combo. KOI continue to grow the gold lead, and this game is quickly getting out of control.
What started as praise for KC has quickly become a mausoleum for them. An incredible performance from MKOI on turning around these plays and just not giving KC time to think.
Jojo's going to get the plating from bot. His gold lead, or rather lack of, is going to be catching up to Yehu, who's picked up 3 kills in this early game. MKOI on the board in a big way, 3,500 gold. First turret of the game is going to Jojo alone. And revitalized, to say the least, it feels like MKOI has become.
And MKOI would just get to continue this pressure. Rift Herald on the cards. Trying to set up as KC around these objectives can be so scary when you're not able to push out and get any of that deep vision. And we talked about MKOI, you know, if they fall behind, it's hard for them to try and get into positions. But with KC now starting to slip under their thumb, MKOI can just fish for picks, they can play off of vision. And especially with a Rift Herald, they can take down structures.
Not letting their foot off the pace, it seems. That's what they've been really good at doing ever since they pulled off those couple of kills cross map. Straight into Herald. Push through mid. Mirwin using that same pressure top. Kana's going to be isolated in bot to get something in his own lane, but now MKOI have the tools to break open mid and keep this game moving.
Yike, trying to hide, trying to get something back. Can he make it work with Yehu? Because look at mid, like they're going to just immediately take mid lane.
Well, Mirwin has dominance available. He can delay time. He's got flash as well. Yike's been here for a while now, and mid is still just exposed. They're going to make the play. Mirwin goes into the dominance. He's looking to slice and dice, but he won't get out. So still a good play. Yehu gets the gold, but KC now want to bridge open to an open turret.
KC needs to be finding picks like this, but KOI, they aren't wasting any time on the map as they have been doing for the last 5 minutes, dropping the Herald mid to open up that tower, continuing to extend the gold lead even further, side waves being pushed out. This will be something back in the pockets of KC. For this Dragon, a minute and a half, this is going to be a pivotal moment for both sides. As we get closer to these 5v5s, is what we'll have to see if KC can keep this game even, or whether KOI will cement their authority here in Game 3.
As KC, it has to be slow. It has to be poke. It has to be denying MKOI the engage. If you can keep the pace up, if you can stop KC from taking a breather, that's where MKOI can thrive. And that's why Elyoya is hiding in the wings. He's looking for Yehu.
He can terror shape over the wall. He'll have the audacity for supreme display of talent. It doesn't do too much, though. KC's still getting out, but Yike is caught on the wing. He flashes into Super, but Super's already out. Straight blind, flick black, and that's perfect. That's all MKOI needs. A good scat of the week, yes, but Yehu's unleashed power is down. KC are in the ground again. If only Busio, MKOI make the play work.
Elyoya and Jojo, I think we're trying to go for a combo with Elyoya's ult and Jojo's. But Mirwin on towards Kana.
In melee range, though, it's okay. Mirwin can use the slice and dice through the body. He's got everything up and available with Stride Break, and Jojo's going to get yet another turret. Those 4 kills are mitigated because Jojo keeps getting solo gold.
I mean, KOI, they're just snowballing this game out of control. And I really love the way that they're doing it. Because again, when we talked about the matchup coming into this series, it really felt like consistency.
Oh, he's on a ward.
On a ward, the flick back. Jojo's trying to feint it. He gets the seismic shot back, and there's Elyoya waiting, delivered. Oh, it's dinner time for MKOI again.
And the Dragon spawns as well. The pings come down from KOI. They're going to quickly run towards the objective. Alvaro in tow as well. KOI have relied on their outplay potential. This draft is all about giving their players agency, giving them the tools to make stuff happen. And boy, oh boy, have they made stuff happen here in Game 3.
And it's doing it from that deficit. Yike had a good start, but it's not saying, all right, you know what, we don't have these tools anymore. We can't find that success. Instead, MKOI have said, nah, screw that. We're going to take fights. We're going to find every little opportunity we can. And Kana might be the next one. Steps up, steps back. But MKOI step away with a blue buff.
And it's not just, again, the highlighting of Yike's early game is the fact that, like, Kalista and Busio were in a fine position. You're still getting out-traded, but they were holding the lane. Yehu gets the kills. Kana's doing fine. but the map fell apart in different pieces thanks to MKOI's tenacity. We talk about this individual skill level, and now with 2 items, the fights are coming even easier to them. 5 seconds till Baron. Next Dragon's a while away, but MKOI have already started to stack.
I mean, it's also just so fun to see Elyoya on these carry junglers. Like, I know that he is a long-time Kiana enjoyer. It's been one of his favorites. I initially... Oh, yike.
Stretch line again. Alvaro gets the edge of the wall, and look, Elyoya is there. Another supreme display. Yike, caught out of position. Now Mirwin is isolated, rather Jojo, excuse me, but he's seismic shoving. Yeah, who can't get the kill? Stretch line only just missing his card. It comes in, but it's too late. Busio sets it up, and the rest of KC aren't there. They want out.
What is Yike doing? Attempting to invade the enemy jungle in a game state like this? It results in Koi easily punishing the overposition. Busio falls as a result of well, and now 20 minutes in, Koi will take the Baron, and they're looking to go match point in this best of 5.
Alvaro was a superhero in this play as well, because not only does he get the initial hook on towards Yike, it's the follow-up to deny the kill onto Jojo Pyun that was so crucial there for MKOI as well. Casey, I mean, they're just hoping and praying here.
Yeah.
They're just fishing for anything.
Mirwin's taking the safe path. They won't find him. We look at the replay again. As you said, Yike is deep here.
But it's the Hex Flash over from Alvaro to set it up, which works out great, because they immediately pick off Yike. But as Jojo Pyun comes in, watch Alvaro, ignoring the fight, immediately gets the ult onto Kalist, which denies him being able to follow up with Ye, who has to step away. So Jojo Pyun's able to step back, and it's MKOI who can then collect themselves and carry through on the fight.
6.5k the gold lead now. Koi in such a commanding position, and it feels like that game 1, I guess, was the close game.
Yeah.
Because game 2 was a stomp for KC. Game 3 now feels like a stomp for MKOI. They are dominating. Elyoya.
Face checks, but look, he just steps it back. Mirwin's there to support as well. But this does feel like, you're right, I mean, ever since those 2 kills cross-map, this has felt much like what Casey did last game. Obviously not as dominant, but still dominant in its own way, with a much harder composition, you'd have to argue. Scatter the weak there, deadly flourish, okay, unleashing power. Blocking it is Alvaro, though. Elyoya last shot, going into who? Going into who for the curtain call? Into Alvaro. Elyoya gets away. No harm, no foul here. As stretch line again, Busio the flick back, and Busio tries to come in, set up the engagement. Alvaro just won't die. He just won't die. Again, closer pressing comes out, but MKOI will not die. Now Busio's by himself as Mirwin comes on in. Yike as well. Busio sets up for the play, but supreme display. Zones everyone in super. Killer instinct into the back. Yike almost dies in the end. And MKOI are just fridges, man. He can't even open the damn door.
It just took KC 2 minutes to kill anyone in that fight, and now Elyoya versus Yike.
He's still here, and he just won the smite. It's gone from bad to worse for KC's. MKOI are obliterating.
It feels like KC just don't have any damage. So very low HP. The body block comes through from Alvaro to protect from the ultimate from the Jhin. Then on the retreat, you can see, hey, maybe we can turn this into a fight. But the unraveled earth from Jojo makes it so hard for both Busio and Yike to follow up.
And that's why I was surprised to see Yehu go for the Blackfire Torch build. I often see the Luden's Echo go for the burst, just try and one-shot someone immediately. But Yehu just, even at 4-0, doesn't have that damage. And Busio has to keep throwing his life into the mix in the hopes that he can just CC people long enough to enable KC.
The good news if you're a KC fan is trading even when you're this far behind is always a good thing for you. You do get a Baron off of Koi and you stall a bit more. But
another one, Kana, he's dead. No, he flushes away. Elyoya doesn't have the ult anyway, otherwise it would have been a short thing as MKOI transition that power to top.
Look how, like, bruiser focused essentially Yehu's build is, right? Like, he's gone for a bit of the health off that Cosmic Drive. The Blackfire Torch is more about that, like, burn on health. Like, he doesn't have that burst, and I think that's really why KC do struggle when they find these picks. They just finish someone off, maybe push MKOI back. Because he just, I mean, he's played too defensive with the lead.
Well, Yehu has it all. But KC have none of it. 8,000. The lead now for MKOI in their home arena. The fans are thriving now. They're really feeling it. Moments away from moving to match point. MKOI, it's Mirwin, caught on out. There's 3 members of KC here, but again, we talked about it. The damage just isn't there, and that's a 1.5 item Renekton, who is level 15, sure, but where's the damage at?
I can tell you where the damage at. It's on Elyoya. That's where it is.
Okay.
It's fishing for a pig.
Depth charge, Weaver's wall, over the wall. As Jojo, no, he was caught midway between it. Seismic shove was there. But in the end, Scout of the Week kind of stopped the play. MKOI using a couple of tools to try and find Yike.
At least they can push MKOI back. And yeah, who does have decent wave clear now with Baron taken away. Does give some time to Kana try and push in on this top side. The last little bit of a lead that KC have in any of these lanes. But 2.5 item Jace, is that really going to win you the game here?
Well, we talked about time. How much more time? How much longer do KC need to chill? I don't know.
But I do love to see this from MKOI, because this is what we were talking about coming into the draft. The ability for MKOI to go back to what was MKOI last year. You see Jojo Pyun on the Talia, try and play through these 1-3-1, have Aoyoi onto something that he can enable that. This was MKOI last year, and it feels like they're just fitting into a nice dressing gown, bringing back what made them so potent last year.
Yeah, slippers.
I just like that we're seeing a draft which is basically saying, you know what, I'm Melzer and I believe my players can outplay my opponents.
Yeah.
And so I'm just going to give you a draft that lets you do just that. And I think that they've done just that. The bot lane 2 versus 2, the skirmishes that they found with Aoyoi, and the fact that in the early game, Yike was reading Aoyoi like a book. But then the way that he came back into the game, the fact that he focused on stealing camps, trying to maintain the level with Yike, even though he was behind in gold, all he needed to find was a couple kills. And then once he got them, it felt like KC just could not fight back. And now, the damage is so much in KOI's favor. Aoyoi continues to steal camps away. He is 3 levels up on Yike. He is 80 CS ahead of his jungle opponent, and he is making it impossible for Yike to get any farm at all.
Aoyoi has been pivotal, and this Kiana pick has snowballed out of control. And we are now just waiting for the next Baron to come up. 15 seconds. That Dragon Soul is there for 3 minutes for leverage as well. When Alvaro hook, it's landed. I know what you're saying. He lands the hooks, and when it does land, it's kind of over. This engaged support has been unreal. 9 out of 13 KP, but you just look at the hooks rather that have landed, and I think they've been exceptional to say the least. Baron is now up. MKOI shrinking down the KC vision that they're only just struggling to get up in this topside jungle.
Aoyoi is still fishing, and as long as MKOI can play in the darkness, this is a nightmare for KC. This comp does not want to face check, and oh, Busio felt the wind off that one.
Well, MKOI are just waiting. I mean, all they have to do is wait for KC to make a simple misstep. Aoyoi is going to clear out that top ward, and that feels like the safety ward. There's none towards Baron, as you can see on your minimap in the bottom right. No wards whatsoever. Yike has to face check. He arced his salts. I think I'll use it with a bit of tempo. Good Scout of the Week, but KC even grouped up as all 3 or 4. There's no way they're stepping near that brush. That's how the game will end. Baron, MKOI going to begin in that same darkness, and now how KC get towards it is anyone's guess.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting anywhere near this objective. Mewin making sure that they can't get close. The vision's out. I mean, just fantastic Baron. Textbook play, completely suffocate their vision, keep control over the waves, and the moment that KC are given a moment to breathe, they realize, oh, the Baron's already gone. Excellently done. KOI looking poised and primed to bring us to game 4 with them leading at match point.
Rush down, slice the dice away from. Nicely done from Mir when chased up by Yike regardless. He goes into dominance. The rest of MKOI are on the way, but so are KC. This is where they want to stand. Shock blast combo. Mirwin, though, still not dead. He gets ulted eventually, and finally a kill goes over, but KC are against the wall. 5 for Aoyoi. He's going to pick up everyone. And when you talk about talent supremely displayed, you will from now on say the name Aoyoi.
Beautiful fight from MKOI as Aoyoi connects his ulti onto all 5 members. A fantastic performance from KOI, a fantastic display from Aoyoi as KOI look to lead the series going 2-1.
What a way to end it. Aoyoi showing why his Kiana should be feared. Busio will fall, but this stadium stands with MKOI.
After all, it is their flippin' house.
We move to map 4 with the momentum, riding with KOI. a strong performance. Started off with a weak early game, but they bounced back. And really, this series is becoming, KC gets an early game. That's a given. Do they hold it, or does it get taken away?
Well said.
And it's not just taken. It has been ripped, it has been kicked away, it has been absolutely rinsed out by MKOI in this. Because this game started exceptionally well for KC.
It did. Yike had a
2 kills in mid, Yike taking over. It felt like all the tools were there. And then immediately LEC just bonks them on the head.
I love as well, it was a multi-punish bot lane as well. I know that Law is standing by with LEC because that man is just sensational. I have been told he's too sensational that we have to wait a little bit longer. He needs to absorb more spotlight.
He actually needs to descend from the heavens,
Come back to
and come to Earth to talk to us.
Come back to Earth. We're still waiting for that one. Law, tell me what he's got. Is he back here? Is he back on land?
Yeah, I want to hear from El Capitan, especially after this masterclass game on Qiyana. I know how much you love the champion. You wanted to take matters into your own hand here. Why was it a good Qiyana angle, Yoya?
I mean, I don't think it was that good of a Qiyana angle, but I made it work, so...
Confidence?
Yeah, I think that made a big fact. Also, the team was also playing around me, so they made it way easier. So, yeah, I think also in front of the crowd it's easier to have a good Qiyana game.
They were chanting your name, and you can hear them right now when you came up the stage. Is there anything you want to tell them ahead of last game, potentially, if you can take it?
Un poco de ruido, que igual es la última partida.
A decision, your team, gracias. That's all for us here. Let's see if MKOI can wrap it up in game 4.
Thank you. Just cheekily, he said a little bit of noise, please, for us, if we want to bring it home in that next game. Well, El Capitan, what can we say? I think we should dive in immediately, or in R, rather. Euronix's play of the day, that last Qiyana play. It was so beautiful to see the whole game, honestly.
I mean, it's what you dream of when you play this Qiyana. Finding these crazy jungle fights with his angle, hiding in the Krog pits. And here, KC, you had to back out.
Wow.
But when he sees these moments, he commits beautifully, and it's just frame it, put it on your bathroom wall, and just look at it, because it's beautiful.
Bathroom wall, okay.
Look, you got a lot of time there sometimes. Well, there's not much more to say. Yeah. You're right. This is the captain. This is the man you want to see step up, have that little performance. And for KC, he's the nightmare. He's El Travieso. He's the menace. This man shutting everyone down. And again, it's so important for the context of the series, because remember what we showed you after the last game. Yike, yike, yike in the early game. LEC bouncing back, hope springing anew in the arena.
And what do you think about what he said? It wasn't actually the best Qiyana angle, but I felt I had to go for it. What does that say about him?
In these high pressure moments, comfort means so much more, because we always said it on the desk as well. He is the captain. He needs to take matters into his own hands. And when you feel the trust of your teammates, you know, when you walk into a game and you're saying, hey, is Qiyana good here? And everyone's like, yeah, let's pick it for you. We're going to play around you. We're going to empower you. And we're going to make you do great things. And we actually saw him deliver that. And that's one of his signature picks, I think, because I feel like every single time when it comes to comfort pick, when it comes to individual playmaking, Qiyana's the champ for him.
Actually, Odo, he played it at Worlds 2 times and won. Don't ask me against who. Just 2 games and he won.
No other context needed. Look, I mean, we said it at the beginning of the day, this jungle matchup would be crucial. We talked about their history of their dark ages playing the tanks and how it kind of culminates here today. Yike, you locked the tank. You brought this upon yourself. You gotta lock in something next game. We gotta see an Aatrox and a Fury. It was an angle for it, but the confidence by LEC. Hey, don't interrupt.
No, hold on. The early game was good from Yike. That's what makes it so impressive. impressive. For the second time in a row in the series, both MKOI losses or wins, they fall behind in the early game. They make missteps. JoJo died again. It felt like Yahoo was about to have the craziest montage reel ever. But then it's Elyoya taking control and Supa as well. And that is so important for the series.
I mean, it's a common theme about the early game that it seems to falter for MKOI. But the man that stepped up and the play that kind of shifted the game came from Supa and Alvaro in the 2v2. And coming into today, we kind of painted a story that Supa is a volatile player. Sometimes he makes mistakes. Sometimes he goes for plays that are a little bit silly, like this. But also, when it's good, it's exceptional. And the fact that he had such a chokehold on this 2v2 bot lane this game, finding these 2v2 kills together with Alvaro just made the game so much easier, because at this point it was looking dire. At this point it was looking like there was nothing for them to do, but he pulls it out of the hat. A beautiful rabbit.
It's lovely to see. You talked about the historical narratives between Elyoya and Yike. I want to call out Supa and Kalist, right? Supa watched Kalist achieve everything he wanted to achieve before him. Supa has been on that track where he wanted to show, I am actually him. And it's really cool to see these games, but I have to see more. I have to see it consistently, because what you said there, what you showed there, that does happen. And we're not home yet.
We're not home yet. I'm still a little bit nervous. Although I'm not talking to me about this top lane matchup, because we saw Kana's Jace, and I expected Kana Jace to pop off. This was feared. This was permabanned the moment he joined this league. But the Kana that we saw today, it's not really popping off on the range champions.
This is so cursed. Look at the effort into the winning Sion and the absolute lack of effort into the losing Varus and the losing
tank top laners. Look, if you want to play Varus, you want to play Ambessa, you're going to get judged as such. So Sion, like.
You did ask what Odo thought.
I mean, I'm just saying, when I was playing this matchup versus Kana, I was losing a little bit harder, you know? So that's like, props to Merwin, right? Because it really feels like it's one of those series where top lane doesn't really have a lot of impact on the side of Merwin. But man, he has been absorbing pressure so well for all of these 3 games. And you can easily be like, oh yeah, he's been losing, he should do better, he should go even in lane. But sometimes they're just these games, so all you need to do is survive and exist. Because the pressure was on Kana. He needed to take this Jace. He had Sejuani with him. He needed to take control of that lead and drive it home, but he didn't. Due to how Merwin was playing.
I mean, I never thought I would say this, but Kana, please pick Ornn.
Yes.
Please chill out, play Ornn. They said wash, and I thought they meant like wash, like baptized in the hope and the faith of KC. They mean wash, like washed up, brother. The leads are not coming together, and I would love to be wrong about it, but for the love of God, prove it somewhere, or get on the Ornn and let it go.
Yeah, he's already lost his prediction. He's losing his mind, losing his mind too. Oh my God.
I have no grasp left on reality.
Finn, how do MKOI bring this home?
How do MKOI bring this home? I love Alvaro on this Nautilus. Please, carry for Elyoya, engage support for Alvaro. It's a working concept. I don't want to see you go in to game 4 now and change that all up. Like, please, just continue doing what's working. JoJo, like, I love you guys, man, but like, chill, early game. Like, you're dying way too much. They're making it really hard for themselves, but they don't need to.
Yeah, last time that this happened, KC did fight back, and that would mean silver scrapes, which honestly, I would kind of take in this arena. However, before we take a quick break, Circuit Tormenta is coming back. Some of your favorite Spanish LEC players trained and powered up in this circuit in the past. The doors are open for anyone to join and start their journey. The circuit is coming back March 4th, a unique chance for any Spanish team to show what they're worth in the world of LoL esports. And isn't that also the case for Movistar KOI? Are they worthy of that final? We'll find out right after this.
Las leyendas no empiezan siendo leyendas. Empiezan en casa, en un circuito donde nadie te conoce. Pero todos quieren demostrar quiénes son. Los que hoy están en lo más alto, hace nada estaban ahí sentados. El camino a la cima no ha cambiado, solo que ahora las puertas vuelven a abrirse. Vuelve el lugar donde empieza todo. Vuelve Circuito Tormenta.
Brother, let me try.
Wait. Brother. Let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Mercs, don't worry.
They're going bot.
No flash, no flash, Jace, no
I'm
flash.
moving,
Jace.
I'm moving. I'm not there, okay? Make time and I reach.
I'm Seraph.
Make time.
I stole Seraph.
I'm coming. Good job, guys.
Still not dead. He gets ulted eventually. Finally, a kill goes over, but KC are against the Viper. Fire for hell. He's going to pick up everyone.
Next.
No yo-yo, only El Yo-Ya. Match point as MKOI look to persuade us that they are worthy of joining G2 in the finals yet again in back-to-back splits to get revenge on G2 after the dirty work that G2 did to them in summer. Welcome to game number 4. The lights are out. A little bit early for Silver Scrapes, but the crowd wants it to end here as we have a lot off the board.
So far, first pick has won every single game, and so KC have looked to take that back. Caitlyn and Nami are going to be taken off the board as Busio's Bard once again finds itself removed alongside that Rumble that we've come to expect to be that second pick ban, as they do not want to give it first pick to their opponent.
Yeah, Galio says to me as well that they just either don't want JoJo having more access to these very strong 1-3-1 champions, but also, as you say, does lend itself towards the Rumble pick. So I'm curious exactly what the plan is here.
Could be a Kali. Often pretty good into that. Also, like, mages in general, I suppose. Maybe if they're thinking about a Victor, they're worried about giving JoJo over the
Rumble
Galio.
left open and no Galio, right?
No, Rumble's banned.
Oh, sorry, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's been 4 long games, been 4 great games. Couple of stomps, couple of back and forths, but here we stand with the Yike Vi. Now, once upon a time, I'd be worried about this, but I feel like his recent performances in playoffs, he's not had a bad time on the Vi, all things considered.
I mean, there's always that
Nagging
stigma
down.
that'll sit there.
I saw your
on the
face as
shoulders
soon as
of the
I said
hype.
it, and I was like, maybe not enough for Venice.
But we'll see how things pan out. I think Ari would have been a nice pairing alongside it, and MKOI are going to take that one away, along with an immediate Nico for Alvaro. So I already love this 1-2 coming out from MKOI. Fantastic pick potential. It's a great comfort pick for JoJo, and Nico, I think, is just a really well-rounded support in the meta.
The Nivea, the hover at the moment. I mean, good follow-up on the Vi. Easy to try and make that work, especially with a wall to try and prevent Nico and engages. Can get some value, but it looks like they're just going to take the Karma to try and have a push into this Nico in the bottom side.
The classic Yike Nivea is now, we have to consider it a real pick because of all those other Nivea players making it the meta. The Corki Karma going to come through from the bot line means that, I mean, I will say, you mentioned it to me earlier, Hysterics, and I think it's worth mentioning, Kallista's not had the best series. Yep. Like, his Ashe performance was good, of course, but of course, I feel like that when you think about his Ezreal in game 1 and his Jhin in game 3,
he was the reason they got
he got hit
hard.
by like 2-3 hooks from Alvaro, which he could have like not been in a position to get hooked. And yeah, I think we need to see a big step up from him if KC want to bring us to a game 5.
Well, Aphelios is going to be off the table if we do go there. No Enchanter, normally paired with the Lulu or the Thresh for a hook, but instead still an engage, still a bit of lane presence given by Alvaro's Nico.
And I think you're just going to continue now to put focus on towards potential mid lane bans here, or just try and set up something nice for this Ahri in the mid lane. And I think you're in an okay spot. Only other one is maybe looking towards top lane bans just to make sure that Mirren can have a bit of an easier time as he can try and pinch the pool. But yeah, it is going to be the mid lane looks.
I guess my question is with the Ahri, what jungler do you pair this with? Because they've just taken away Nefiri, right? We've got Vi on the other side. Usually it is like Vi, Ahri, or
Vi Wukong, sorry, the Wukong Ahri is as well, but that's gone.
Jarvan,
I mean, Lee Sin honestly isn't the worst pick in the world here, which could be something.
I like your tag. You're not a bad
Why
guy.
does Lee Sin make me think of 1647? I don't. There's something. There's something there. But yes, always a possibility. The jungle pool is naturally getting thin. And, I mean, this will be the first game 4 that we've had in LEC, this split.
Does it? Oh, actually, I was about to say go back towards the Nefiri, but that's taken away as well. So, yeah, the pool is pinched quite substantially here. So, yeah, I think it leads in something along these lines that is more DPS focused, but can actually pair well with playing through that mid lane.
But it's really bad into Vi, I think. I don't think that Lee Sin players really love the matchup. Also into Corky Karma, I can see that being quite annoying.
That makes sense.
Poppy, yeah, into Vi, that does make a ton of sense. Yeah, absolutely. Obviously not the greatest engage right now. Alvaro is kind of the guy you're looking at to actually start off those fights for you. But when you've got dash on the Corky, dash on the Vi, and potential other dashes that KC could want to get, Poppy's going to be great against those.
Poppy also still a flex here. Can be shoved up towards Mirren in the top lane.
Very great point.
At least keeping that open for the moment, which does make it a little bit more difficult as to exactly what the plan is here for Kana.
I like it. I like that flexibility because, yeah, both Mirren and Elyoya.
He could just do a blind pick Gnar if he wanted to.
True.
Oh, actually, I was going to say, because we saw it over in the LCS, Olaf maybe could have been a pick here because a lot of moments that you can chase down things like the Aphelios, but instead, just going to go for the Gnar. Again, I think it's just have a strong lane matchup for Kana here and make sure that he's in a decent spot to follow up on these engages from the Vi.
See, the funny thing is you'd want the Syndra now. Because the Syndra, not only is it really good,
that'd be so good.
Well, hang on a minute. Don't tease us like that. All right, okay. So that seems very much up Yahoo's wheelhouse. So not really a winning matchup. It's just a farm matchup, pretty much. Ari isn't too scared about it. Victor can get a lot of really good trades early on. But it just kind of fits into this very poke-style comp that KC have decided to go for. Koi now need to round out their draft. Where is this Poppy going? My expectation is jungle, but then what do you actually bring? Do you cook out the Aurelia?
Cannon. Malphite?
Okay.
So does that mean Poppy top or Malphite top?
I mean, it could be either.
Or Malphite jungle. I think this is Malphite jungle. I think Malphite into Gnar is horrible, so I think that they're going to avoid that, and they're going to put it in the jungle. You can see the smile on Elyoya's face. They want another way to start off a fight, and I can tell you right now, Malphite's an easy way to do that.
Yes.
I will say, Malphite Ari, not a jungle mid combo I'm that familiar with.
We haven't really experienced that as much. Surprise, surprise.
It does feel like playing a lot more from MKOI's side for team fights. Because what we've seen from KC is, yeah, they can get these early leads, but haven't actually been able to transition that into wins. Whereas when I look at MKOI, it's, okay, well, you have a bunch of carries that are going to struggle against the Malphite. We can toss an Eco in there, and you don't actually have a lot of good engage yourself. So I think from the Aphelios side of things, you're relatively safe to just play out these fights as long as you can catch someone with the ultimates and the charms and the engage that you have.
Yeah, I think KC have a decent amount of poke, which is the main thing that they need to play around. I don't think Koi have a huge amount of range, which could be problematic for them when setting up around these neutrals, but Koi are decisive. They're a team that's not afraid to just start a fight, and I think that they have the tools to start it. And if we go back to that idea of playmaking, Jojo is the player you need to keep your eyes on. I don't think he's been super standout this series, but if he's going to have a high-impact game, this Ari is the one that he'll do it on.
Well, we're about to jump into Summoner's Rift to see if MKOI can close this out. What a night it's been so far. Game one started off with a KC early game that quickly erupted and turned around. Game two, KC beautiful Ashe Seraphine composition that walked over Koi. In that third game, even though we've seen KC find early leads every single game, that third game, I mean, that was just pure bliss from KC. From MKOI rather. You know what I'm saying? It was a sight to behold as we get in this one, and yeah, we can listen to that person. I mean, they're good when they have their ultis, but early game, that Malphite is just going to be a walking cool shrunk, you know?
So I'll remind the viewers at home, in terms of the straight-up head-to-head between these two teams, KC have the upper hand. But when you look at the best of fives, there's only ever been two, and it's Koi that has won both of them. Koi has won both best of fives, and you can see it on your screen right here. So the head-to-head, all-time head-to-head, series score and game score is in the favor of KC.
Yeah.
For those two best of fives from last year, they went to 5 games, and Koi won both of them. Now, I would love it if we saw game 5. I would love it if we got... Ooh!
I've seen a game 4.
Yeah, I would love it if we got to a game 5. I think that this rivalry deserves one.
Yeah.
I feel like that the fact that we've only had 2 best of 5s between this organization is quite shocking to me.
It's insane.
It really feels like that there should have been more.
Especially after, what, 3 years now, right?
Yeah, it's also because I think every time we see them in the studio in Berlin, it feels like a finals.
It
It
does,
feels
right?
like a playoff game. There is so much there's so many fans, there's so much energy in the studio.
I mean,
for both these
it is the
squads.
biggest, like, the nationalism competition, right?
Yep.
Like that you often feel in traditional sports. You know, I mean, like me and Medic, we joke all the time in the rugby when it's Wales versus England, and like Ireland.
And Wales is the joke.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely they are.
He doesn't disagree.
But it's that same sort of feeling. France versus Spain, we've got two big co-streamers as well that back these teams, and it just really adds to that sense of excitement, especially when we've got those KC road trips coming up in the future through the rest of the year as well. You know that it's going to be the exact opposite when KC and MKOI hopefully meet up in those environments as well.
And I mean, with teams like, you know, Fnatic and G2 in the past who have been in the way, right? Especially last split, or you talk about this split, knocking MKOI to the lower bracket. When you finally get this best of 5, you kind of see the developing talent and the talent that has developed within our league, how good it can really be as we're about to get back into game.
Still, though, I think a lot to prove on KC's side. I mean, we kind of touched on it a little bit, but I need to see more from Calist. This was the guy that was touted coming up through the LFL and has looked good on KC all of last year. But everyone's kind of looking at him going, once you put Busio beside this guy, it's a done deal. Best bot lane in the league.
Yeah.
But this series, Calist has got caught out on multiple occasions. Hasn't really done much. And now it's Supa and Alvaro who are taking over in so many of these, and especially on the Aphelios. You cannot let Supa get the lead here. So much of the DPS on MKOI's side hinges on this Aphelios.
Well, we'll see how things pan out. I'm super interested in Elyoya on Malphite. How do you go from playing Kiana into Malphite? That's quite the shift.
I do have an update on this pause, by the way, just to interrupt. Coming Core pause reporting a potential bug relating to rune selection. That's what this bug was about. Due to game of record, league officials have determined that we will play on. I'll see if I get more information about that. Obviously, right now, we're just speculating, seeing what the runes are across the board. There is an electrocute on Elyoya.
Yeah, that's not like, that's kind of standard, so it's all right. So I think, that's why I was trying to run through it. But most junglers on the Malphite will take the electrocute and still go for a tank just to get the burst. So we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be.
I mean, it's probably a secondary, unless he doesn't want to run Conquer on the Corki. But
yeah, so we will play on from KC's side. And we'll find out more information and pass that on to you. But for now, we do play on. Welcome back to game. Now, as a good Orb of Deception from Jojo comes through, just note, he is playing the Faker skin. So I always love to see it. I mean, I do feel like Jojo on this Ahri, this game we already talked about, is going to have a big job to do, I guess, following up on Elyoya's engage, on Alvaro's engage, because early, we're just expecting him to play through the lane and not much more.
Absolutely. I mean, Victor has the ability to get really effective short burst trades just because you get a shield off your Q.
Yep.
And so it's very difficult for your opponent to trade back. And also his E is so fast and difficult to react to that it's almost like guaranteed damage, with which Ahri can't do a lot about. What Ahri can do is just play for fast pushes very early on and do kind of what Jojo's doing right now, where you take advantage of the fact that Victor has very high cooldowns early on, and you just push the wave in quickly, forcing him to choose between, are you going to use your E on the wave, or are you going to use the E on me? And if he uses it on you, then you just do more damage to the wave, and you get this push, which is exactly what Jojo is showing us. And look at the CS discrepancy they've already got. So really good awareness from Jojo, just basically doing what he often does, happy to concede his HP. You get 2 pots at the start of every laning phase, and Jojo will always use them. He does not, he's like, no, this is a resource that I need to take advantage of, and so he's going to throw them out, and it helps to get control of the lane, and already he's got a bit of a nice CS lead.
I think that's what we've been complimenting about Jojo ever since he came into the league. Like, Jojo's ability to, I wouldn't say flip the lane, but be so aggressive that sometimes it can backfire. But against worse players than him, he always finds a way through, is huge. Now, it's not the only lane finding a CS lead. Of course, bot lane, Supa and Alvaro pushing Calist and Busio up against the turret. They're doing pretty well themselves. As we eyes back towards the mid lane for now with Yehu with the lower HP. It is a bit of a goal lead for MKOI, just based off the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you're getting this much push from Supa and Alvaro is kind of insane. Like, Busio should be able to use that ORQ to kind of help push out the wave. And you got the Phosphorus bomb. But Calist being forced back early with some good trades means that now he's already missing out. So, again, like, eyes on Supa, an early call for him. You'd match the tier. Like, he's off to a really good start in this bottom lane. So, I have to see if he's going to be able to keep it up.
Alvaro, sneaky, looking for a Tangle Barb through the wave. Yehu too far back, though.
Immediately.
I mean, look, hang on, who gave that relic stack? Yeah, Alvaro's out of there, okay.
Yeah, I think that many teams have rituals, and when there's a Nico in the game, someone on that roster, whether it's the coach or one of the players, say, hey, you got to count those minions.
Yeah.
So, especially when the Nico is missing on the map.
It feels like abuse because, you know, the new patch with all the wave changes, like, you got to do extra math. You got to go to advanced mathematics now. But at least good math done there from Yehu. He pulls back and Alvaro goes back to lane. Lane pressure going to continue down the bot lane, but yeah, mid is still looking fantastic. Yeah, dodging that orb of deception, which is important because we're cresting towards level 6 for Jojo. Kill threat on the way.
Super going for a big trade.
And the barrier already comes out. Corky with the Gatling gun. Kalist just has to auto him down. Super getting close, but as he walks on out, pops an out pot.
I was keeping my eyes on both junglers though, because as you already alluded to, they're moving down towards this bottom side. No resets coming through, so both of them want to try and go for Skull Crab immediately as it spawns. Unless Elyoya trying to find a window to get down to this bottom lane.
Level
Good
5.
ward though.
All in, potentially, walking into the lane, flash Tangle Barb, and as well pressing the Q, Kalist gets autoed to dead! Super did a fadeaway auto, and first blood goes to the support.
Once again, it's MKOI finding the lead in the 2v2, and Yike finds Elyoya, but that's a brick wall you ain't getting through.
He can just send out the Q, the seismic shard gives the movement speed autos for a bit and walks away. Alvaro happy to step up to the wave as Boostier's trying to deflect the wave. He doesn't want Kalist to lose any more in this lane, but unfortunately he can't step up too much more. The wave's gonna crash, and it ain't a cannon minion wave.
I mean, we talked about the misplays that we've been seeing from Kalist today, and you can understand how close that trade was. It was by margins. It could have been so different. It could have been a one-for-one.
Yikes. They want the kill that badly. It's going to be flash forward. Boostia goes past the Tangle Barbs, but Kalist also went past the wave. The CS discrepancy going to be there. Back now going to be taken in. But Super did actually get back to base, so he's going to walk it out, miss a couple of minions maybe, but still good news for the bottom lane of MKOI as ulti into the wall, Mega Knight here from Kana, good damage, but Minwin is going to shove out and make sure he gets out of the way of this dinosaur.
At least with that play from Busio, it does net Dragon for KC as they're able to delay some of those backs. So it is something for KC, but the bottom lane already bleeding a sizable CS lead, and now as well that early kill. I mean, you were already just saying it, Fetty, like, we needed to see more, and it's just not happening.
Nice wall shove. Minwin just waits for Kana to come on back, but that's his burst out of the way here. Minwin gets the buckler, walks it back, Boomerang doesn't connect, and he'll walk back to lane just fine. Kana does have a bit of a lead in this lane, and it is important to note we kind of expected this, but Minwin playing weak side, not a bad
Malphite
shot.
mid, he just hit 6, there's no flash on Yehu.
Here we go, rock solid. Yehu puts down the Chaos Storm, but arcane or not, it doesn't matter. Waiting for the seismic shove to come through. Yehu walking away with still AP, but Jojo on the honey gets hit by Yike. Seismic shove, not enough. Yehu auto, shield up, shield up. Yike keeps him out with a Vault Breaker and saves the life as the double goes over to Yike, and the plan backfires.
Yike with the hero play at just the right time to keep his mid laner alive. My goodness, Yehu, he just had enough distance and enough mana to get the Q off cooldown, which gave him the shield to keep him alive. Some clutch stuff coming out in that 2v2.
You can see, oh, hang on,
Minwin might be in trouble. Boomerang Blade doesn't connect. He goes into the fog of war. Meanwhile, we go back to the bottom lane. Boots has been sniped out. Ulti's out as well. Crescendum Severin, auto attack almost kills him where he stands.
I think Super actually misplayed. You can get a Q, throw the ult, immediately auto,
the auto, yeah.
And while that ult is traveling, then get the second auto after. And I don't think he got that mid-click on that ult travel time. That actually could have been a kill, I think, onto Busio.
Well said. We'll look at the replay here because a lot just happened, but I cannot believe Yehu survived all this.
So the level 6 knocker holds the charm, wanting to get the maximum amount of CC he can do. Or maybe it was the minions that he doesn't commit to, but then the ulti at just the right time. The gravity field placement as well made things very difficult for Jojo to follow up, and there was that Q shield at just the right time.
There was also a minion that barely survived, which meant that some of that ult damage and the Foxfire went into the minion rather than into Yehu. Like a game of millimeters there for KC. But it does net 2 kills for Yike and control of the mid lane.
And you know what is true this whole series? That Yehu gets a lot of attention, and Yike always likes to be the one giving that set attention. Once again, setting up, but not mid this time. The gold is going to him. So 800 gold lead here for Yike on his Vi, and another good early game start here for KC.
And Kana get into control on the top side. This is pretty much what we saw in the last game, though. These early plays coming through from Yike, controlling this top side of the map. But slowly but surely, Elyoya was able to find the plays, and he is once again on a playmaker. It looks very different to, you know, the playmaker we got in the last game.
Yeah.
But still, the ability to influence these lanes, especially bot lane, when these flashes aren't up, cannot be understated.
Sorry, that is a silly pun.
Well, someone in the chat said KC need winning lanes. Right now, mid and top is looking pretty good. Of course, bot lane didn't quite go the way that Kalista and Busio would have wanted based on the early game.
Chaos Storm.
Ulti mainly dropped to get that push. Yehu in a bit of danger, but Busio matching the roam.
Alvaro matching as well. I mean, look, the biggest thing is Busio, in their really strong early games, has been here to help facilitate Yehu. As you're saying, the fact he's once again here also leads us into potentially set up for the Dragon. 1 minute 30 till it spawns. KC got the first one, and their early Dragon stacking has been good. As Yehu looks for a bit of a kill. Jojo a little bit low on mana, waiting again. Gravity Field is down. Jojo stunned up, waiting for the Chaos Ray. It does connect, not upgraded, and Jojo will just walk it out.
All he really wanted there is Yehu was that plate and to try and back away. Looking towards this Rod of Ages, so quite tanky, which I do think you kind of need to be in the setup that MKOI are going for, because he is going to be the prime target. You have flashes, you have Valkyries on Kalista, which can help for things like the Malphite. But for Yehu, if that flash is down, he is a sitting duck that mountain is waiting to come down on.
Dragon in 50 seconds. With KC already having the advantage on that one, you expect this to be the main objective that they're playing for. Jojo's build, it looks like he's going for a Rod of Ages as well, which means that this Ahri's gonna, his spike is gonna be, his spike is gonna be pretty significantly delayed.
Yeah, we did walk away from Rod of Ages Ahri for a little bit.
Yeah, because once the grasp changes came through, we kind of shifted away from it.
Well, I think Ahri players do it into other Rod of Ages champs.
Yeah.
Number one, to try and keep up in terms of the experience.
They want to be like the cool kids.
Yeah, but also HP
jealousy.
is just a valuable thing against
Very cheap.
thirsty champions for sure.
Yike. It's Mirwin. Can't do much. Vault Breaker in. Steadfast presence in the way. Kalista's back in his bottom lane as Kana's going to be caught out. Tangle Barbs connects, but remember, 5 seconds till this Drake. It is all about the bot side of the map right now as Jojo gets tagged out, gets the charm, but an unstoppable force in the way again. Yehu, is he going to survive this time? Yike! No, Busio, sorry, came in, and he does. I can answer the question for you that Yehu just refuses to die.
You just don't have enough damage in the combo. That's why you see damaged junglers with this Ahri. Busio with the shield. Kana forcing MKOI back.
Jojo.
As Dragon taken by Yike.
I was waiting to see if Jojo wanted to force the flash. Charm does come out. He looks for Busio, but it doesn't connect. KC burning the TPs. Yehu now back in position, but MKOI, they're the ones getting forced out of river. Busio's going to do it by himself, and Yehu's going to push the wave.
Also, Kalista's getting pushed on bottom lane and starting to be able to actually chip away at this tower into Mirwin, which is helping him to try and close the gold lead that had opened up in this bottom lane.
He's trying. I don't think he's succeeding right
He's
now.
trying real hard.
750 gold is the gap right now, and the Cole's about to cash in very soon as well. But yeah, to go back on your point earlier, that the biggest problem with Roa Ahri is that you just don't do damage for ages, like really a long time. And so the fact that they haven't killed Yehu actually didn't surprise me the second time round, because when you have a Roa yourself, again, like the HP just makes all the difference, and a Malphite, like this ain't a solo queue Malphite, so there's no Malignance rush from the side of Elioya.
Valkyrie burned. He's waiting to see if Kalista had any damage. But yeah, it always disappoints me on that note. Like, you see the Ahri with Rod of Ages, like, yeah, not really any damage, not yet. A lot of people out there don't like it, but regardless, past that point, we are putting a big focus here on Kalista in bottom lane. Doesn't really have that much mana, but Booster is going to help him push the turret, get some plating. Mirwin just playing weak side right now. Well, the next focus needs to be on Herald up in the top side, and MKOI are getting pushed here for the time being. Sakana's doing the same here, but it's enough.
Yeah, but it's not as capable here because you've got two members of MKOI pushing up, whereas just Kalista kind of being solo on that bottom side. So Supa actually getting way more out of this. And it's going to be able to take the tower unless Yike can make some play on the top end. And it looks like they're just moving Alvaro into this top side drive rush to get some vision and spot exactly where Yike is.
Under the cover, Super is going to get a bit of help here forward. Tangle Barb's almost connecting after the Proto Belt. Early Proto Belt here from Alvaro, but he did get an earlier kill, so makes sense here as Mikhail's belt for Busio needs to be noted for this next play in a minute.
Yike navigated his way into a pocket of vision. Will be spotted now. Alvaro going to use the heal.
Cease and desist onto Alvaro as well, but double tangle bar. Bubizio uses the belt on himself, and now with the Pop Blossom down, Alvaro's down an ulti, but he's looking for the escape, and he has found it. No ulti for jungle versus support as Jojo gets tagged in the mid lane. Things still looking good for KC, as Yike did just get their big engage tool out.
Kalist back to Air on the bottom side as well. Meant that Oyoya was fishing for that ultimate play on the bottom side, doesn't find anything. Still got hit.
Chaos Storm is down. Rather arcane, and Jojo just on the edge of it for now. He's going to walk back. He wants the minions. With Foxfire, he movement speeds past it.
There was a world where Yehu could get a kill there, but he'd have to flash in order to consider that as a possibility, so he decides against it. Instead, he'll just choose to go back to base, as both mid laners look to do that. Kalist right now is the target. Busio in a good position, though, getting ready to cover. Herald is 5 seconds, but everyone's on the bot side of the map. They're interested in this blue buff.
Well, it's also just one place on that bottom side, so if you can keep Mirren pushing on this bottom lane, you have a chance to take that. And KC have to make a choice, protect the tower or protect the blue buff, and the tower will stay standing.
Gold is dead even. Those first items are there. Obviously, Zeke's convergence to the Malphite's build we've seen many times before. Super happy to push the mid wave now with Alvaro shadowing. Elyoya, he is nearby, ready to press the button. Now, Dragon's up in 130. MKOI still hold control. That Herald is also a counter thought, as Jojo is getting pushed top by himself. That is going to be reciprocated by Yehu, but he's going to be there in a little bit.
It's just rotations at the moment. And it's crazy because the last couple of games have been explosive.
Oh, absolutely.
Both sides just constantly fist fighting, doing whatever they can to get a small advantage. This game, though, much more calculated. Both teams sizing each other up, trying to see what they can achieve.
Looks like they're just giving this one over. Casey saying, you know what, we don't really care about it right now. We care more about focusing on our farm. They don't have that top tower. Yehu doesn't want to overextend. He's playing relatively safe, getting very close to that level 12, but he knows Herald has just died and he has no vision. This is very risky stepping up. Oh, he does have that one control ward, so he is actually fine. My apologies.
Yeah, you don't
Dragon, though, that'll be Yike. Having first push on that objective, clearing out the vision. Kana with a nice base timing will be making his way down as well. And the final role quest now completed for Mirwin, as he secures that in the bottom lane. And the Dragon, third one of the game, sole point for KC if they can grab it.
It's hard for MKOI to fight, though. Triforce complete onto Kalist is incredibly strong. You've got Yike with the Sunder Sky and the Triforce on Kana. This feels like a great item spike for KC. So MKOI fishing for the play instead.
Kalist is trying to bait him in so he can Valkyrie, but Super just steps up instead. He's auto-attacking him. Barrier comes out, but Kalist, his health bar is now the issue, as Dragon started, but KC quickly pull off.
KC are split. MKOI stand in the middle, and they can turn on either side with Elyoya. So Kana trying to manage this bar.
But going into Mega, as you said, Dagger is big. Minwin slow though. Cease and desist. He's popped backward. Set up as the Battle Herald instead. Minwin gets over the wall. Yike, he's going to match it. Keep his verdict. Interrupted. And Minwin goes down. Big play from Yike. Meanwhile, on the top side of our screens, MKOI looking for the fight. The Chaos Storm already down. KC gets solve point and get away. They have erupted, and the flow of MKOI is trodden on as the Herald is going to get the charge towards mid. Yes, it will go down, but Soul Point is a powerful position.
Decisive play from Yike, recognizing that he can work with Kana to get that pick onto Mirwin, and they can use the numbers advantage to convert it into a secure Drake. But KOI, they didn't want to go down without a fight. They were forcing a fight on the top side of the river, trying to catch a few of the KC members out. You'll see that the flash was burnt by Yehu, but he was successfully able to get away with his life. So this is a net win for KC.
Yeah.
3 dragons secured. They don't lose any members. They do get a kill. Yike, though, doing a lot in this game to keep KC fighting.
Busio looking for a tether, but Super's out of range. Kalist is going to get access to turret plating in mid lane as well. I mean, I heard the crowd get excited for the charge towards mid, but as you said, Betty, great play from KC. It sets their comp up, their comp we talked about with Victor, with Corki, for a team fight for Sol.
Kind of being pressured off this bot side turret, though, as Elyoya shows up with Jojo Pyun. So although you are getting some of these dragons, it's MKOI getting control of the map. It will be answered by Yehu. The ability for MKOI to continue to push in all these these waves now with these 3 towers down makes things significantly easier for them.
Bit of gold. We wait 3.5 minutes. That's the next play. Baron up in a minute's time as well. KC on a ward right now that's deep from MKOI as Yike looks for the angle as well. Elyoya fishing. Super trying to find Kalisz. Maybe caught out. Spirit Fire comes in as well. Orbit Deception, ulti. Oh, yeah, a couple of whiffs and Kalisz won't be caught out this time.
Now they feel confident to turn though. Yike setting on towards Elyoya. Busio to support. MKOI retreating as they actually have multiple members on this top side. And Kana is solo looking at that bot lane turret.
I mean, this standing gold is going to be very nice for KC to grab. Kana level 14, and he's going to get a big injection as well, solo securing this tower.
It's also now difficult for MKOI. You have just under 3 minutes to actually go for this dragon fight.
Yep.
But you're hitting 2 items, which is basically the strongest KC will be. Like a Corki with 2, Kana with 2, Yike just finishing that Black Cleaver. Like, you were in an exceptionally strong position as KC in this game. And I just don't think MKOI right now have the firepower to match.
And we also talked heavily about this Ahri in the early game. With the build, we've got a Rod of Ages Ahri that isn't going to hit something like a Cosmic Drive would, right? Those 2 items where Ahri can pop a squishy carry. It's going to take a little bit more than that. And for KC, as you said, great position now, 2 minutes 10 until this next dragon, this soul spawns.
Yeah, I think it's the Horizon focus that she's going for a second here, which still gives you a ton to work with. But as you say, like, it's going to take time to get into that position. And I just, like, 2 items is great for Supa. He would love a 3rd. And for Kalisz, just finished the Muramana. I'm really unsure how MKOI are going to get a chance unless they can play this smart and look for
really
picks.
think it's just Supa. I feel like he's all the damage. If Supa dies, I think the team fight is lost.
I think you have to find a pick beforehand, though. I don't, even in a straight up all in, like Yike presses ult on Supa and it's not a great time.
Maybe you're right. I'm having flashbacks to Kana's Gnar from last year in winter, where he was able to find that huge ult. Yike, he might be a little bit deep. This time, though, he's not punished. That mid tower finally going to go down, and all these 3 outer towers secured by KC, and you can see that standing gold. 1.7k the gold lead collectively. A lot of the lead sitting on that top side of the rift for KC. Kana, though.
Oh, yeah. Newman does find him, but Kana's just going to walk it out. He hasn't taken turret aggro until about now, but he's out of range anyway. It doesn't matter. Jojo going to get a deep push up in top lane. As you can see, MKOI have put their priority around Baron vision, but it is going to shift. A minute till that Drake. MKOI cannot let an Ocean Soul go over. It doesn't matter how powerful you think it is with the Karma, with a comp that you guys have set up. It's a big one.
Yahoo just ticked over to level 14, and his Roa is also going to then push him to 15 as well.
True.
So nice timing for Yahoo. He has the TP available. He can push out another wave in top. His vision is pretty good. He just needs to get information on where the rest of MKOI are. He's seen Supa, he's seen Jojo. He knows where the Poppy is. He's missing Alvaro, but it's unlikely that Alvaro is going to be top, so he can just push out that other wave.
Good charm. Okay, onto Kalisz. Alvaro tries to poke.
MKOI are in such a good position, though. They've already established themselves, and I don't really think many people want to face check this on KC's side. Kalisz stepping forward,
There's
but a
the
charm
TP.
could end us.
TP from Yahoo, hits the level 15 off the Rod of Ages, and you can look at the poke now coming through from this Victor. It's really starting to hurt.
Well, KC, as they walk on in, need to find themselves a little pick, a little target. MKOI have strangled out vision in the river. For the meantime, it's Kana running out of the Mega Gnar, so he's going to be small. As he stands here, MKOI know that that bar's now down. Mirwin's doing the vision work. KC walking in at 3k, stopping the soul. Yike, no steal. It's secured by Elyoya. Yike gets the flush out of the back of the beat for MKOI. They have stopped this stacking at least for now. Looking for more though. Jojo gets greedy. Caught out by Yike. Pop blossom. Not bad from Alvaro, but as he goes golden, he's chunked in an instant. Elyoya ulted Kalisz, but there's no damage. No follow-up. MKOI have Supa, yes, but Kana about to go mega again. Will take his 1 target, and the rest of KC will chase down this team. Out of the woodwork, it's a soul, as it's only Mirwin left standing up here. Everyone else gets out. They denied, but can they stop this Baron?
That was such a strange try. It felt like no one was doing any damage anywhere. Everyone was sort of getting low, but not really. In the end, the top laner for Koi ends up falling because he's left isolated from his team, but now with the numbers advantage, the Baron has begun.
Charm did miss though. Kana just going to step up and auto down Elyoya. This Malphite not doing too much because he doesn't have a damn ultimate. Kana going to go mega again, and Kana's ulti's almost off. That's the difference. KC, the Baron continues at 9k. It's going down fast.
There's no one from MKOI that can get here. Elyoya is being zoned by Busio. Kana has his ultimate. And just like that, KC, they lose Dragon, but the Baron is in their hands.
We look back at this fight. Good position, good secure by Koi. Now they want the fight, but their attention is split. Jojo goes towards Yike, doesn't find the play. Then Alvaro finds a good engage on the back line. But Elyoya, there's no ulti follow-up. He actually commits onto Kalist. The charm comes through. You can see how the coordination is all over the shot from both sides.
Ulti gonna buffer though onto Kana. Pop Blossom 2, it's nice and Super gonna auto away, but Kana survives himself with a Mega Nah. MKOI can't finish the job, and Kana survives on a whim. Meanwhile, we look at Jojo again. Chaos Storm down. Spirit Rush not going to be burned just yet with the Foxfire. Jojo gets the move speed, but KC are handling this game, and it's starting to get even better for them.
Yahoo's Rod of Age is doing work there. Jojo only just completed his ticket of 15, whereas Yahoo level 16 had the access to that level 3 ultimate and was pushing in on sides. KC, it looked like that pick on Kana might have been enough to dissuade them. Ooh. But MKOI can't find anything else.
What a strange game.
It's really strange.
We've had such like explosive games so far in this series, and honestly, like Koi just haven't been able to make any plays. And like as weird as it is to sound, like I do think this Ahri build has so much to do with it. Like they've had no real pick potential in mid lane. They've had no real damage. All of the damage right now, it feels like, is on Super. Sure, with the Crypt Bloom now completed, maybe, but like it feels like it's this weird combination of a team fight, pick, comp, disengage.
Yeah. And it's also because KC haven't been perfect. Like that last fight, you saw Yike use the ult onto Jojo as Kalist is backing away. Yeah. Like sure, it was the dodge of spell as well, but like the coordination isn't there on KC either.
Absolutely.
And it's just been MKOI not being able to follow up with enough of that damage to finish off so many blinking health bars on KC that now they stand with a 4K gold lead, a Dragon Soul potentially in a minute and a half. And it has to be, can Super finish that last Whisper build before that next fight?
A couple of subtle things as well is, so I think about side lanes, and KC just have better ones. And the most important one was that Rod of Ages completion for Yahoo gave him a full level and a half over his opponent for at least like 2 to 3 minutes. And it's only now that Jojo's upgraded his Rod of Ages that is now fully completed, that he's now matching Yahoo, but he's still going to be about a level behind after everything is said and done. So the fact that KC could basically continue to control the side lanes, it made it easier for them to control the neutrals, and that's kind of what just put them in a better position. So while I would describe this game as awkward overall, at the end of the day, it's just KC that have just, because they got those early dragons, converted it towards the Baron, and now they're setting up for the Soul once more.
First couple of gangs from Yike as well have to be noted. I just put that in the back of my mind.
That's a good point.
It's been early games that KC haven't converted, that now we come back and like, look, Grimy, you think so, but they're going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat.
3 items is big. And if you can get through this, the green gun, I've forgotten the name of it, you should be able to actually get access to the Crescendum, and then this red-white, which you're in a good spot. Flashes available across the board for MKOI. Same almost for KC, it's just who's lagging.
And I mean, credit to Yike, big bounce back after game 3, level 16, GA completed. This Vi is going to be very difficult for this Aphelios to deal with in the upcoming fight.
Jojo, angle, Yike's found him, he's got a GA, he can dive in, no problem whatsoever. Jojo on this Ahri pick, we were criticizing it, but now in so much trouble. Kalist has a big one, lands it, Kana gets the auto, but Dragon's down, okay. MKOI, the side play stops the Soul, but now KC want to finish the job and take us to silver. Scrapes. Yike on the back end. Super's doing damage, but the Keeper's Verdict stops the play.
Kalist was sent packing, but straight on towards Elyoya. So now it's KC. We're in an awkward spot. They don't have the numbers. And MKOI looking for the heist.
It's all about Super. It's all about Super going into Mega Nah soon as Kana at half HP. He gets poked on out. Sterix Gage now down. Mega there, and he needs to get balled out. Super into the wall, but Pop Blossom saves it over. Super still as he flashes away. He kites back. Yahoo can't finish the job. Walks in. Super. Damage there. Super gets the ulti, but it's not enough. KC ran them down, cornered them, squished them, and even though Alvaro found a beautiful ulti, KC just have more damage.
My goodness, what an awkward situation once again. Super came so close because Mirwin and Alvaro provided the space he needed to really pop off. But then again, once it wore off, the numbers was too great, the damage was too strong, and KC came out on top. But all they got was kills. The Dragon was secured by KOI. There's no Baron to secure. So KC, while they did get some gold, they're not really that much closer to ending the game.
I mean, Elyoya's going to get caught out here. You're right. Flash, ulti, what is he going to burn? He might use it to get on out, but even if he ultis here, Kalista's on the right side to follow him down. Zeke's convergence there. I mean, yeah, they do get his ulti, though. Baron's up in 35.
That is crucial, because if he died, as you say, Hysterics, that would have been Baron again for KC. But I agree with you, Vet. Like, these are small mistakes, this over-index onto kills, did come back to bite them. They thought they got Jojo Pyun, but the entire time this is happening, Dragon is being taken. So Jojo ends up buying a ton of space here. But while on the top side, this fight ends up happening, it's as MKOI try to escape. Mirwin, I thought that KC were going to outweigh for Mirwin with the ultimate, but they don't. And as MKOI go through, KC chasing. Watch this Venn diagram of save Supa for the love of God. Because it's the setup from Alvaro on one side, Mirwin the flash W to prevent the engage from Vi. And I thought maybe that could be enough. But Yahoo! He just tanks it all.
Yeah, the arm guard was so important for Yahoo to stay alive. But so the funny thing is, that's the point of the Rod of Ages build on the Ahri, right? When that Vi dives into you, it makes the damage harder to execute. And so the build did buy him a lot of time. KOI still very much in this game. The Baron now alive, and all eyes remain on Supa. He is 2 levels behind Kalist.
Kind of just pop Mega Gnar in bot lane.
Okay.
He's going to be Mini Gnar moving up. I don't know if MKOI spotted it. This would be a timing for them to try and make something happen. Now Kana in Mini Gnar 4 will be spotted. I mean,
He can use the next wave to start building that one up.
Yeah, I think he has to. But can MKOI find the engage while he's still in that position? They don't have any clue where Yike is, which is, I think, what MKOI are worried about.
They see the
TP in front of
TP.
them,
They
though.
see it. They're pinging it.
I mean, Kana still on nothing, though. It's a good point you raised. Yike finds him. Great TP interruption. Mirwin came in to keep his verdict, and even though he's a tank, look at the burst damage. KC have done a good job so far. Everyone disengages, though, and the weirdness shall continue.
But that was the Vial committed. The cooldown isn't the longest, but all 5 ultis are still available for KOI. Because they can't convert that pick, it looks like that not much is going to come off the back of it. And like, there's just so much limited crowd control that it's really so hard for either side to get a kill. We're 31.5 minutes in. There's only been 8 kills total.
I know.
The damage dealt is probably very high, because there's a lot of damage being traded between the two teams, but the number of actual kills is not converting. The AD carries are pretty much even in terms of itemization. The Zonya's now finished. Death Cap being worked on for Jojo. A big damage increase for him. The moment he gets it, that Ahri will become a lot scarier.
And that's what I was going to say. The fact that MKOI keep holding on, they keep delaying, is buying items for this Aphelios, is giving time to Jojo. And suddenly it's not so much of, hey, you've got 2 great item spikes for KC, they should get soul. Now you're kind of fighting for your life. As this third dragon, a potential third dragon for MKOI, is going to spawn. But waves pushing in KC's favor. They establish themselves around the objective. They're getting the vision, denying the multiple angles of attack. So MKOI trying to make Baron's
All right, and Supa's got the perfect guns for it as well. He's going to set him into crescendo.
The TP for Jojo in front of Kana.
Oh, okay. Well, he's going to get autoed down, so Jojo in a bad spot. He's going to Spirit Rush at the start of the fight. Keep his verdict. Gets silenced. So Mirwin just stands there. Baron is going down. Super does damage. But he's the king of smite. We've told you time and time again. He ball breakers out. Pop Blossom's a 4-man though. Wait. Kana. Oh, he saves the play. Yike goes back in. Super's been hit. Yike is trying to get down this AD carry, but he can't until Jojo fixes the kill. Now Kana just autos through. And KC somehow find a way, but that's what happens when you have Yike on your damn team.
That is some damn League of Legends right there.
Holy.
The fight looked so close. It could have gone either way, but it is KC that comes out triumphant. 4 members fall on the side of KOI. 33 minutes in with the Baron secured as well. KC, for the 3rd time in this rivalry, will bring us to a Game 5.
KC manage it. Yike with his dying breath takes down Supa, but with that breath, he will roar Silver Scrapes as KC look to take the Nexus.
The Nexus now bear KC on it. We are going to Silver Scrapes. Winter may be in the finals, but KC want to relive it right here.
My goodness, what a performance from Yike. The Smite Master showing his colors once again.
It's so insane, man. How is it every single time he does it?
Yike is king of the jungle, at least in Smite's desk. Over to you.
He sure is. He's looking at Skumon tomorrow saying, I want to beat G2 on this stage. What a game once again from Yike, and he's honestly had Elyoya's number in most of these early games. It's just that the team could not always back it up as we went on, Finn, but I know that you were very inspired, no pun intended, by the way he played this game.
I mean, I think Yike has had an absolutely exceptional series. I think the way he's been piloting these early to mid games is just that he knows where his people are strong. And MKOI is not the kind of team that lets you be strong and pressure. When you are pressuring, they will attack you. And he's always sitting right behind, like this gank on the Sejuani or the Xincha we saw before. I feel like he's so lucid and aware of what MKOI is trying to do.
And the most impressive part for me is the fact that they're playing so much on the knife stage, because it's not really like they're coming in, oh, we're gonna counter gank. No, he's waiting for the prime opportunity. Victor here is just too damn tanky, but there's been so many of these plays. There's been 4, 5, 6 plays over the course of these games where they just live with a sliver of health just because of the timing that he chooses to have.
Maybe a very early straw that broke the camel's back, right? Because if that works out for MKOI, we're not talking about Yike here.
No, we certainly aren't, right? That's how close it is. And the Malphite is the champion that feels like it has the potential to change these games. But once you fall behind, those ultis feel like they don't impact at all.
I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
Well, it looked like insult to injuries in the final moments of the game when they're already Goomba stomping you in the team fight. He outsmites you. Like, they didn't even need that. They could have got away with not getting that Baron at all, and he does it. He just does him dirty in that moment. And for Elyoya, look, we saw it, the Kiana, it was heroic. But moments like this, where Yike is steadfast, where KC are favored in the fight, but he gets the smite anyway, is, it inspires faith for KC in Game 5.
It's just insult to injury, salt in the wound. The way he's always so clutch in these Baron fights always like baffles me, how he always seems to get out on top. It's like he has plot armor in his anime arc. There's just no way he's ever going to lose.
It's true. He's so good at those smites also. Like, better. I think he's the best smiter of all the junglers. I'm going to say that.
That's true.
Yep.
That's true.
There's a lot of data to back that claim up.
What else went wrong here for MKOI? What else went well here for KC, Odo?
Well, for MKOI, I mean, you identified it well. Is the Malphite in the jungle that made it a little bit too messy for me, because it just slows the game down so much, because they had the option to put Poppy over there and keep this whole team of the series of just play early game, be proactive, try to outsmart each other and have more opportunities. But it just seemed like it was just a gamble that didn't really pay off, because if they do manage to stabilize the early game and not make it so volatile, if that play on mid again goes well, then it's a completely different game. But on the side of KC, I mean, what went well is just Yike controlling the early game every single damn game.
I mean, it's just mid. It's just mid. I think Yehu versus Georgiapune in this series was not what we expected. We all put Georgiapune
We're going to bring it up after.
All
come here.
the
We
way
have
to the
20
left.
seconds,
I was
yeah.
on the nose on him, but in the end, it's Yehu that just completely popped off and is so clutch.
And I feel really bad for Supa, because he had the Aphelios, he had the items, he had the guns, but his team was too far behind. So many team fights where if they're even slightly closer in gold, Aphelios gets to take over, but KC are so tanky, it does not matter whatsoever. And that's a situation where, again, if this was game 1, MKOI weathered the storm. They punished KC, they managed to find those leads again, but it feels like it's getting harder and harder for them to do that as the day goes on, because KC just continue to win early game after early game after early game, whether it's better planning or better execution or punishing MKOI in the setup, they always find a way to make it happen.
I mean, I will say, this game, Supa and Alvaro in that 2v2 got the better part of Busio and Calist. I think that early 2v2 kill they found was the sole reason why this game felt close.
Yeah, but it wasn't. In the end, it's KC every time that MKOI knock him down. They stand back up and they win the game thereafter. Yike is on an absolute tear. It's the captain, Elyoya, that's going to have to do it in Game 5. We'll talk all about that Game 5 after this and after Silver Scrapes. Love it. Yehu, Aphelios, no flash, kill him. So nice.
I mean, look, Yehu's been popping off. I love the confidence from this guy. And again, Finn, you said it before.
Let's bring the board back.
We've been wrong all day. Every prediction wrong. And
Everything
now the board
here
is wrong too. We're missing a piece of the board, so I will hold it up. We had blocks back there.
Where are we going to start? Where are we going to start? Here, mid lane.
We're getting in the mid lane. We've never been more wrong. Finn was inside of Jojo Pune. That's how excited he was about him. We're on the other side. Is anyone not? We're flip-flopping. You guys look ahead. I represent all three of us. We're over here now. We're over there. We're coming up, baby. We're coming up. We're all in on this man in the mid lane.
Why?
I don't know if it's the mullet or the mid lane performance, but they're both doing it for me. But the mid lane performance has been what's winning the game. This guy's generating advantages out of nothing, working well with Yike. Like, the language barrier fear is non-existent. All of the concerns we had around this guy coming into the roster, adapting to the team, have disappeared in this series.
The question I asked at the top of the day, right? I can see the influence that JoJo has on every single game of MKOI, sometimes to their detriment. I don't know if they find the upgrade that they wanted in the mid lane. I'm seeing it now, I have to say. But you're staying on JoJo. Keep it.
I think JoJo was just a little bit bored. Game 2, 3, 4. I feel like he was just kind of zoned out. I mean, he's the kind of a clutch mode. He needs that pressure on his back to really step up.
There's another one.
Look, wait, which other one?
Jungle.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, Odo predicted it correctly.
I was there.
We'll bump you over. Finn, I guess we'll just move us all over. We're all over here
I mean, he's Swedish. That was on me, to be fair.
That was on you. You betrayed your countrymen
My kinship.
there. Yes, you most certainly did.
Yeah.
And the captained one game, but it's getting cooked in every single other one.
Yeah, the early games, the smites, just the overall impact, I feel like.
All I'm seeing is, we talked about it in the beginning of the day, the dark days of tanks, the revitalization of carries. You just lost on Malphite, you lost on Sejuani. You see the stars are aligning for a carry versus carry jungle matchup in Game 5. It's fearless, baby. Show me your best.
Listen.
And that's the fun.
Is that good or bad?
No,
I'm not sure. It's bad.
We don't like Lee Sin. We don't like Lee Sin.
I don't know.
But anyway,
Ivern actually slaps into Game 5.
Yeah. He's terrifying.
Yeah.
so here's the thing, because now we're in Game 5.
Okay, I'm gonna put this down just because I have to hold it. My arm hurts.
Put it
I'm a
down,
weak
put it
boy.
down. So we are in Game 5 right now. There's a lot of crazy things that can happen. As you said, Finn, we really want to see carries on either side of these teams. But at the same time, there are a lot of critical champions that are in that will save a draft and make it super exciting, so that we have, you know, our favorite players, Jojo, Yehu in the mid lane, Yike and Elyoya, to be able to play these champions. And there's champions like Tanks, Ornn, Cassante somehow made it all the way here, and these champions will make these guys be able to pop off.
Right of first selection, MKOI first pick.
Shocker.
KC red.
First pick has won every single game today so far, so it's not surprising. I sat here backstage trying to cook up something to kind of predict what was going to happen in the draft.
Okay.
But I feel like I lost myself in the sauce a little bit, because this is what the coaches is going through backstage right now. Show it, Dracos. Show it to the audience.
This is a mess of champion names. And so just so you understand, coaches have a lot more preparation than Finn, but it's the same thing. You're grasping at straws. Suddenly Lucian Nami, and I never want to see it in EU, but in Game 5, I'm considering it.
Busio
Getting
Nami?
a power
Yes.
combo for Busio after yesterday. There's so many little things you have to remember. The Silas, the Akali that can come in mid lane. And a lot of this stuff outside of top lane, where you mentioned the Ornn and Cassante, is so volatile. So this could be a Game 5 where 1 or 2 kills in the early game, which has always gone KC's way, could just decide the game right away.
One thing we know, though, has talked about a lot in Fearless, is that engage falls off the longer you play in Fearless. So engage in Game 5 becomes really hard to find. Not that it falls off in terms of usability, just that it becomes really difficult to find good engage champions. Odana, you said that you think Ornn might even be first pick. That's how dire it is.
He's that guy, no?
That's just how it goes in Game 5. If you want power picks, if you want lane powerful picks, if you want scaling, you do need to get engage on other sides of the map, and that's why top lane will get sacrificed, because at the same time we talked about Jojo, right? We said that he's been having a poor series, and we look at Super as well in the bot lane to carry. Game 5 is all that matters. It doesn't really matter what you did before in the series, because after this, you're either the hero or you're just the man that lost.
Ask me about Game 5 records. MKOI KC.
Game 5 records. MKOI KC, what do you got?
1-3 in Game 5s. Beat Fnatic, lost to MKOI and BDS. MKOI, and I cooked the books here.
BDS?
11-3.
11-3.
11-3.
Yes, Movistar is in there and the Mad Lions are in there. So
guys, I studied microbiology.
Elyoya is in that.
Do you know about the clutch gene? Have you heard about it?
No.
I think MKOI has it. It's in their DNA.
You know why? Because in every single one of those Game 5s, Elyoya was in it.
Aye.
The captain. But he's going to have to do something magical, I think. So is that our main... Who's our main target? Who's our main culprit?
I mean, I think it has to be jungle, because jungle feels like the one role that isn't, you know, gated by the restrictions of laning, where you can make an impact on the map regardless. We saw it even as far back as the GX series, where Isma randomly plays Aatrox, drops all his camps, wins all of his lanes simultaneously. You always have the potential to flip the script. Whereas bot lane, top lane, mid lane, you're locked into a certain degree on playing the laning phase. Jungle can always be the difference maker.
Oh my gosh, Elyoya versus Yike. We set it up, and it's all going to come down to that. Perhaps Movistar Koi versus KC, a battle for the ages for a spot in the grand final tomorrow. One more time into the fray. Who's it going to be?
Anyone's guess at this point. A best of one it comes down to, when Elyoya and Yike being in the discussion pool feels so relevant. Fantastic desk, as always. I want to say, our junglers, one of them has to go home, and it saddens me because they've both been magnificent within points of this series.
They absolutely have, but the desk was right that Yike got the better of Elyoya in the early game. But coming into this draft, we're Game 5, Fearless, the pools have narrowed, and attention turns towards those AD carries. Zeri, Caitlyn already taken off the board. Mel also going to be removed with the Rumble naturally taken from the side of KC. And it turns our attention to things like Trundle, Ornn, Cassante, Tristana.
Yeah.
Like, we're super deep into the pool right now. We need to think about where we're going.
Yeah, if you're AD carries, there's still Lucian, Callista, Isaiah, Misfortune still up and available. When you're looking at junglers, it's things like the MKOI, the Trundle, Silas Flexes, both in mid and that jungle. And of course, things like Akali, Yone, these assassins start to come up in the mid lane, because so many of the control mages are now out of the equation.
And with Mundo gone as well, I mean, we're just getting rid of the junglers left over that we think of. Part of the engage tools that we've seen so far, like the Jarv and Panther and Sejuani, you know, the list goes on. Look on your screen. they're so minimized at this point. It is anyone's guess what we get in most of these roles, if not all of them. Now let's question last ban. What's it going to be here? Rumble's already gone. Caitlin's gone.
Nami, for sure.
Nami?
I think it just limits a lot of potential AD carries, like Lucian that Dagda was just talking about, already makes it a lot weaker.
Yep.
But, so, certain things, I was talking to Dagda before this, Leona is a possibility, but Alvaro, when I think of him, I actually think of Braum. Braum is something he's played pretty consistently throughout his entire career, and so Lucian Braum is another possibility that could come through from the bot side of MKOI. So supports are a really big deal, but Bard has actually made it through.
Oh, it has.
Bard is such a big pick for Busio. There's the Lucian. I'm expecting a Lucian Braum, but then if you do go that direction, then the Bard you expect has to be the response from KC.
Yeah, and Bard is a great pick into the Braum as well, because you just get to poke him, and it's very little that he can really do. So I think that's where, if you can immediately slam this Bard, I think you're in a relatively good spot, and you can still take some of these strong AD carry picks for yourself as well.
Well, there's the concern there of like Lucian Thresh, Lucian Pike. There's always that on Lucian Blitzcrank. I guess it's not the scariest. Okay. Still, Kalista still very high.
Renata, we think of Renata, or we
It was
get
banned
Braum?
in the last game.
It was.
Well, they don't have to pick it now.
Okay.
They can wait to see what bot lane enemy decides to go.
But are you worried about Braum into
If
Renata?
I'm them, I'm thinking about jungle, because again, like Casey talked about it themselves, someone has to give up something in the draft.
Yeah.
The question is, what are you giving up? Maybe you just blind a Cassante here. You just say, you know what, we want a guaranteed strong top side. Let's just get ourselves the... Okay, they're deciding on the support and they're going to go for Renata. I think this does come with some risks, because but it does dissuade the Braum, which is the big thing that, remember, Braum is good at blocking the ultimate from Renata, which you can argue is good, but in the lane phase, it can be difficult.
Melio could be huge, though. That ultimate to try and counteract the Renata hostile takeover. Does mean, though, you have to be fairly on point with it, because if you're close enough to use Melio ult, chances are you're caught in that wave as well. But it gives a lot of agency now to Lucian in this bottom side to try and trade effectively with the Kalista.
Plus the spacing you can get as well from the extra movement speed from Cozy Campfire. Very niche, but I love it so far. The 2v2 set up. What do we get here from Jojo? That's what they're kind of hovering right now. We talked about jungle priority. It would be a lot given up if you don't pick it here.
Well, so the desk talked about it. The later you get into a series, the harder Engage gets to becomes. And I will say that in the support matchup, like, Busio has gotten the better of Alvaro in the range support matchup. Engage supports, I definitely give Alvaro that advantage, but he's not on an Engage support, so that Engage has to come from Elyoya or Mirwin. And by locking in Gwen, while it is a flex pick, that Engage we need to be seeing.
But it's also denies the potential for that to go top lane. If you take an Ornn into the top lane, if you take the Cassante, you're in a miserable time.
Yeah,
an
this
old
can be
school counter that I think Connor is even, it was either, I think Mirwin played it.
Yeah. I think they both did.
They may have, but we've seen it in LEC. We've seen Akali played into Gwen. We've seen Akali absolutely dumps the Gwen in lane before. So don't assume that Akali is going in the mid lane, but also don't assume that Gwen is going top lane.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much flexibility, but again, it does come back to, for me, where does that Engage come from? At least on the Kalista Renata side, you may just have to give your life for the cause here, Busio. Get sent in, use that hostile takeover, and you become that Engage tool. But on the opposite side, like, you need something like that Ornn. You need something like maybe a MKOI, something that can set things up here, which is why I expected to have a little bit more of that focus towards those bans. But the Smolder,
TF and Smolder, so game 5, people are nervous. People play cautious. Locking in a Smolder mid lane just to play for the scaling game. I'm being paranoid about it, I don't hate it, but also Twisted Fate, really good into Akali. In the side lane, sure, it can be a little bit scary, but the ability to reveal her has it bagging back. There's the Galio locked in, heavily suggesting that this Akali is going top, but again, you can put the Galio top as well if you need to.
Both good alternatives, so double flex. For the meantime, though, I mean, Kana has played 9 games in his career, not super successful, but we can move on for that, wait for the swap. But now...
They could do Yone Maokai, no?
Yone Maokai, Vedius wants to see. Do you think it's enough Engage? Is it really enough Engage?
I mean, there's so short range on the opposite side. I think it's your best bet here. Like, you have to face check so far and you don't have a way out.
But also you're assuming the Galio is mid. Yone outscales the Galio inside and as well into the matchup. And then Maokai provides you with the utility. It's going to suck for Gwen into the Akali, but there is room for outplay. And...
do you not? You can just send the Gwen mid.
Well, and there's the Cassante, so they are going to put the Cassante top.
Oh, so
now,
jungle,
now you have to make a decision. Do you still put the Akali into the Cassante top lane? It can't be. You can't jungle Akali, you can't jungle Galio.
But now, honestly, I think that...
Oh, game 5 Kha'Zix from Yike. Okay,
this was his pick. This was the pick that Yike, years ago, before he got to the LEC, made his name on. This was the thing that he was feared for in the LFL. And now, when his tournament life is on the line, it's going back to his roots.
That's great context, because I remember this game 3 against T1 at MSI, and they were 0-2 down, and he locked in Kha'Zix, and it did not go well.
No.
It was not it at all. So, wow, game 5. He has confidence in himself to bring it out as an answer into the Gwen. Gwen naturally a good duelist, but isolated, Kha'Zix has that pick potential.
Yep.
Guys, the engage on both these sides sucks.
Yeah.
It is going to be scrappy, it is going to be skirmishy, and I'm hoping we get a lot of fighting. Jojo on his Yone, the Akali for Kana. I couldn't ask for a more fun game 5.
I do think I prefer MKOI's draft, though. It seems easier to execute, at least when it comes to, we want to set up, just play for poke with this Lucian, try and find ways to open up when we come towards the culling, and then you've got frontline. Because when I look at KC, sure, yeah, who can provide something, but there is so much dive, so many things that have to go well in a fight if you want to get access and value from these double assassin-style composition.
And how symbolic that both junglers are picking something here that relies on them to be the power. Yike versus Elyoya, MKOI versus KC, a best of 1 between the Spaniards and the French. The winner versus G2 tomorrow, and the loser goes home exhausted. We just ask how far they have to go. As for MKOI, a loss in this arena with the fans coming out in the thousands would be devastating. But KC, what a smack in the face it would be to get their first ever best of 5 win in the history of the LEC against MKOI.
I love that. It's either stomp, either disaster. Let's go indeed. I mean, they've delivered a super entertaining series for us. Game 5, let's see who can show up.
Yeah, a little late to the wave. So giving Jojo that opportunity to push in was over getting a ward to see if there was any sort of invade that was going on, or at least setting up to cover for an invade on that bottom side.
Right, because what Gwen can do is dash over the wall at the Dragon Pit, threaten their bot side invade, and so they really wanted to get that early information. Those minions going to be lost underneath the tower, so it's 2 CS to 5. Good pressure and push coming out from Jojo early on. Akali running the Ignite TP in the top lane matchup. Into Gwen, this is kind of standard, you get great. But into Cassante, well, I mean, he's going to itemize early magic resistance, and Akali early on, the problem is, energy is a nice resource because obviously it doesn't run out, but the Q cost at level 1 is like 130, if I remember my Akali correctly. And so it's very difficult for you to exert that much pressure onto Mirwin, even if you can get a bit of an early advantage in this matchup.
Now, as we're into this early game, I just want to share some fun stats before we get into the potential chaos. No, the chaos that's going to happen with these comps. Did you know Lucian is on a 12-game loss streak right now in the LEC?
I did know that, yes.
Okay, not the greatest stat, but Super maybe can change that here. Yikes, Kha'Zix is 17-3 in his career. What? Which is insane. It's 4-1 in Tier 1. So obviously, play that in his upcoming, but in Tier 1, that's still an impressive
I now feel like I need to get my T1 thing fact-checked.
Yeah.
Now I feel like my memory can't be trusted. I seem to remember at MSI that was the game 3 that he brought it out, but maybe I'm confusing it for a different champion. Maybe it was the Belveth, a different purple void.
I'm almost certain, though, when he was on LDLC, this was his pick. He would bring it out in clutch moments and hard carry on us. Back before he joined the LEC, right before he joined G2.
Only lost against T1, by the way.
Yeah, also it was only, okay.
Well, there you go.
So then, he is very comfortable on this pick. It has been a pocket pick for a while. And we'll have to see now if it works in this meta. Like, we've seen it, I think, once or twice over in LCK as we get deep into draft. I think Canyon has been the main one to bring it out.
Yeah.
But this is a speciality of this man. And MKOI have to be aware, have to make sure that they don't get isolated, and Yike can finish them off.
Sneaky, sneaky. I'm looking at Yike on the minimap. He's dropped a deep ward and he's eyeing up this bot lane. He may have targeted his prey. They're backing off though, so he realizes not going to waste any more time. Want to get back to base, start clearing on the top sides. Yeah, he's going to fully channel that base off. On the top side of the map, Gwen hovering around, sitting on top of a ward. Kana not really going to convert it into much. But you'll start to see, so basically, as long as Mirwin doesn't base and the more levels that Akali gets, the easier this matchup is for Akali, because the energy cost of her Q will continue to go down, and it's very difficult for the K'Sante to trade back. But first base, K'Sante is going to come back with nothing but magic resistance, and then the Akali starts to get a little bit sad.
Well on bound. Jojo doing some good trades. He's kind of playing it on the edge, which feels like he needs to do. Is Yehu just using his base damage as all Gallios do. Seeing what he can do in this lane. First dragon up in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, all you're really looking to do is Yehu is continue to push the wave of Winds of War, reset, you'll pick up Ami Cinder. Traditionally, you see people go for the, obviously, AP, the magic resist burn item, but instead, you just go towards the Sunfire Cape, and it's all the same. So for KC, we'll have to see again, like, my eyes are firmly on what Yike wants to do here, because it feels make or break. If you don't get Assassin's Head.
Do you see those pings on the Raptors?
True.
That is what he's looking for right now. Level 6 very close for Yehu. Not going to quite get it off that wave.
Philipali's nice super though, in
That's
trouble as well. The flash forward, Khalid sets it up, and they spike it down. Khalid with first blood.
We've criticized Khalid's performance in this series, and we wanted to see him step up, and he does just that. 2v2 kill in the bottom lane. Now the fight over Raptors.
Well, it's going to be a little bit hard coming in. The smite is good. Shield of Duran, the leap on as well. Tasting their fear is Yike, and Elyoya is isolated. Flash over the wall. It's Matt. Yike looks another target, and Jojo too will flash. Yike tasting their fear.
Yike really wanted that W to land to get the slow, but wasn't quite able to make it happen. The steal does come through. The dragon will be taken. And KC looking to fight in this game 5.
I mean, a fantastic start for KC. As a reminder, these two teams have been in a best of 5 twice, and it was Koi that took that game 5 both times. It went all the way to the 5-game series. Koi want to try and keep that record going as we look back at this 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, this is why Renata and Kalista are so feared. The ability to play so aggressive on that lane, and also then having the W as well from the Renata to keep yourself alive if worst comes to worst. Perfect stuff there.
It does feel like that's the first time in this series we've had a really good compliment for this 2v2, right? Because there have been lanes earlier on. I know it's been 5 hours now,
well,
gents.
The Ashe Seraphine was, of course,
the Ashe Seraphine, but outside of that, right, there were mistakes. Kalista got some harsh criticism, but him and Busio getting on the board first, 500 gold lead for the Kalista.
And super in trouble
again. Heal up as well. Really good soccer ball there from Alvaro. We are in the country after all, as Cozy Campfire going to heal up and sustain soup up.
I was going to say, though, while we have the history of MKOI versus KC, every game so far, Betty pointed out, has been first pick wins the game.
Yep.
Right now, the first pick for Supa has not been working out so hot for them, and Yike finds Elyoya.
Yike as well, he's evolved at this point. Elyoya not getting the red, no indeed he wasn't. He's isolated once more, set up. Yeah, he gets the ulti. Elyoya maybe La Cabra, but he's learned nothing now. Yike gets the kill, gets away with it, no flash on, but KC still get everything. 2,000 gold at 6 minutes.
Mirwin barely getting the kill back onto Yike. But at least it's something, but it's Elyoya punished and maybe bot as well.
Close. All right, nothing happens, but this is just the danger right now of KC's early game. It's Elyoya didn't get it.
He doesn't have the smite available. Yike does. He has level 6 already. Elyoya has no flash to get away. It's an easy kill for Yike. He almost gets away, but the flash Q connects from Mirwin as Kana then cleans up the kill.
It's the upgraded Q evolve as well for Yike, which just gives him so much off of those claws. It's insanely good. And in that sort of situation, where Elyoya starts isolated, it's perfect. And look at the experience between Elyoya and Yike. Yike's having a great time.
I mean, this is why you pick the Kha'Zix, because in the 1v1, you can beat the Gwen.
Yeah.
She's a scary duelist, but Kha'Zix, he can be just as scary, and it's why you see him picked into things like the Xin Zhao, like the Gwen, because of his ability to outduel.
Those forceful spikes, you jump into the fun ring of Gwen, and you will stay with her for the duration.
The fun ring.
What? The hallowed mist. But 700 gold. Yike's lead astounding. KC's early game brilliant. But this time at 8 minutes with 2,500 gold, they have Dragon. Yike is taking everything, and Elyoya cannot breathe.
I want to give the shout out to Yahoo though, because this man has been like following Yike wherever he goes. And this is kind of a, like, we heard the Des talk about a little bit about how KC kind of played towards Yike, but this is on a different level. Yehu's constantly feeding in towards his jungle and just zoning Elyoya every time. But
set up, shielded Rand blocked in the way. Jojo can't get out. Yike here once again, as you already said, from behind he almost finds a kill. Jojo lucky to be alive, but Yike again is accelerating the game.
Oh, I thought Yehu was looking for the flash winds of war there with no flash on Jojo, but still pushing people back, getting this control for KC. And this is what you need as KC. A double assassin comp needs very much to be in the lead.
I mean, look at the Rift right now. Winning top, winning mid, winning bot. Everything for KC is winning. Kana, though, taking an unfavorable trade. Does have the lifesteal.
Double Negatron cloak, by the way, starting from Mirwin, as you'd expect.
That's what I mean. It starts to get a little bit harder as oh, hang on a minute.
Do you think this is a dive? Hostile takeover comes in. Busio gets both, and Super just gets rendered. Next up, Alvaro, breath of life, but where are you gonna breathe when Kalis sits on you? 2 kills, 1.2k gold lead. MKOI are bleeding.
Absolutely perfect dive. That was so cleanly executed. The fact that the Renata doesn't actually pop the resurrection until the second kill. He knows that Super is an easy kill. Then he knows that he can die here, tanks, gets the resurrection, and then the tower reset from the ulti. Just beautifully done.
Okana, though.
It's bleeding, and it's public execution run. Perfect! No! Let me correct myself. Kana is perfect.
Everything is going wrong for MKOI. They are struggling in the lanes. They are struggling to find anything. And KC, they're running away with this. It's a 4K gold lead, and we're 10 minutes into the game.
You know, it's just like last winter. I said at the end of last game, winter is here. Rasmus sits there watching this game, but it is KC who are trying to relive what happened this time last year. And MKOI in front of their home crowd are disappointing the fans right now.
I mean, we've seen KC in these Game 5 situations not be able to clutch things out. And you go back all the way to their very first series against BDS, an entirely different roster, but questions around, can this organization stand up when it matters most? And in this series, they are doing just that. Second Dragon about to fall, a 4K gold lead. KC are looking to meet G2 in the finals.
And it's why KC made these changes, why KC brought in Lucio, why they need him now to play around this mid lane, was to find the success in these clutch moments, try and push themselves again towards that international stardom. And I mean, with a draft like this working out so far, it's kind of just style points.
It really is, and this feels to me similar as what MKOI did in Game 3. You know, that draft that was so hard, that needed to really push tempo. KC obviously in a very different state, and you can hear behind me, MKOI are getting riled up, or at least the fans are trying to rile up the arena. They're in desperate measures right now. The casters, obviously, from Spain are really trying to reinvigorate the crowd. We'll see if it does anything, because there is no control MKOI have in any part of this map.
They're trying to link with bot. They're in trouble.
Yike is back here. Soul unbound. Shield of Duran just out of range. Elyoya in the region, but the steal continues. Vorpal spikes from Yike. Take away more of the camp. He's got an Umbral Glaive, and he's got a CS lead out of this world over Elyoya, 30 in that.
I mean, we saw it from that first comment that we got from one of the chats, which was, this will either be a stomp or it'll be a crazy game. And that's the nature of these type of comps, right? When you've got such squishy champions, when you've got such snowbally champions, the moment one of these sides got a lead, we felt like that snowball was going to start. And it was KC that started it. And look at the snowball. Yike, with a 1.4k gold lead in the jungle matchup. He's got a 35, a healthy CS lead in the jungle matchup, to say the least. And Yike is looking terrifying.
And I think it's, again, just the way that KC are playing towards him. Like, Yehu pushing mid to lean in, to take the camps in Elyoya's face. Even though Kalista and Busio are kind of hard stomping this bottom lane, also helping out with Busio roaming there to make sure Yike can go aggressive, having things like the ability to revive. It's KC playing so well as an orchestrated unit, And it's the consistency again that we call out from KC. How they can work together as a unit all these times. So often they make it work.
At the end of the day, though, they still need to close things out. We're 13 minutes in. The gold lead looks monstrous. This game feels like it's done and dusted already. But KOI have found those star plays before. They've been able to find these miracles and swing games at the drop of a hat. They need to find that miracle once again. There is a 2-level difference between the junglers. It's a fight over the red buff.
Well,
it's only
easier.
Yike and Busio.
But Yike can press Q on the buff and get a huge chunk. Smite steal? No. Eljoya finally gets some of his camps. I mean, this guy is getting strangled out. Raptors go down, but his red does not.
But it's even if the chokehold on the jungle fails, it's in the lanes that it matters. The push on mid was thwarted, but that left bot lane vulnerable because Jojo had to go to help out on red buff. So now Yehu's getting damage on the tower. And if MKOI are putting all these resources and making sure Eljoya can just get a first item, that's where KC are winning out elsewhere.
Super and Kalist sit isolated for now. Sitting towards mid, getting pushed because Dragon's up in 2. KC would move to Soul Point. It would be one of the earliest Soul Points we've had, not only in this series, but it feels like in LEC. Herald up in 45. These timers matter because they're isolated objectives, and Yike naturally takes them so fast with this snowball he's got with a pickaxe now in the inventory. KC hold control. It's obvious. Top side is the next task, and Yike is just seeing if any camp is up and available, what vision he can take, and what else he can strangle away from Eljoya.
MKOI are completely gated from this top lane. Mirwin tried to reset, but there's nowhere to go. KC are here.
Take away the plate and then take away Mirwin's life. He said, not in my house, but I fear that KC have a key. Mirwin down again, Kana on 3, and Herald for free.
There is no key. KC are kicking in the back door and announcing that they have come to Barcelona. Yehu gets the taunt on Super. Yike is starting to move down from the top side.
It's an AP
But I think they're just happy to take the Rift Herald.
Yeah, that Galio is not messing about. Yehu is feeling himself right now. And KOI, like, their options are rapidly running out.
Super goes over the wall, Justice Punch. Cullen going to run into Yehu. He's running for the minion wave, but he's going to take the full brunt of it as well. Still Galliard's HP. Under the turret, Winter Wall almost punches Super in the tooth.
Alvaro's ult is the only thing that saves Super there. Both the taunt and giving them a heal. But KC, they're still doing the things they want to. Rift Herald now picked up, and Yike is moving into the...
I mean, just go back to base, go straight to Dragon. Like, you have the empowered recall. You can get back out onto the map. Bot lane is being pushed in by Kana. He's committed his CP already. Looks like he's working towards the Leandries, which I think makes a ton of sense into Mirwin. He's now got that Caning Rookon, which will help him a lot in the 1v1. The problem is there is a 2-level difference, which is definitely going to hurt him. I'm thinking about options. I'm thinking about ways in which KOI can come back into this game. But, like, I guess Jojo... A healthy scoreline, Blade of the Ruin King completed. Maybe if he can find picks in a side lane, maybe his ultimate can be the difference maker.
I think you need that, like a big ultimate, drag people together. Maybe with Eljoya's damage over the top, you can do something. But the Dragons are dipping, and MKOI are nowhere to be seen.
I mean, right now I see Eljoya stealing some camps away from Yike at the very least to get something back. Yike going to secure the 3rd Dragon of the game, 16 minutes in.
Eljoya, good damage, but can't really find any contribution outside of that. Jojo's here, and we're looking towards top because that's the defense here from Yehu. But meanwhile, KC willing to step up here. Good handshake, but just trying to get some of the plating down. They'll do that successfully, but Herald now spawn. This is going to open up the mid lane at the very least, maybe a little bit more. As open up mid, yes, gold lead, oh no. If you're an MKOI fan, 6.6k now as Super just got chunked.
Was that just the that was just
I think it was, no, it was Kalist plus the Yike.
I was like, hang on a second, that looked a little fishy.
Yeah, that was a chunk of damage. My goodness, the wallet just keeps getting bigger. 17 minutes in, 6.8k the goal difference. Like, I'm struggling to find ways in which KOI can back into this game. I want to give the fans hope. I want to give them an angle with which KOI can look to try and play through, but the options are dwindling. The goal just keeps getting out of control, and these items are being completed now for KC.
It does have to be a mistake from KC. It has to be overextending for a jungle camp, and maybe you can get some kills, get some of that goal back in your favor. Because I do think if KC fall behind, this is a composition that is fragile. It can fall apart very easily, but at the moment, with the lead they have, they can continue to put the pressure, but one mistake could cause it all crumble down.
And in the home crowd, that noise would invigorate MKOI, reinvigorated that as well. Jojo looking for Yike. He goes into the Evolution, or rather, goes invisible, excuse me. But after that, that's now down. All the fight for the blue buff, Elyoya will get it in the end, but meanwhile, you can see that the Gundam Galio has his own time in the bottom lane. Yahoo picking up a bit of gold with the turret going down.
Started stacking up a lot of armor on the Galio to help him match up against Jojo in the side lane. But KC, they're not wasting any time. Like, the amount of effort they've put into stealing camps away from Elyoya has been ridiculous. Similar to what we saw from him on the Kiana in Game 3. Like, Yike is just getting his full-on revenge against Elyoya and stealing absolutely everything he can.
He's so confident as well. Will he get punished for it? Jojo gets over the wall. His soul unbound. Yike is looking for him. Going to find him isolated. Red buff. It was stolen, by the way.
Oh, unfortunately, Busio gets it. Busio picks that one up. So Kalista isn't going to get the shared red buff, but another objective taken away.
But Elyoya doesn't get it.
Absolutely.
That's the huge thing. Yike is putting on a show as to like what insane 1v1 jungling, what insane Kha'Zix jungling looks like right now. The world is going to be in solo queue tonight after this.
And I think it's incredible to see kind of falling naturally back into this carry jungler style.
Yeah.
Because we kind of talked about on G2, it was, hey, he's going to play your MKOI, he's going to play your Sejuani, and you're going to be happy about it, lad. But now coming back onto KC, getting to go back on towards what he made his name on. And in a Game 5 here against MKOI, to push them towards finals in Barcelona, you just love to see it.
And you've gotten all versions of Yike tonight. We got the Sejuani game, you know? We got the mixed bag, but here, now as Kalista sends in the Fate's Call, Jojo in the way, the flash forward. No, you're not escaping. Kalista with another kill, and 8-1. KC keep the punish going.
Yahoo committed his flash to prevent Jojo from getting away. There was the flash available for Jojo, but he realized there wasn't any point. There wasn't any way for him to get out of this situation. And the one potential win condition for Koi, the one savior in a sense, given that he hadn't fallen yet this game, will add a death to his toll. And KC will extend the gold lead even further. Dragon a minute 20 away. Baron is alive. Koi need a mistake from KC to stop them from snowballing this game any more than they already have.
We're going to be found. Vorpal spikes used again. Yike willing to step on up, look for the smite. You know what fears me the most, gents? That this guy is the smite king and he's playing Kha'Zix. The many ways to steal many buffs and big objectives. It only gets scarier as Super's going to take the safe path. Yike is on the run. Once again, these Raptors. I don't think Elyoya has gotten these Raptors all game.
No.
I swear Yike has picked up 5 or 6 of them.
He is just zooming. I mean, that CS difference between the two junglers just continues to grow. Elyoya, at least it's only a level and a half difference now. It was 2 earlier. 30 seconds until the Dragon.
That's with catch-up XP.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane.
Culling on the Busio, got a bit of a shield.
Good damage,
He's okay.
very good damage.
Loyalty program does that. Yike is the one being pinged out right now. MKOI see him, it's Mirwin. Face checking this.
On bot terror, though. Already 2 turrets played taken. And again, like, as long as he's in this sort of position, threatening a flank, they have Mirwin on one side. Who's matching Yike?
Shield of Duran used. MKOI getting sandwiched. Kana's in, sets up. Perfect execution in. Look, they're all grouped on up. KC on the charge. Kana finds the Melio. And now the hero's entrance. Yeo ready to slam it down and shut MKOI up.
Such clean gameplay from Kana, diving into 4 and using his E as an escape tool to get a pick onto Alvaro and get away to safety. Now the soul is on the line. Koi only have 4.
Needlework is now down. MKOI, it's an uphill battle. We talked about Everest. This is going to be the biggest one of the lot. Busio sets up the ulti, lands onto 2, and the fight ensues. Yeo goes golden over the wall, but Kana goes in again. KC must stand for Korean carry because this top laner Kali is out of this world. Finishing off with that, Khalid's going to chase down Mirwin, and MKOI didn't stand a chance, no matter how comfy they are in their home.
Nobody falls on the play. Kana tosses himself in, manages to pick up another kill, and 6-0 now on this Akali.
The arena finds itself in silence as KC dominates their rivals. 22.5 minutes, the soul is secured, the Baron will follow, all off the back of this Yike Kha'Zix pick. Kana's impressive Akali, and the whole team stepping up when it matters most.
And I cannot think of a finer way for KC to move to finals yet again in the start of the year as to beating their rivals in Spain in their home arena. Silence will continue to pursue as this fight dominated from KC's side.
Great positioning from Busio to get that hostile takeover. And again, look at Kana. He aimed to tank up that ultimate, but the follow through was just enough. He gets the kill on towards Elyoya, keeps himself alive. And Mirwin, unstoppable no longer.
The bailout doing so much work. Look at the smiles on the faces of KC. Kana is having an absolute pop-off performance on the Akali. He has the biggest gold lead of anyone. He just straight up finishes his Zhonyas.
Yep.
He is so far ahead. If we thought that Koi had limited options before, they have even less now. I guess the good news is Casey's comp is pretty short range. Okay, never mind. Apparently that does not matter.
Anyone who walks up from MKOI gets snapped. Jojo, as you're saying, you know, really the hope, but MKOI are down on the ground, 13,500 gold. Look at all the turrets left standing. If this was near a 20,000 lead, a 20,000 victory for a Game 5, what a show it would put on for G2 who are watching in the wings. Kana solo on the turret, they can't do anything about it. Caught out is Alvaro. This Milio piece looked good at the start, but it does nothing now. As an easy Ren with Kaliz just hopping forward. His poise is martial and perfect as KC have a new target. Mirwin caught out, he wanted a flank, but even a Kara 6 is shredding through the unbeatable Cassante. The all-out use, Mirwin can't even pass Maker as Yike is gonna put him in the dirt as well.
It's just a decimation from KC. You've got everyone tanking every spell under the sun, and it's a tickle. It's nothing to this team.
It's the first BO5 win ever versus MKOI, and it's in the heart of Barcelona. Sending Movistar to their last siesta. Everyone's fallen asleep because LEC Versus is done. We've got one more matchup and it begins tomorrow. They will lock in a date with G2 and they will look once again to show us that winter has arrived.
What a way to close out the series. A 19k gold lead, an absolute stomp. And it was across every single lane. Bot lane 2v2 kills, top lane 1v1 kills, Yike punishing Elyoya, Yehu being everywhere on the map, Koi naturally devastated. They fought hard, they fought valiantly, but in Game 5, KC absolutely destroyed them.
And everyone looked at KC in the regular season and thought, this might just be our best team. We got to playoffs, and the voices of MKOI and G2 started to put a little bit of doubt there. But now KC make it a reality. That was an insane game. Desk, I want to hear from you.
Well, before we go to the desk, Yike, Yehu, and Busio, you can vote for your player of the game at LEC on X. Just a quick side note, I know they're really wanting to take this over, but commiserations to MKOI, who had a fantastic series. That was insane. It was a shame the last game was so one-sided, was so dominant, because we had some barn burners in games 1 to 3. And it is just a sad way to end it, but hell, MKOI at least showed us that they deserve to be a top 3 team.
I mean, I think our top 3 teams are incredibly competitive. Like, they are very close, they show a lot of potential, and of course, our eyes will be keeping a close eye on how Koi will develop throughout the rest of the year. They have high expectations on themselves. They'll reflect closely on what happened. But remember, in spring of last year, it was Koi that did this to KC. KC felt they had to make changes, they had to evolve, they had to grow, and they've done exactly that. And now the pressure will be on Koi to do the same thing, to bounce back, to find how they can evolve, to get their revenge on KC and further this already very intense rivalry.
And I think it was some of those newer pieces that really did step up today. Busio, we've been harking on about all split long, but Yehu had a fantastic series. He looked great on the Victor. The Galio and the way he moved around and played with Yike really shows just how well this team has now started to gel together and why they are so terrifying. You can see from Movistar Koi as they leave the stage, it's heartbreak for them. Mirren in his hometown, not able to push himself towards the finals.
Absolutely, and like, it's heartfelt to see for the players, and the good news for them is we have more road shows throughout this year. They can do the same thing to KC.
They can.
Okay, there will be opportunities for them to silence the French crowd in their home and do exactly what has happened to them today. And I hope that this fuels them forward, because we know that at the top of the table in the LEC, that Game 5, that draft had such a big impact. These individuals showed up so much. This series could have gone either way. And it was a super exciting series to watch.
It was still a great way to end as Lord joins Yehu and Reapered for our final interview.
KC will advance in final against G2 tomorrow. First, I want to give a shout out to all the MKOI fans for the energy that they brought in today and the support that they brought for their team. Yehu, for the very first time, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. First question I have to ask, it's been a back and forth series. What made the difference in the end?
I don't know actually, because we played good and they played good, like back and forth. It was a crazy series, I'll say. It was very entertaining to watch, but in the end, we decided to go like just feasting fight no matter what, every single lane, and yeah, we won.
I've heard a lot over the past few days that this is the first time that this guy plays on stage in front of such a big crowd. Tell me about this experience to play here in Spain in front of this audience.
뭐라는 거예요? 뭐라 했어요?
Hello guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Do you feel like you have a stage buff and a crowd buff?
Today I'm not nervous. And then, so exciting. I like this. I like it, yeah. I like big match, yeah.
Yehu, Reaper, this must have been really special for you as well. KC versus MKOI, the biggest rivalry we have. Zeph, who was in the MKOI coaching staff, you were Jojo Pune's coach back in NA. How does it feel to take them down here?
Obviously, I am very happy to able to win today, but also I'm very glad to the MKOI give us like really good series, and I love Jojo as a player, as a person, you know. So it was a good series. I will looking for next time, next World Fight, you know.
Shout out to the fans once again. Shout out to Las Carpas for everything they did today. Last question for you, Yehu. You're gonna play against Caps tomorrow. Do you have a message for Caps?
Hey Cass, let's go funny game. Woo!
Yehu, thank you so much for the interview. Reaper, thank you for the interview as well. That's all for us here on this side of the stage tomorrow. KC versus G2 in the LEC versus finals.
Oh, that was awesome. I want to listen to Yehu more, but I'm sure that Calist and Yike already knew that it was really, really funny and cracked Calist.
Wait,
Like,
what is
is
this?
he-
Can we
what is
talk
this?
about
What
this
about- what about-
reaction? Look at that pop-off. I need to know about this moment, because you're cool and collected now. I feel like the moment might have passed. But in that moment, that pop-off, talk to me about that moment for you. Just like nailing it, getting it across the finish line.
I mean, obviously, it just feels really good to win on stage against like the team that has the crowd with them, right?
Yeah.
Also, like the Spanish community loves to have banter, booing, and stuff. And like as I said already, I don't care, but it just feels good to like show them that we win against their team and stuff. And yeah, I mean, it's just all of the stress of the series that just goes down, because obviously, like, we are humans, we are all stressing, right?
Yeah. How stressful was the series? Yike, I feel like you had one of your best of fives I've ever seen. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, it was so stressful. I remember in the draft of Game 5 after I picked Kha'Zix, I was not stressed, but I felt like very bad, you know?
Yeah.
But then we got into the game, I felt good, and we played good, and yeah, it was easy.
Yeah, what changed? Because you guys had early games actually in many of the games, but in the games that MKOI won, they were always able to come back.
I feel like 5 out of 5 early games, actually, you got more ganks off, you guys were ahead early, but in the games that MKOI won, there were a lot of missteps where I feel like they caught you out. What went wrong in the games that you lost? Either you guys can take.
You want to go? I can go?
You can go, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think early games were good for us, you know? I think we're a very strong early game team, actually, this year, so that's very nice to see, and
Yeah, I think going to mid game, I think that's like their biggest strength. I think they're very good in mid game. They play very good on the map, and like it's very hard to play against them. Like that's why we went 5 games. You know, it's so stressed. I mean, we're so happy that we won. You know, because we have a lot of respect for the team. We know it's a very good team, and yeah, I think the mid game is just very, very hard to play against. Like better than G2.
Part of your better than G2 even? Yep. Okay, we can talk about that later. But Calista, I want to also ask about the bot lane performance of you two, because of course we knew what we had in you as a value, even though you are very much still improving every day. You know, that's the journey you're on. But the guy next to you is, I don't know, he's incredible. And I feel like that synergy is just growing and growing. Can you tell me a little bit about how the duo went today?
I think today I played kind of worse than yesterday, like to be honest. I think I did some mistakes, like on the Corki game, for example, I died for fun, and I can always play better, but yeah, I think Alan played really good today, and he's always really solid. He's like, I don't really see him playing bad or anything, and then he's just a really nice human, really nice player. He's always really vocal, always trying to find ways to win the game. And yeah, I mean, in terms of 2v2, we're always trying to work, review games, talk about any matchups, how we want to play in-game, outside of the game, and everything. So it's really easy to work with Alan, and I think he's like a really insane player. I think like people last off-season were calling him the best support in Occident, and I think that's for a reason, right?
Yeah, it's for a reason. I think we're seeing it every day. We're gonna, of course, see it tomorrow, right, in the final, because last time he did play G2 in a big match, Busio. He lost. It was a Worlds. But it doesn't matter, because this is LEC.
It's their team.
We won last time.
Yeah, they won.
Yeah, you won.
Finals.
True,
They
true,
won
true,
last
true.
time.
And in winter,
That's
you
the
won.
balancing factor.
Yeah,
That's the balancing
it's kind of
factor.
like, I mean, it's exactly the same, almost the route that you're going, right? And you're going to be, of course, facing G2 tomorrow. You are our Kia player of the series today, Yike.
Nice.
But give me a little teaser for tomorrow, because Skewmont, he was insane last week.
Yeah, I mean, Skewmont is looking very good right now, and I mean, personally, I think I'm looking very good as well. So I think the jungle matchup is going to be very important, right? Yeah, so, yeah, and best team is going to win.
Yeah, we're building the show for tomorrow, and it's like jungle.
I know
To
bot lane 2v2 is also just such a thrill too, because I think that we've seen a lot more limit testing around what players are willing to play. Like we got so comfortable for so long in Europe just playing melee engaged supports, melee engaged supports, melee engaged supports, and now we're seeing these performances on ranged supports where they're so feast or famine, right? We have these games where supports are chain feeding, and we have games like the last game where Renata looks like the most disgusting, most broken champ we've ever seen. And I don't know, it feels, especially if it goes the distance like in this game 5, you end up with these compositions where it's like a coin flip. If one fight goes bad for Kha'Zix or for the Renata, Renata Kalista versus that Lucian, it can all fall apart. And God, I'm just impressed with the stamina that you guys showed today to make it through all 5 games, because it's such a hard thing to do, to get booed every single entrance. And I think the only, the biggest win I feel like you guys have, other than facing G2, is it's going to be a library in here tomorrow. There aren't going to be anyone to boo you. There aren't enough G2 fans in Spain to boo you as much as you got booed today. And I feel like that's going to be such a shift.
I think you underestimate the Movistar KOI fans' ability to support G2.
They come here out of spite, that's possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so.
But it motivated Kalista. I don't know. I feel like it's made a demon out of you guys.
Do you guys feel like, I would kind of feel like a boss if, like, in the player intros today, and they call your name, and they're just, I would feel like a boss. Is it kind of fun to just be like, okay, I'm just going to walk through here?
Smiling. I think Kalista as well. We're just smiling. Yeah. It's a very weird feeling, you know? You don't really usually get this feeling, but I like it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that we know it's like not personal or anything, so we are just like laughing about it, you know? We find it more funny than anything, and yeah, as I said, for me, it's like more of an ego boost than something like I just really want to win and show them, okay, keep booing me, I will just win your team, you know, I don't care.
Finally then, tomorrow, the bot lane you're up against in Lebrov and Hansama. How do you think that's going to go?
Well, first I'm excited. I think that's the type of bot lane I want to play against. Like as I said, at the very start of the splits, I think Lebrov and Hans might be the only bot lane that can actually match us, I think in 2v2 in Europe, if we play good and keep improving. So yeah, I'm excited to see that. I think last time we faced them, we didn't play good and didn't prepare good. So I'm excited to see if we can prepare good this time, play good, and let's see also, because we kind of have the momentum. We played 2 best of 5s, we won them, and they kind of chilled. They saw what we played and stuff because we went to game 5. So let's see how it goes. But yeah, I'm really excited, and now we'll fight to death again.
I'm excited as well. You just reminded me, but you played, of course. That was the base race.
Yeah, that was the base race.
The base race.
Yeah,
I remember it.
At least that's not going to happen again, right?
It's Europe. Anything can happen. Let's not
Anything
put
can
that on them.
happen.
Let's not.
We'll
Tomorrow,
see.
it's about the present, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I gotta say, I would be really happy to see you guys go to first stand. Of course, if G2 win, we'll also be happy that they go. But like, it feels like, I don't know, was this way last year, and it felt kind of nice. So let's see tomorrow, because there are no guarantees, right? There never are. What is a guarantee? That the LCS is also on. Lion versus Sentinels, 10 p.m. CEST. That is the semifinals, 10 p.m. That's in 20 minutes. Awesome. So I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Grand final tomorrow. It is KC versus G2, the best of 5 in the Olympic arena to decide who will become the LEC versus champion. We'll see you then. Good night.
It's exciting, no?
Yes.
Hello.
Very exciting, yes.
Yeah, who again getting chunked a little bit, but it's reciprocated as Elio has to run back this and the flash boost, CEO! Yeah, they imported him for a reason as he does it again. But look at Tupa, maybe even better. MKOI collapse and a rough chance corruption from Carnival as he clears it on back, but again, they're immobile.
Are you having?
Not in my house! Now has all 6 Armor to ruin forward. It's going to be stunned up. Bucio does good damage though. Polymorph back against Taro Super has to punch away from Bucio. Match has said, sings a song, and it's a lullaby. Wait, he's already picked up a double. This split alone, the import coming over from the States is going to get another one. Bucio above it all.
Hey,
Nice.
Keep it up.
No flash, Jace.
I'm moving. I'm not there, okay? Make time and I reach.
I've served.
Make time.
I still serve.
I'm coming. Good job, guys.
Still not dead. He gets ulted eventually. Finally, a kill goes over the KC. Are against the woman. Fire for hell. He's going to pick up everyone.
Next.
Hit.
Nice.
No flash. I can go in 2 seconds.
Apelios no flash now. Apelios no flash.
I have DA.
Apelios no flash.
Nice, guys. Let's go. That's okay, because Contex, let's go. I will destroy him.
Let's go.
Let's go, Contex, guys. Yeah, makes sense.
Let's go.
Guys. They're all coming, okay?
I can ult. Khalil Temon!
Nice. Good job, guys. Very good. Nice.
First pentakill on 2025.
That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies!
Forbid on it.
Tries already, but a trash line. They're wrapped with crazy minds. Right to the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side.